allowed to bring anyone inside, and masks are required, but they are not. But they are recommended. All in all, this is a much different look at the State of the Union address with these safety precautions, with social distancing, with COVID-19 restrictions. So a very untraditional look, or a very traditional American concept, the State of the Union address.
Paxton, thanks so much. We appreciate it. The Ukraine and the U.S. economy will take center stage in President Biden's State of the Union speech. So, how is the economy doing under President Biden during his first year of his administration? Joining colleague Ortiz, John Huddy, takes a closer look.
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? It was the question then Governor Ronald Reagan posed to voters during the 1980 presidential debate. Reagan, of course, would go on to win the election, but his question would be repeated during other presidential elections since then. And a little over a year into the Biden administration, many American voters may be asking themselves the same thing. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, over the 12 months from January 2021 to January 2022, the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, CPIU, rose 7.5%. It's the largest 12-month increase since 1982. Food prices increased 7% over the past year. Energy prices rose 27%. While recent polls show most Americans disapprove of the way President Biden is handling the economy, the president maintains his administration is responsible for record job and economic growth. The White House reports during his first year in office, due in large part to the American Rescue Plan, entrepreneurship, and business investment rebounded, the economy achieved its fastest job growth in American history, the fastest economic growth in nearly 40 years, and a faster recovery than every other advanced economy. The White House's pre-State of the Union fact sheet goes on to read that in the last year, the economy added 375,000 manufacturing jobs, and companies announced nearly $200 billion in investments for semiconductor, electric vehicle, battery, and critical mineral production and manufacturing in the United States. The unemployment rate, meanwhile, dropped to 4%, and back in January, the U.S. recorded 6.6 million new jobs since January 2021, marking the strongest first year in job gains of any president since 1939. Still, inflation is at the highest level it's been in decades, and many Americans continue to feel the economic pinch due to higher fuel and food prices. An ABC News Washington Post poll shows Biden has only a 37% approval rate, with Americans who are, quote, twice as likely to say they're worse off than better under his presidency. But opinion polls don't determine elections. What generally does, to quote former Democratic strategist James Carville, it's the economy, stupid. RT, John Huddy.
Well, as John just told you, we have special coverage of the State of the Union tonight. My friend and colleague Scotty L. Hughes is going to be kicking off her live coverage of the State of the Union tonight, starting at 8:30 p.m. A special edition of News with commentary and analysis that you're not going to get anywhere else. Folks, we know there's a choice when it comes to your news. We want to thank you for being here. As always, good night, and may the good news be yours.
Your side on the show is super fucking good. Oof.
I had to think about the geography.
President Biden addresses the nation in his first State of the Union, hoping to inspire a political reset at home. And while there are multiple issues domestically which could be addressed, the president has revised his speech to put a spotlight on the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. That does not mean the current economic situation, as well as the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson, will not also be good time. However, like with every State of the Union, it's not only what the president and his team choose to focus on, but sometimes is also what is not said, which can be just as important. This This is why I brought in some of the best voices here at RT America to analyze the speech, how it is received, and the message President Biden is hoping to send, not only to the country, but also to the world. I'm starting out you.
Or elsewhere in the world is just ridiculous. Russia-EU relations have seen their ups and downs over the years, but what we witness today is certainly beyond any comprehension. Perhaps the European Union wants to prove its relevance in the situation. Financial war might drag other countries if Russia proceeds to certain countermeasures along that track. RT is, I would say, the beloved target for Western regulators and Western governments is portrayed as a propaganda channel. Though I believe it's beyond just the current crisis. I believe it's a case of unfair competition from those who find themselves lagging behind in terms of popularity lagging behind RT.
We also asked international affairs expert Gregory Copley whether Ukraine could potentially become an EU member. He says Kiev is still needing to provide further proof its economy would be ready to join the European bloc.
Well, the decision has been made already because of the rules of the European Union itself. There's an accession process which requires candidate states to go through economic restructuring so that they conform to EU ideals. And the Ukraine has had several years, many years actually, to prepare for this if it really wished to do so, but it has done nothing to harmonise its economic situation, its rules and regulations, and its corruption in particular, so that Ukraine could be a viable candidate of the European Union. So really, candidacy in the European Union is not something which could happen quickly. It's probably not something which could never happen at all, given Ukraine's reluctance to conform to Western standards. And in any event, it's looking to be a member of a union which is of declining relevance, declining strategic importance, and declining reliability.
RT's app was removed from Apple's App Store after the U.S. tech company halted sales in Russia. That is, it claims that the news agency's content was upsetting to some users. The app is to be removed from the App Store globally, but remains available in Russia. Earlier, social media giants including YouTube, TikTok, and Meta announced that they would restrict access to Russian media outlets, RT and Sputnik in the EU. RT's Oksana Boyko says the network has been caught in the middle of a massive information war launched by NATO countries and their allies. We got a response from Meta on the issue.
You're not independent media, you're a state agency of the Russian government under the jurisdiction of Putin, responsible for war crimes. You do not publish independent reports about the statements of Putin's politicians. You are a state-integrated power propaganda tool that is published in the West with the intention of broadcasting the will of the Putin government in our country. You are permanently opposed to the foundations of the German press code. You can't have any claims against us.
We are roughly in the middle of a major information war, and I have to tell you that NATO analysts and people who work with NATO for a number of years now have been talking about the so-called cognitive warfare, which they saw as an alternative to a full kinetic warfare, and many of the recommendations that they have been producing are now used by the Ukrainians. And maybe you heard that warning by the Russian Defense Ministry of the impending attack on the Information and Psychological Center in Kyiv. That center has been responsible for an avalanche of phone terrorism here in Russia, because over the last couple of days there's been a huge wave of various alerts of various buildings, social infrastructure supposedly being bombed. There we are talking about shopping malls, kindergartens, schools, etc. And it's not just a campaign of fakes, it's a very organized, it looks like chaos, but it's not. It's an organized, deliberate information campaign. In fact, today, Russia's foreign ministry said that behind this avalanche of fakes are special forces of NATO countries. There is a degree of censorship against our channel, against our agencies, which are actually producing verified information about what at least people here in Moscow think about it. That is being blocked. So the access of European and American citizens, citizens of the world, actually, to that kind of information is blocked. Meantime, we have a huge operation to infiltrate Russian airways, to affect the public opinion in this country through the use of various platforms, through the use of various media, which don't even bother to verify that information. There is a deliberate effort to make sure that the Russian government crumbles under the pressure from its own population. That's actually the goal of this cognitive warfare.
Some of the U.S. politicians most associated with American invasions abroad have suddenly changed tack, now passionately pushing for respecting national sovereignty and international law. Notably, Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State in the disastrous NATO bombing of Libya, and Condoleezza Rice, who was the National Security Advisor for George W. Bush for the invasion of Libya.
Well, and I have argued that when you invade a sovereign nation, that is a war crime.
Well, it is certainly against every principle of international law and international order.
We have to provide sufficient military armaments for the Ukraine military and volunteers.
That came from former Marine Corps intelligence officer Scott Ritter, who says that American politicians are using the conflict between Russia and Ukraine to score points in their campaigns for the upcoming election this year. But he warns such rhetoric can have drastic consequences.
Hillary Clinton right now is playing to a domestic political audience. This is the issue of Russia and its military incursion into Ukraine is a hot political button right now. It's cheap political points. All American politicians are going to be running around saying bad things about Russia and talking about all the brave things they want to do. But it doesn't solve anything, and it certainly isn't going to further the cause of Ukrainians. All it will do is cause more people to die. Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, has made a very emotional appeal for special procedures to apply to Ukraine so that these can be obviated. And his appeal resonated. I mean, people were in tears over what he had to say, and the Europeans are up in arms. So there's a possibility that you could get the kind of unanimous consent on the part of the European Union to allow Ukraine to enter. But I think once people leave the immediacy of the moment, wipe away the tears from their eyes, and think, realize that is probably the most irresponsible and dangerous move they could take. To invite Ukraine in as a European Union member is to create the conditions for further armed conflict between Europe and Russia over Ukraine.
All right, we all know that this is a volatile and fluid situation. Our news team is doing our best to make sure that we independently verify all the information that comes in, make sure it's accurate for you. Stay with us as we cover the war in Ukraine.
I don't know. There is no source. The shit that they say a lot of times when Canada, regardless of maybe news, it's the same. So they're just like so fucking dumb shit that they're talking about on Canadian news.
When those truths seem wrong, when all the rules just don't hold. And in a world that is yet to shape out, disdain becomes the etiquette, and engagement equals betrayal. When so many find themselves worlds apart, we choose to look for common ground.
Hello and welcome to Crosstalk, where all things are considered. I'm Peter Lavelle. Russia's special military operation in Ukraine has changed the world in many ways. It is forcing the U.S. and its allies to rethink and reassess global security. We should not be surprised by this. After all, the post-Cold War era is over. What will replace it is still open to question. Cross-talking the situation in Ukraine, I'm joined by my guest, Emily Adams and Lee Jackson. He is the executive director of the Ron Paul Institute for Peace and Prosperity. In Tasmania, we have Ken C. He is a conflict consultant and a retired U.S. Foreign Service officer. And here in Moscow, we have Maxim Suchov. He is the director of the Center for Advanced American Studies at Moscow State Institute for International Relations. All right, gentlemen, cross-talk rules in effect. That means you can jump in anytime you want, and I always appreciate it. I want to say to all three of you before we get started, we live in very tragic times. We cannot predict the future, but we saw how a failed international order brought about a catastrophe for just about everybody involved. I just want to say that up front here. Daniel, in my introduction, I said we're at the end of the post-Cold War era. Am I right or am I wrong? Go ahead.
I think you're absolutely right. And there's a temptation to be too dramatic, but I don't think you're being over dramatic. I think the world has changed significantly since last Thursday. The question is how long lasting will it be? Is it a lot of bluster on the part of the West? Is Germany blustering, and at the end of the day they realize they don't have sugar in their apartments? Or is something really significant changing? And are people, most importantly, especially in the United States, are people willing to bear the burden of the changed world in terms of their personal economic lives? Because Americans have never overtly borne a burden of the many wars that Washington has been in. This may be one that actually affects them. We'll see how it works out when they start feeling pain.
Okay, let's go to Tasmania. Ted, so basically the same question to you, because for months and months, it was made very clear that the status quo was untenable, and it was ignored. It was changing the subject, talking about values. I never know what this blinking guy has, what he's talking about. I need a translator to understand him. And then, this is what happened. None of us wanted this to happen. But as I've said, the status quo was untenable. The Russian security interests were not recognized, and this is what we've gotten. Go ahead, Ted, in Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much, Peter. I was a Foreign Service officer for 26 years, and the last several of those were spent at NATO headquarters, where I observed, starting in 2008, the after effects of a very, very foolish decision on NATO's part to promise eventual membership in the alliance to both Georgia and Ukraine. They could not have done anything more irresponsible than that, because they provided a hollow promise which meant nothing, because frankly, none of the allies was really interested in joining either of those countries. But at the same time, they finally, once and for all, irrevocably crossed those red lines for the Russian Federation. There was no walking back from what they did in Bucharest in 2008.
Well, that's kind of the satisfaction. I mean, we could go 1 year before with the Munich Security Conference where Putin basically drew his red lines, and then 1 year later they were ignored here. Max, I mean, you're on this side of the pond here. All of this was more or less predictable. I mean, none of us, I don't know anyone that predicted the events of last Thursday. We knew we were going in this direction here. Russia did not want to kowtow to a liberal order that was organized by the United States and its allies. And it was basically our way or the highway, and the Russians said, no way. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, well, I think also President Putin, in my view, sought every single opportunity to come on with some peaceful agreement of finding a new security architecture in Europe. And several times throughout the 20 plus years of his presidency, every single time his diplomatic proposal was turned down and ended up in war in 2008 with Georgia, following the coup in Ukraine in 2013 with the takeover of Crimea, and right now. And right now, I think we're at another bifurcation point for the entire European security and for Russia, really. And it's a difficult decision that we made, but the die is cast, and it appears that this conflict Russia cannot afford to lose, but also the West doesn't seem to be afford to lose. So I imagine that things will be getting worse a lot more, especially in the political domain.
Daniel, look, it's so irritating. I work in media. This is what I do all the time. And the way it's being framed to protect Ukraine's democracy, well, it has nothing to do with Ukraine's democracy, if you can even say it has one. That's a topic for another program. This is about security and the indivisibility of security for each state. I mean, this is something that the West has talked about since the middle of the Cold War. Go back to Helsinki, okay? But it's not, and there's only security for certain countries. And Russia, China, India, others are saying, no, we're not part of your NATO world, your fever dream. The security is indivisible for all countries. And unfortunately, Ukraine is getting the short end of the stick. Go ahead, Dan.
You know, Max made a good point, the sense that the West can't afford to lose. And that's a very shocking thing when you think about it, because why is that? Why can the West not afford to lose? What a surprise here. As you pointed out in your opening, Peter, the U.S. and its allies never had the intention of allowing Ukraine to come in. That was never the point. The point of egging Ukraine on in such a cynical and I would say murderous manner is using Ukraine as a cat's paw to try to regime change Russia. That's the big prize. There's nothing to be gained for the U.S. or for the West in quote unquote a victory on the battlefield, because Ukraine will still not be a member of NATO, and if it is, it will be kind of a half-assed member of NATO. So the question is, why are they doing this? Why has they pushed it? Why did they ignore the December letter that was sent to Secretary Blinken? Why did they laugh in their face? And it's a massive miscalculation on the part of the West. It doesn't mean they will not have some kind of victory, that they will not hurt Russia. But the question again at the end of the day is why? Why are they doing this? Why have they pushed Ukraine into this position?
Yeah, because Ted, I'm glad you mentioned your prior experience as a foreign service officer. I mean, not allowing the West must win. This is this mantra here, but that it doesn't take into consideration the geopolitical interests of other countries. I mean, the U.S. pursues a universalistic ideology. Well, that's all fine, I guess, for the U.S. and its allies, but it doesn't make any sense why everyone else must accept it. One size fits all. That is not acceptable for the majority of the world. The way Western media presents it is this is a global thing. It's far from that. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, first, a quick point on Ukrainian democracy. It didn't seem to bother anyone in 2013 when it was unilaterally abrogated. It seems like Ukrainian democracy only matters when there's someone in the presidency who's very much opposed to the Russian Federation. But to your other point, I'm a realist. I've always been a realist. Some of my great heroes were foreign service realists like George Kennan, who is probably best known as the father and the author of the containment strategy, when he was smart enough to realize that cocking your gun at the then Soviet Union was probably not the best way to get past World War II in one piece. And so instead he said, well, let's get an alliance, let's encircle them politically, let's not shoot, let's make sure they don't shoot. And that, to me, was diplomacy at its finest, in a sense. They were worried about an expansion of the Soviet Union. They did something that didn't involve pointing too many guns. They pointed missiles, which is another topic, again, for another show. But in the end, diplomacy won out. There was no shooting war between the Soviet Union and NATO. The problem started pretty much the minute that the Soviet Union fell apart, and you had George Kennan telling the New York Times in 1998 that expanding NATO eastward was a bad idea whose time should never come, and that it would lead eventually to problems, and here we are.
And here we are. Maxine, all through this year, what has NATO really shown for itself here? To me, it's a paper tiger with paper clips, okay? Because NATO didn't deter on Russia. For the longest time, no, Russia's not the adversary. We just were expanding security and all that. But then it ended up being completely hollow. It was directly against Russia. They wanted a Europe without Russia. And you cannot have European security without Russia. They have failed on all counts, okay? Go ahead, Maxine.
Well, it may be that we were smart enough to not get involved in the direct conflict with Russia on the one hand. On the other hand, I think right now it's strategy, and really, when we say NATO, the understanding in Moscow is that it's a euphemism for the United States. who's been the Washington and doing the important contributions to the alliance. And here, I think the problem is that this is really now a strategy to sign resources out of Russia, increase the bank accounts and the state assets on the one hand, on the other hand, to continue to supply all kinds of weapons to Ukraine, turning it into some kind of Somaliland or a failed state, piracy republic that would continue to be a threat to the neighboring countries, including European countries, not just Russia. But to promote this conflict, to maintain your presence, to support your military, industrial complex, all kinds of things. So for now, I think NATO is turning into some type of conflict with Russia that it believes it can sustain, and Russia cannot. And in Syria, it was Russia who helped Syria. Here in this conflict, there is no one to help Russia, except perhaps for the people who understand where things stand. And the countries that would love to stand up to their own interests, because we see, when we say the world is against Russia, it's not entirely true, because it's mostly the Western world. And the rest of the world, for now, even though there have been other tremendous pressure from other countries, for now, many countries have shown interest in continuing to pursue their own interests. Some countries are thinking about trading bilateral currencies, things like this. So I think it's so far as an opening to come.
Yeah, I think it's right. This whole discussion about SWIFT and all this, but actually what it ends up doing is it continues the de-dollarization of the global economy and lessening the value of the U.S. dollar. And it's really a self-inflicted wound. But because the emotions rule right now, not reason, unfortunately. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to jump in here. We're going to go to a short break, and after that short break, we'll continue the discussion on the situation in Ukraine. Stay with us.
Из пострадавших хотя бы мирные жители. На местах дислокации были обнаружены массовые захоронения мирных жителей, даже беременных женщин.
Он однажды меня спросил: мама, как ты относишься к этим событиям, которые произошли в Одессе?
Более 25 тысяч гражданских объектов разрушено. Более 2000 стариков, женщин, детей.
Непонятно, по каким причинам украинский народ просто уничтожает сам себя.
Никогда после этого всего мириться, возвращаться в Украину, никогда.
I look forward to talking to you all. That technology should work for people.
Flowing to India, oil flowing to China. The Persian Gulf will be number 2. And Europe will be a distant 3. We're basically leaving Europe in the rearview mirror. And of course, you want to keep this in mind because the Ukraine crisis is in Europe and involves NATO. Just how to think about the geography of Europe. This is a simple, if not simplistic way of thinking about it. But here's a map. You can see where Ukraine is. You can see where Poland is. You can see where Russia is. The way I think about European security is there's France, Germany, Poland, Ukraine, and Russia. Of course, we're moving from west to east. These are the big kahunas. These are the big countries that matter. And of course, the two countries that matter the most historically are Germany and Russia, or the most of the 20th century, Germany and the Soviet Union. And I put them in red because, as you well know, Both Germany and the Soviet Union fought bitter wars in Poland, in Ukraine, and we could have in Belarus as well, if need be. But as we go along here, you want to keep in mind that Ukraine is right next to Russia, and Poland is right next to Ukraine. And then out further west is Germany and France. Take this a step further. This is the ethnic breakdown of Ukraine. I'm going to show you a number of maps, all of which are designed to show you that Ukraine is a badly divided country, and what's taking place inside Ukraine today is in good part a civil war. And to that extent, it doesn't have that much to do with what the Russians or the West are doing there. And as you can see in red, are mostly Ukrainian-speaking people. And then as you move further east, you're talking about lots of Russians and certainly lots of Russian speakers. This is the Ukraine election of 2004. This is the election in the wake of the famous Orange Revolution, which I'll talk more about. As you can see, the country is badly divided between the East and the West. The Russian speakers in the East and Ukrainian speakers in the West. This is the 2010 election, which resulted in Yanukovych getting elected. I'll talk about President Yanukovych as we go along. He was elected in 2010. And you can see there the voting patterns in the 2010 election look a lot like the voting patterns in the 2004 election. And then these are two recent surveys that came out from the International Republican Institute that's here in the United States. This one says if Ukraine could enter only one international economic union, which of the following should it be? And of course, the blue is the EU, and the light blue is the customs union, or actually the red is the customs union of Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. And the cities up at the top are in western Ukraine, and the cities down the bottom are in eastern Ukraine. So you can see very clearly that people in the west would like to join the EU. People in the east have little interest in joining the EU. Those are the EU numbers. Here are the NATO numbers. I mean, these two charts look virtually the same. But all this tells you that you have a badly divided country. And the conflict between the West and Russia over Ukraine is played out in the context of this situation. This is a simple little view graph. It shows Europe's dependence on Russian gas. It's quite clear from that view graph that many of the countries in Eastern Europe and even countries like Germany are heavily dependent on Russian natural gas. And of course, that gives the Russians lots of political leverage in this crisis, and it makes it very difficult for us to put pressure on the Russians. Okay, those are just a number of preliminary comments I wanted to throw out just to set this up. Let's talk about the causes of the conflict. I think if you're going to talk about the causes of the conflict, you have to come at it from three different perspectives. First of all, you have to ask, what are the deep causes of the crisis? What are the structural factors that underpin this conflict? Then you have to talk about the precipitating causes, because the crisis broke out on February 22nd, 2014. Things were not terrible until February 22nd, 2014. And that's when everything went to hell in a handbasket. And the question is, what caused it then? If you focus on deep causes, it can't tell you why something happened in February 2014. The precipitating causes are designed to get it back. And then what we want to talk about is the Russian reaction. Why the Russians did what they did with regard to Crimea, with regard to Eastern Ukraine. We want to talk about exactly what they did and then why they did it. So let's start with the deep causes. My argument is that the West is principally responsible for this mess, not the Russians. This, of course, is not the conventional wisdom of the United States. And in fact, except for Steve Cohen, who's now at Princeton, now at NYU, he used to be at Princeton, Henry Kissinger, maybe a handful of other people, There are not many people who agree. But I think the facts are quite clear on this. The West is responsible. And my aim is to main deep causes, the aim of the United States and its European allies, to peel Ukraine away from Russia's orbit and incorporate it into the West. Our basic goal has been to make Ukraine a Western bulwark on Russia's border. And Russia said, this ain't happening, period, end of story. And we will do everything we can to make sure it does not happen. That's the deep cause. Now, take it a step further. There are three key elements in our strategy. The first is NATO expansion, and in many ways the most important. And I'll talk in some detail about that in a second. But as you all know, since the Cold War ended, starting with the Clinton administration, we have been moving NATO eastward toward Russia's border. And the Russians have said, this is an absolute number. No war. Start with the minute. Second is EU expansion. EU expansion is all about integrating Ukraine economically into the West. The way we are in the process of integrating Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, the Baltic states into the West. And of course, we're doing that with NATO as well. These are two sets of institutions, NATO, military institution, the EU, an economic institution. And the idea, again, is to take Ukraine, peel it away from Russia, and make it part of the West. The third part of the story is fostering an orange revolution. This is all about promoting democracy in Ukraine and in other places. As you all know, the United States runs around the world trying to topple regimes and put in their place democratically elected regimes. And for almost all of them, me included, it's hard to be against promoting democracy. We all love democracy. But if you're Vladimir Putin, or if you're part of the leadership in Beijing, when the United States talks about democracy promotion, that means topple your regime. And you won't be surprised to hear this. They don't like that in Beijing, and they don't like that in Moscow. They do not like them. The Chinese believe we're behind the protests in Hong Kong. You go to Beijing and you talk to Chinese leaders. The idea that we're promoting democracy around the world, and especially in East Asia, just drives them crazy. Because they think they're in process. And you know what? They are in process. Because our basic strategy is to topple regimes all over the world. Not simply because we like democracy, but because we believe that whoever gets elected will be pro-Western. So we're killing two birds with one stone. We're promoting democracy and getting leaders who are pro-American. But again, you can see the strategy of NATO expansion, EU expansion, and promoting democracy. Say a bit more about NATO expansion because it's so important. NATO expansion took place in two tranches. The first one was in 1999. That's when you get Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary incorporated into NATO. The second big tranche was in 2004. That's when the Baltic states, you can see Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania up top, Romania, Bulgaria, some of the light brown countries. That's the second tranche of NATO expansion. Now, the Soviets made it clear in the mid-1990s they were adamantly opposed to NATO expansion. But number one, they were too weak to do anything about it. And two, it didn't involve the states that were right on their border. I mean, there's no question, as you can see from the map, that Latvia and Estonia are on Russia's border, and Lithuania as well, if you want to include that little enclave between Poland and Lithuania. But the fact is, these were very small states. It was early in the game, and the Russians were willing to live with them. But then the big trouble starts. It comes in the famous Bucharest summit, NATO Bucharest summit in April 2008, where at the end of the summit, a declaration is issued which says NATO welcomes
Ukraine's and Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations for membership in NATO, we agreed today that these countries will become members of NATO. So, the Russians made this perfectly clear. This was unacceptable. Russia's deputy foreign minister said Georgia's and Ukraine's membership in the alliance is a huge strategic mistake which will have most serious consequences for pan-European security. Putin himself said Georgia and Ukraine becoming part of NATO is a direct threat to Russia. You all remember that there was a war between Russia and Georgia in August 2008. That war was a consequence of this, because the Georgians thought we were sending them a signal that they could get company with the Russians and we would back them because they would become part of NATO. That's not what happened. And you know what happened? The Russians followed the Georgians, and Georgia is in deep trouble today because it thought it could become part of NATO. You remember that April 2008 summit, very important. That declaration, very important. And then what happens if you have a war? So those are the deep clauses, those three strategies. NATO expansion, EU expansion, and promoting democracy. What about the precipitating cause? Key events leading up to the coup. It's the coup of February 22nd, 2014 that's of enormous importance. That's what really throws the crisis into gear. Just think about that word coup. Orange Revolution, promoting democracy, the coup, February 22nd, 2014. So the question is, what causes the coup? It all starts in November of 2013. At that point, President Yanukovych, who's the head of Ukraine, was negotiating with the EU to form an association agreement that brings the EU and Ukraine much closer together. It's a step in the direction of incorporating Ukraine into the European Union, or in slightly different terms, incorporating Ukraine into the West. The Russians make it clear that this is unacceptable. Russians are willing to do a deal that involves the EU, Russia, the IMF, and Ukraine. But the idea that Ukraine is going to do a deal exclusively with the EU and the Russians are going to be left out in the cold is not something that Putin is going to countenance. He puts significant pressure on the Ukrainians. He offers them a terrific deal. And as you can imagine, the EU is not offering Ukraine a particularly good deal because you know how much corruption there is in Ukraine. And the EU wants Ukraine to eliminate that corruption, which the Ukrainians really don't want to do. So what Putin does is he not only makes it clear that that deal is not going to happen, but he offers a sweetheart deal of his own. So Yanukovych, on November 21st, said no to the EU. This leads to a series of protests. The Ukrainian government, truth be told, under Yanukovych, overreacts to the protests, which causes it to spiral out of control. And in January of 2014, you can see that January 22nd, 2014, you have the first two deaths of the protests. These are the Maidan protests.
Day 5 of Russia's special.
From live direct from our studios in Moscow, this is RT International. I'm Sean Thomas. Glad to have you with us as we try and unravel the war in Ukraine. Russia's military operation in Ukraine has entered its 7th day, with heavy fighting and explosions reported in several different cities around the country. There is an ongoing battle reported in Ukraine's eastern Kharkov region, with Russian troops attempting to advance. In this footage, you can see a massive explosion that happened late on Tuesday in the city of Chuguyev in the Kharkov region, with plumes of smoke filling the sky. It was reportedly observed near a Ukrainian Air Force base. There's no information as of now about the possible casualties. I'm going to be wearing these images are from war, so they can be disturbing to many. This is another video from the region in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkov. The flashes revealing intense shelling during the night. We heard from a local woman hiding in the basement to hear her thoughts.
It is already the 5th day we are here in the basement. We are worried very much, and it is very scary. We have small children, elderly people, and frankly speaking, it is very frightening. It is a nightmare, and it seizes you from the inside very strongly. This cannot be explained with words.
Russia's military has confirmed that it conducted a strike on a television tower in Kiev and said that no residential buildings were damaged. It has also reported taking control of the regional center in the south of Ukraine, but that has been denied by Ukraine's defense ministry, saying that the battle is still ongoing. RT's Maria Finosha has more.
Russia's defense ministry spokesperson Major General Igor Konashenko said that Kherson, a big city on the Black Sea in the south, a regional capital, is now under total control of the Russian forces. He also added that the civilian infrastructure hasn't been affected anyhow, hasn't been damaged, and that the negotiations are currently undergoing with local authorities on how to organize further cooperation in order to prevent any bad things happen on the ground with local residents, to provide security and to meet their everyday needs. Plus, he added that the armies of Donetsk and Lugansk republics advanced 60 and 75 kilometers accordingly since the beginning of the special military operation here, with several towns and villages taken now under their control. And he also said that a total of 1,500 Ukraine's military infrastructure objects have been damaged, and that they'll continue striking military targets uniquely. And yes, Mr. Konashenkov also confirmed that Russia is behind Kiev's TV tower attack. It said that it was done to prevent information attack against Russia. Let's take a listen.
In order to end information attacks against Russia, technological facilities of the Ukrainian Security Service and the 72nd Main Center for Psychological Operations were hit by high-precision weapons in Kiev. The broadcasting of a television tower has been disabled. The strike did not destroy residential buildings.
Russia's defense ministry warned about this attack on TV tower hours before that, calling on local residents, especially those living near relay stations, to immediately leave their homes. And of course, clearly it sparked panic in the Ukrainian capital. We started receiving many videos, especially from the city's railway station, showing people trying to get on an evacuation train organized currently by the authorities, while it's already packed, and people running with bags and children and pets in panic. Although Moscow has always been stressing it has no plans of occupying Ukraine and it is not going to target residential areas, but it didn't prevent panic from spreading. The UN estimates that this whole crisis could force around 4 million people to flee Ukraine. That's 10% of the country's population. And all that comes at the time when the world is waiting for the second round of peace talks between Ukraine and Russia. President Zelensky spoke to American media from his bunker, saying that he is ready to meet Vladimir Putin. To remind you, leaders of the two countries did not take physically part in the first round of negotiations. Vladimir Putin and Mr. Zelensky did not meet. They were not on the ground. They were not at the table. Maybe this time is going to be different. But Mr. Zelensky also said that there are conditions that Russia should accept to continue talking.
You have to speak first of all. Everybody has to stop fighting and to go back to that point from where it began 5-6 days ago.
We also hear from Russia that Moscow does not see Ukraine is ready and willing to find balanced solution to this crisis. But of course, let's wait and see what the peace talks will bring. And the very latest is that we hear that it could possibly be delayed, and we can see the second round only at the end of this week. But we still have to verify this information, actually all the information that's coming. Back to you.
And in the Lugansk and Donetsk republics, residents are enduring intense battles between the Ukrainian army and local militia forces. If you take a look at this map, it shows what has been happening, with the red dots highlighting the major cities where fighting is being reported. Russia's defense ministry claims that the Lugansk People's Militia has advanced against the Ukrainian army by another 3 kilometers beyond Monday's front line. As for Donetsk forces, they have reportedly advanced 16 kilometers beyond previous front lines. Now, these are the latest images of a village that claimed to have come under the control of Lugansk military forces, with residents showing the aftermath of the fighting. You can see that homes and infrastructure have been destroyed. More footage from the area showing the Donbass region amid apparent shelling by the Ukrainian army. A missile has destroyed cars and residential buildings in the Donetsk Republic's capital city there. The number of casualties is not yet known, but the city of Donetsk mayor has warned that there may be victims under the rubble as rescuing operations are continuing. This footage shows an abandoned T-64 tank near the settlement of Bugas after Ukrainian troops apparently left the vehicle with all of its equipment and ammunition intact. The Lugansk People's Militia has liberated the town of Shastia in an offensive as Ukrainian forces left the area on Monday morning. The battle had been ongoing for almost 4 days. Residents there had to take shelter in basements during the fighting, while infrastructure was severely damaged. The Lugansk militia alleges that Ukrainian forces have unleashed most of the damage and destruction during their retreat. Locals have been sharing their feelings about the situation with us.
We've been waiting for our saviors. They have helped us a lot. The Ukrainian army were monsters. They wanted us to die. They wanted to shoot me in my legs. I was sitting on a bench and they approached me and told me that they'd seen me in Lugansk. I said I hadn't been there for a long time.
It is really scary going through these all. We're glad that it's over. We're locals and we know who was shelling where. When Ukraine shells our kindergartens, schools, houses, what love can there be? Thank God they got out of here. It should have happened a long time ago. How long were we supposed to bear this?
We have received exclusive video from what used to be a resort in Donbass on the Sea of Azov. It now appears completely destroyed. It was used as a base for Ukraine's far-right Azov battalion, allegedly, before being taken on Monday by forces in the Donetsk People's Republic. In a disturbing U-turn, Facebook will now let users express praise for a neo-Nazi Ukrainian military group previously banned along with Islamic State and the Ku Klux Klan. But meanwhile, Facebook is banning RT in the EU while promoting Ukraine's far-right Azov battalion in a bid to improve coverage of Ukrainian forces.
For the time being, we are making a narrow exception for praise of the Azov battalion strictly in the context of defending Ukraine or in their role as part of the Ukraine National Guard.
The policy tweak, though, still forbids any praise of violence committed by the extreme. Joe? Technology and usage of associated symbols, the UN has accused the Azov battalion of committing torture and rape, and the U.S. has blocked military aid to the group due to its Nazi ideology. Ukraine's army has released a video showing a soldier from the neo-Nazi regiment digging bullets into pig fat during a threat to kill Russian Muslims. Now, we can't and won't show you this video because of its offensive content, but we have requested a comment about it from Facebook, and we'll let you know if they reply. Meanwhile, we talked to independent journalist Benjamin Norton, who sees in Facebook's decision an obvious adherence to the U.S. stance on the conflict.
I wrote an article at my independent news website, Multipolarista, about this tweet of the National Guard the official verified Twitter account of the Ukrainian National Guard sharing a video of a neo-Nazi from Azov dipping bullets in pig fat to kill Chechen Muslims from the Russian army. I wrote an article about this, completely factual as a journalist, and then I posted a screenshot of that article on Instagram, and Instagram censored it and said that it violated their content on promoting violence and hateful groups. But ironically, Meta, which owns Instagram, says that it actually allows people that praise Azov. The ultimate irony of this is that the European Union is attacking Russia, claiming that Russia is authoritarian and it doesn't care about human rights and press freedom and freedom of speech. Meanwhile, the European Union, which claims to be democratic, is violating the freedom of speech of its own citizens, is violating the freedom of expression and the freedom of press by preventing its own citizens from having access to journalism, not only done by Russians. There are a lot of Europeans, there are people in Spain, people in Germany, people in France, in Britain, who work for RT. They're not Russians. They are journalists who are doing journalistic work.
Amid the chaos in Ukraine right now, there is an information vacuum about what has been happening at positions of each side, with conflicting reports about who's responsible for certain attacks. And our team is working very hard to distinguish what is happening independently. This footage is from Tuesday morning from Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, with plumes of smoke rising into the sky from a massive explosion reportedly caused by a projectile that landed in the city center near the regional administration building. Local authorities have blamed Russia, but media reports say that there were no Russian forces in the area from which the projectile had reportedly come. And we are waiting for comments from the Kremlin about this situation. We heard from military journalist and retired Colonel Victor Baranets, who says that the Ukrainian side is probably aware that the projectile came from their own forces. This is his opinion.
I got to talk to experts on the nature of the blast. They say it looks like an artillery hit by a 152mm gun. Highly explosive with enhanced gunpowder charges. Considering the position of Russian and Ukrainian troops, everybody, even the Ukrainians, came to the conclusion that the administration building had been hit from the Ukrainian side. It's interesting to note how precisely the building was hit, considering the density of construction in Kharkiv. It's clear that Ukrainian intelligence worked on it. This strike might be part of the Ukrainian operation. The reasons for that are obvious. It was a provocative step by Ukraine to play out an anti-Russian show. They took the fact of the explosion and spread it across social media, blaming Russia. However, the Russian side claims that it is a priori impossible.
Joe Biden has given his first State of the Union speech, choosing to focus on the Ukraine conflict as domestic problems mount in the U.S. He said the United States has joined the EU in closing its airspace to Russian flights and specified that American forces will not participate in the conflict with Russia.
Are inflicting pain on Russia and supporting the people of Ukraine. Putin is now isolated from the world more than he has ever been. I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy. Let me be clear. Our forces are not engaged and will not engage in a conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies in the event that Putin decides to keep moving west.
Meanwhile, EU politicians have called on the bloc to impose even harsher sanctions against Russia over the conflict in Ukraine, as the EU has already approved banning news outlets RT and Sputnik, as well as excluding some Russian banks from the SWIFT international transaction system. The bloc is also considering restrictions on oil and gas imports, countries Charlie Twinson reports.
Will these restrictions directly impact RT International and also our sister station RT France here in France? What it means is that our channels are no longer allowed to broadcast, whether that be on applications, on a telephone, via the internet, or even on television subscription services across the European Union. Those new sanctions have come into force on Wednesday. Now, it comes as the EU says it has to stand in solidarity with Ukraine as this war plays out.
I am well aware that these sanctions will come at a cost for our economy too. But I believe the people of Europe understand very well that we must stand up against this cruel aggression.
It's not only Ukraine that's under attack. International law, rules-based international order, democracy, human dignity are also under attack. This is geopolitical terrorism, pure and simple.
Well, the EU is using a special sanctions regime to bypass the ordinary media licenses that apply. So to give you an example, RT France, our sister station, was given a renewed license to broadcast in France just back in 2020. But despite that, under this sanctions regime, that can be taken off air immediately. Now, RT France has denounced the action, saying that this is simply censorship.
The decision to ban our channel, which currently has 176 employees, including more than 100 journalists, is a violation of the rule of law and goes against the very principles of freedom of speech. Nothing can justify this censorship.
Now, there has been criticism of that decision, not just by one union of journalists, but also by the president of Serbia. Of course, Serbia is not an EU country, but the president there saying that this is, when he said when they talk about freedoms, what they mean really in terms of freedom of the press is the only freedom that they're thinking of is the freedom for themselves. Now, in a separate development, today, European energy ministers are going to meet to basically look at the EU's reliance on Russian energy supplies. So just to give you a sense, 40% of gas used here in the EU, 35% of crude oil, and more than 40% of coal supplies all come from Russia. And the EU is desperate to wean itself off those supplies as a result of not just these sanctions, but the fear that they say that Russia could potentially turn off the gas supplies to Europe. We've also heard from Germany that says it regrets its heavy reliance in the past on Russian energy.
As for Germany, we have to admit that in the past we relied far too one-sidedly on energy imports from Russia. Germany is more dependent than other European countries in this regard. This means there is an obligation to get rid of this quickly.
Now, other sanctions coming to bite on Wednesday include the fact that certain Russian banks are going to be excluded from the SWIFT messenger service. All of these sanctions, the idea from the European Union and the UK is to have a heavy financial and economic burden on the Russian economy. We do also know that there has been further help for that by companies from the United States, such as Apple, Nike, Boeing, and Ford, who all said that they have now suspended their sales, their transactions in the Russian Federation. And in another development, we know on Tuesday that President Zelensky of Ukraine once again called on the European Union to look at immediate accession for his country to the bloc. As a result of that, MEPs on Tuesday voted to ask for EU institutions to start looking at how this could happen. Now, this is a non-binding vote. It doesn't mean that Ukraine is about to join the European Union. What it does signal, though, is that the EU is showing that it has solidarity with Ukraine, and it does see Ukraine potentially in the future being an EU member.
But not all EU politicians share the bloc's approach to the conflict in Ukraine, as a German MP says it's NATO that is responsible for the crisis.
Es war ein verhängnisvoller Fehler.
It was a fatal mistake to tease Ukraine with impossible promises, joining NATO and the EU. Europe has dragged Ukraine into this confrontation. It would be smarter to do so that Ukraine could develop. It cannot be anyone's outpost. NATO membership is a red line for Russia. The Russian Federation will not allow this. It has been talking about it for 20 years.
We heard from Vladimir Chizhov, Russia's permanent representative to the European Union, commenting on Moscow's complicated relations with the bloc, as well as restrictions imposed on RT. He says that the EU's sanctions are designed to push the Russian government into making policy concessions.
If the aim of these sanctions is to influence Russian state policy and the views of the Russian president, that is irrational, because that aim will not be achieved by these symbolic sanctions. And trying to locate non-existent assets of President Putin in Europe or elsewhere in the world is just ridiculous. Russia-EU relations have seen their ups and downs over the years, but what we witnessed today is certainly beyond any comprehension. Perhaps the European Union wants to prove its relevance in the situation. Financial war might drag other countries if Russia proceeds to certain countermeasures along that track. Our team is, I would say, beloved target for Western regulators and Western governments, is portrayed as a propaganda channel. Though I believe it's beyond just the current crisis. I believe it's a case of unfair competition from those who find themselves lagging behind in terms of popularity lagging behind RT.
RT's app was removed from Apple's App Store after the U.S. tech company halted sales in Russia. That's amid claims that the news agency's content was upsetting to some users. The app is to be removed from the App Store globally, but being available in Russia. Now, earlier, social media giants, including YouTube, TikTok, and Meta, announced that they would restrict access to Russian media outlets RT and Sputnik in the EU. RT's Oksana Boyko comments and says that the network has been caught in the middle of a massive information launched by NATO countries and their allies. We got a response from Meta on the issue.
You are not independent media. You're a state agency of the Russian government under the jurisdiction of Putin, responsible for war crimes. You do not publish independent reports.
Learn about health data at infoa.ca/digital health learning.
Line 3 on the TTC, better known as the Scarborough RT, will officially be done as of next year, meaning these rail lines will be out of commission, and many are left wondering how to get commuters from A to B in a timely fashion. The creaking and rattling sounds of trains show they've run their course, but the subway to replace them in Scarborough isn't expected until 2030.
We really need to avoid the worst case scenario, which is over 7 years of shuttle buses in traffic.
That's the immediate plan, but transit applicants have other ideas. Where the RT runs now is an uninterrupted route that travels more than 6 kilometers, some along the surface, with a portion raised above the ground. Both sections could serve different purposes.
The corridor already exists and it's not in traffic, and so the benefit is that when buses travel on their own lane in their own corridor, they travel quickly and they don't get stuck in traffic.
TTC riders polled 300 commuters last year and found more than 91% preferred a dedicated bus route, even though the TTC has found it could take until 2025 to make it happen.
Could be the opportunity of, repurposing that line for buses, and then when the subway finally opens, hopefully in 2030, if not later than that, there'd be an opportunity opportunity to turn it into the Scarborough High Line.
The High Line in New York City successfully converted an above-ground rail line into a linear.
People's Convoy. A caravan of trucks set forth to Washington, D.C. area from California. The 2,500-mile cross-country trip is their protest against pandemic restrictions and vaccine mandates.
Everywhere we've stopped, we had thousands of people turn out to greet us. The generosity of the American heart has been on full display with donations of cash and gift cards and food. We're so well fed wherever we go. Restaurants just opening up their doors to the people in the convoy. We had two fuel companies donate 25,000 gallons of fuel to keep the trucks on the road. It's just been extraordinary. What an incredible moment in history, not just for the United States, but for the world. America is ringing the freedom bell again.
The protests inspired by recent demonstrations in Canada, where the Prime Minister eventually invoked emergency powers to push the protests. Some saw the move as an abuse of power.
We feel tremendous support from the locals, and not just the locals, but every American, and and the Canadians have reached out. This is the great unifier. I mean, everyone can gather under the banner of freedom. So it doesn't matter if you're vaxxed or unvaxxed, you're left or righty, you're gay or straight. Everyone needs freedom. If we don't have our freedom, we have nothing. There's nothing to debate over. There's nothing to discuss.
The Pentagon's approved the deployment of 700 unarmed National Guard troops to the capital to help control traffic for various truck convoys. They're expected to arrive there in early March. The People's Convoy says it won't be going into DC proper, but still confident their message will be heard.
Speaking very loudly, peacefully, but loudly, we're sending a very loud message to Washington, to the president, and to all those making decisions in Washington that, we the people have joined forces and joined hands in sending this message that, the government works for us. We're not ruled over. He's not the king. He's an elected official, and he works for us.
That is the seventh straight day of the Russian invasion by the Russians into Ukraine. The residents of Kiev are bracing for further airstrikes as the city is holding its defenses despite a 40-kilometer-long convoy of Russian troops who are presently camping on the outskirts of the city. Russia on Tuesday stepped up its military offensive. At least 5 people are said to have been killed just in the strikes on Tuesday after the Russian jets have reportedly struck a television tower. The Russian military had warned the residents of Kiev to leave from the city, saying that it would be carrying out missile strikes against facilities in Kiev. The American official has said that a mile-long armored column bearing down on the capital city of Kiev had not made any advance in the last 24 hours, and is reportedly frozen in its place due to logistical problems, the shortage of food and fuel, and also perhaps to reassess the tactics that the Russians want to employ. And also the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Russia must stop bombing the Ukrainian cities before any meaningful talks on a ceasefire could start. The first round of negotiations, remember, earlier this week had yielded no breakthrough, and a second round is now scheduled to take place later in the day today.
Просто бомбардування прикинуть, і після цього сісти за стіл партнери, якщо вони не готові брати Україну в НАТО. І якщо вони не готові брати Україну в НАТО через те, що Росія не хоче, щоб Україна була в НАТО, то є гарантії безпеки напрацьовані спільно для України.
The fears continue to grow that Russia could mount an all-out assault in the capital city of Kiev, a city of about another 3 million. Inside Kiev, makeshift barricades dotted the streets and residents queued outside of the few shops that are still open to purchase some essentials. Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs shared a video of a destroyed residential block in a town located just 50 kilometers from Kiev. Alright, but to give us more insight in terms of what is in fact unfolding in this Russian invasion of Ukraine, we're joined by retired Lieutenant Colonel Glenn Grant, who's joining us live from Kiev. He's, of course, an expert on Baltic security as well. Colonel, thank you very much indeed for taking time out and speaking to us. And let me begin by asking you this. It is the 7th straight day of the Russian invasion. At this point of time, according to experts who are speaking about the tactics that have been employed by Russians, they say that the progress Russia seems to be making is actually slowed down due to stout resistance by the Ukrainian army. You know, how long do you think the Ukrainians can in fact hold out against the Russians?
Certainly, they can hold out a lot longer than than just 7 days. I heard previously on the speaker about different areas. Well, in Kiev, they've been held and stopped outside of Kiev. The armored vehicles, mainly because they can't get off the road. And if they do get off the road, they've got to go into forests or difficult areas, and they don't have the command and control or the tactical ability to go fighting in difficult terrain. So they're just stuck there. And there's this 40-kilometer column, which may actually not be quite that long, but it's stuck on the outskirts on the road. And all that's happened is that the front vehicles have basically been destroyed, and now it's just not going anywhere. The inside of Kiev, there are so many men with rifles and Molotov cocktails waiting to attack anything that comes into Kiev. But I'm afraid it would be a bloodbath for Russia if they do actually get into the centre of Kiev. It's not somewhere they need to go or want to go. Quite rightly, Ukraine has held Kiev as a strong point, and it's holding well and will continue to hold. It doesn't look as though it's going to run out of anything in a hurry, because it's still open from the south, so it can still be resupplied with food, fuel, whatever. You're right to say down south that this is where they're making the most progress, but when you look at the map, it looks like it's big red spread of Russia, but it's not a big red spread. It's lots of little red dots. So there are small areas where they move forward.
There has been a lot of fake news regarding the crisis in Ukraine. The Ukrainian Defense Ministry published footage claiming to be of a Ukrainian fighter jet shooting down a Russian plane. But some Twitter users realized that this footage was actually created in a video game called Digital Combat Simulator World, developed by Eagle Dynamics and originally posted as a YouTube video, as confirmed by Reuters. And this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to social media disinformation about Ukraine. So let's look at a few examples. U.S. Congressman Adam Kinzinger tweeted about the so-called Ghost of Kiev, the Ukrainian ace fighter pilot who allegedly downed 6 Russian jets, whereas Kinzinger would have owned the Russian Air Force. Kinzinger wished the pilots were identified as someone who would hide Godspeed and more kills, without checking the picture that showed American comedian Sam Hyde pretending to be a pilot. Needless to say, he's not. And then there's BBC Breakfast using this footage of what they said is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But in fact, this is just old footage of a Russian military parade rehearsal near Moscow from May of 2020. You also probably saw images of Ukrainian President Zelensky in full military uniform bravely fighting off the Russian advance in the country's capital, Kiev, in person. But in fact, the photos were from April 2021 when Zelensky was inspecting Ukrainian troops in the country's eastern border, nowhere near Kiev, of course. In this horrific video, we see what many media outlets describe as a Russian tank purposely swerving off course into oncoming traffic to squash a Ukrainian civilian in Kiev. Miraculously, the driver survived. Many people on social media spotted that it wasn't a Russian tank, but rather a Ukrainian armored vehicle, noting it was probably an accident. And of course, you must have seen this viral video of a Ukrainian father sending his daughter off to safety as he stays to fight Russia after Russian forces entered Ukraine. The media pounced on these heartbreaking images without saying that the footage was actually filmed before Russia started its military operation, after the breakaway leaders in Donbass advised evacuation. The girl is being sent to Russia to seek refuge rather than fleeing their forces. There are so many more examples, but the most telling are the tons of fake images circulating online of Russia bombing Ukraine that are actually images of NATO's bombing of Yugoslavia, Iraq, and others. It would be impossible to show them all, but it is ironic, isn't it?
Ken made a good choice with those seats and getting his COVID-19 booster.
Will Russia go to war with Ukraine? All week, we've heard numerous answers to this question. In Ukraine, 71% of people believe the country is already at war with Russia. This is a complex crisis, and all the answers are hidden in history. Did you know there was a time when Kiev was more powerful than Moscow? There was also a time when Ukraine and America were adversaries. Tonight, we'll bring you all these stories. We will tell you why Russian President Vladimir Putin is obsessed with Ukraine. And Patricia Kampania is just us. We begin in the 9th century. There was a state called Kievian Rus. This is where it was located. The Slavic people lived here. The city of Kiev was their capital. Between 980 and 1015, the Kievian Rus was ruled by Grand Prince Volodymyr. In Russian, his name is Vladimir. In Ukrainian, Volodymyr. And as fate would happen, these are also the names of the presidents of these two countries today. Anyway, Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians draw their lineage from this Slavic state. A lot changed in the centuries that followed, and for a lot of it, Ukraine was under Russian rule. In the 1900s, the two were Polish republics. Russia, the most powerful of the 15 republics, and Ukraine, the second most powerful. It had defense industries, large agricultural lands, and housed much of the Soviet nuclear arsenal. During the Cold War, Ukraine was the arch rival of the United States.
States and its closest allies, the Four Eyes, not the Five Eyes, but the Four Eyes, have said they will be boycotting the Beijing Winter Olympics. Let me just show you very quickly
The Biden administration will not send any diplomatic or official representation to the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics.
The diplomatic boycott of the Winter Olympics in Beijing. Many ministers are expected to attend.
As many countries around the world, we're extremely concerned about repeated human rights violations by the Chinese government.
Of course, the human rights abuses in Xinjiang and many other issues, but Australia has consistently raised.
The human rights abuses, right? That's the reason you're doing so. So the UK, the US, Australia, Canada, they don't want to send any diplomats. They will be sending athletes, but not diplomats. No official delegation to China due to the human rights abuses, okay? This is an article from the BBC about this. They say the same thing. Venue for the 2022 Winter Olympics has been hit by a flurry of diplomatic requests from countries including the US, Australia, and Britain because of widespread allegations of Chinese atrocities against the Uyghur community. The same exact countries who invaded Iraq, who invaded Afghanistan, who have started a war on terror, have been killing Muslims in God knows how many countries, are suddenly concerned about Muslims in China. So now the United States cares about Muslims all of a sudden. Isn't that incredible? You know, when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State and she was visiting China, asking them to buy debt, she sure didn't care much about their human rights abuses. Now, granted, back then, the more prominent issues they were raising were Tibet, they were also talking about Taiwan. They didn't seem to want any of that.
All are testaments to China's dynamism and growth, and the United States welcomes this. We welcome China's role in promoting peace and stability in the Asian Pacific.
That's a very different tune from what they're saying now. They formed this military alliance called AUKUS, right? Australia, the UK, and the US, because they're afraid of China destabilizing the Indo-Pacific. That's not what Hillary Clinton said. She sounds very different from Blinken.
That's why there's so much concern. From Northeast Asia to Southeast Asia, and from the Mekong River to the Pacific Islands, about Beijing's aggressive actions.
What has changed exactly from 2009 to 2021? Because as I said, some of these issues which they raised today, they say, oh, China and Tibet, China and Hong Kong, China and Taiwan, China and the Uyghurs, they were mentioning them in passing back then, but they didn't consider it a roadblock. They weren't going to boycott China. Hillary Clinton went to China, she was begging them to buy US debt. And now the United States, which does this to Muslims, pretending to care about Muslims. I interviewed someone who was in Guantanamo Bay for 14 years. And I asked him a question. What's the one common denominator between everyone who's detained there? You're just Muslim.
Yeah, I mean, yes, like, us who are Muslims, like, as I told you, 50 years notice, 20 years ago, all of us were Muslims.
Held without charge, held without trial. And now the United States pretends that it cares about Muslims. You know, there's a Senate report, there's a report from Congress that came out that said the United States has used the A1F, the Authorization for the Use of Military Force of 2001, which started the invasion of Afghanistan, which started the war on terror. They've used that A1F to total 19 countries. Who are the primary victims of this war? They are civilians and they are Muslims. So the United States has killed, Jesus Christ, I don't know how many. I mean, look at Iraq. Just Iraq. 1 million plus Iraqis killed, and millions more turning into refugees. They've killed so many people, the majority of them, Muslims and civilians, and now they're coming along and saying China is, you know, it's committing heinous acts against the United States and its closest. As you know, I'm a devout member of the evangelical church. As you also know, devout means undevout, and I am the least devout member of the church. Meaning I've never been in one, but I've heard good things about the gunshot. They give you free crackers, and they have to do that actually puts it on your tongue, which I've always found is the most labor-intensive part of eating things. Although the crackers are not actually free. In exchange, you have to pay gays and think women are properly men. Which kind of, well, not bad for a cracker, like a little bit of wine, you know. But I did once tell a guy I agreed that albinos were the work of the devil in order to score a negative moment. Anyway, I do realize there are plenty of churches out there that embrace LGBTQ folks. However, Project Censored revealed recently that major Christian organizations, including the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and the Fellowship Foundation, have together spent close to $250 million over the past 13 years campaigning against LGBTQ and abortion rights, according to a report by Open Democracy. Over $250 million trying to make sure these beautiful people who love each other very much get punished for that love. It's seriously fucked up. Some churches are using those donations people give them to oppress other people a world away. If I wanted to do that, I would pay my taxes. And these hateful maniacs, with their holy hair gel reaching into their brains, claim they're just trying to protect the sacred institution of marriage. What? Sacred? I know people who got married on a dare, for a green card, due to too much tequila, money, for regular sex, for the quantum, and the word and a head. And of course, because they thought they'd never find anyone else and didn't know who they could fuck that really long back hair they have. These are all common reasons people get married. As far as secret institutions go, I would rate Dunkin' Donuts, maple syrup, and jam donut hole just above it. And this story has been ignored by the mainstream media. Unless, of course, you count Dave Chappelle's 35-minute bid on how he has it tougher than trans people who've been attacked in the streets because his stretched armor doesn't have enough room for the double masseuse rub down he's accustomed to. So he and an entourage have to pull over and bring down the cigar room of a high-end hotel. See? Dave is just like you and me. I hear the circuit boy puts his pants on and does it one leg at a time, just like regular people. Anyway, this story is completely ignored by mainstream media, and it's not just about how one who is married. Stephen Stansel, a well-known British gay activist, described this movement as Christian imperialism, menacing the well-being and human rights of millions of LGBTQ people. Christian imperialism, using the insane wealth of the church to persecute people. It's basically modern-day crusades, except instead of maces, spears, and the rare foul-smelling donkey catapults, their weapons are millions upon millions of dollars. And instead of trying to crush pagans and lords, they're chasing after people who don't have the same sexual orientation as them. Wow, how far the church has come to espouse the underground. There's even rumors they might start allowing unmarried women to speak out loud in public. Progress. Hello. So welcome to Local Friday. Thanks for doing me. Thanks for being here. Please hit subscribe, share, and all that good shit. Not a lot going on in the world recently, so I'm just gonna talk about, I guess, John Cena's switch to movies and television. You know, how good of an actor he is, whether he should have stayed in the wrestling world or be a TV actor. No, actually, holy shit, what's going on in the world? As you maybe heard, there's some big shit going down. There's so much to fucking say that it's tough for me to get straight, try and go through it and not just fucking blurt out a $9 billion
let's try and go through this in some kind of catalog format. So, to start off, yes, I'm opposed to fucking war, all war. I'm anti-Russian in Ukraine. I'm anti-Russian in Ukraine. I'm opposed to fucking war. How tough is it to understand? And here's the thing, I was anti-war when everyone was fucking cheering for bombing Iraq. I was anti-war when everyone was fucking cheering for bombing Libya. I was anti-war when everyone was cheering for bombing Gaza, which would have been yesterday. I was anti-war when people were cheering for bombing Syria, which Israel did yesterday. I was anti-war when the U.S. was bombing Somalia, I think also yesterday. I was anti-war when the U.S. when people were afterwards cheering for bombing Iran. I was anti-war, and Trump did fucking assassinate their top general in Iran. I was anti-war when everyone was cheering for bombing Afghanistan. And I'm anti-war now. It's really not that tough to understand. But basically, what people, I guess, criticize me for, criticize a lot of people, I'm not going to all about me, is you're supposed to have no context whatsoever. You're supposed to, if you tweet or say anything that has any kind of context or understanding of larger historical understanding or any sort of understanding of what the fuck is going on in the world, then you're a shill, you're a traitor, you are a war supporter, whatever the fuck it is. Basically, you have to be ignorant to get the true virtue signaling stamp of approval. You just have to act like that Russia invaded Ukraine in a void, that there's no other world around it, and it's fine. So you have to get the virtue team on your side, you have to be ignorant of reality. And unfortunately, I failed at that front, despite my efforts to be as ignorant as possible. So yeah, I'm opposed to all things war. It's fucking catastrophic. It's awful. How many innocent people die? How many innocent people die right now in Russia's attack invasion of Ukraine? How many innocent people die by the neo-Nazi Ukrainians that have killed Russians in Ukraine? Like, I'm opposed to that too. See, there's all the people that want to be like, fucking die, Russia, right now. For some reason, they were fine with neo-Nazis were killing people in Ukraine. Not a problem with them. I never heard a word from them, not a people. They also, most of them were completely silent as the U.S. bombed people. They had all the places I just listed: Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Syria, Libya, all this on Yemen, the war reporting in Yemen, one of the closest horrific wars in the world right now. Then you don't hear from these people there. They're not on the streets furious for any of that. All that fine, all that gas destruction. The estimates now, and I'll get more into this in a bit, but the estimates now is 6 million people killed by the U.S. war on terror. So I am fine with you being anti-war right now. As long as you fucking are anti-war all the time, as long as you're equally angry and furious with 6 million that have died through our wars for the past 20 years. I want to see that from you, okay? Please. But anyway, so let's get a little deeper into some of this. Now, I'm gonna try not to degenerate repeat everything I already said, or Ben Norton already said. You did a redacted cafe. If you didn't get that 20-minute interview with journalist Ben Norton on everything that's going on in Ukraine. Of course, it was filmed Wednesday evening, so there's not it's not 1 day. A lot of things that aren't going to be in that, but that's at you get that at kickback.com. I'm trying not to give myself too much, but it's inevitable that that's going to be something. So I'm not willing to give the no context thing. I'm not willing to just say, hey, I'm really dumb and ignorant, and just Russia sucks, end of story. Oh, by the way, if you needed to hear this, if this is really important to you to hear, no one tells me what to say. I just been told what to say. I fucking never have censored myself. I've never been censored. And people I know have a hard time believing that because redacted is at RT. But it's a simple truth. It's the only network where I'm allowed to completely be free and not censored. That's why I'm there. That's why I do the show. Furthermore, this isn't even redacted. This is all the clarity as you're seeing right now. RT by the way, for anybody on your mainstream media networks, they're censored all the time. We've had people get fired or leave those networks and come forward and do interviews on just how thoroughly they have censored on all your mainstream networks. Melissa Harris-Perry, incredibly successful anchor on MSNBC, when she was forced out, she did an interview with Democracy Now! Saying she was regularly censored. But one of the ones that always comes to my mind is she was censored for trying to cover the Beyonce Super Bowl halftime show. Because Beyonce had on a Black Panther inspired outfit, and Melissa Harris-Perry wanted to talk about that, and MSNBC said absolutely no. So that's the level of censorship. You can't talk about Beyonce's outfit at MSNBC. Whereas I have never been told not to censor. Okay, moving past that. You can say you disagree or it is wrong, or to bomb a country, to attack a country in all ways. You can say that and also talk about the context. Also talk about why it's happening. Without that meaning that you think it's fine or that you think it's warranted. For example, real quick, in case you say, oh no, that's not true. If you talk about why someone's doing something, that means you're supporting it. Well, I can talk about why the FBI had Martin Luther King killed. They had him killed because he was becoming too powerful, because he was linking together class and the lower class into a very strong group of people that can fight together, black people and white people working together against poor people's campaign, workers' campaigns, fighting for strikes, for the trash workers, I think, in Memphis, fighting for all those things. He's uniting people in a way that the American government, the white supremacist American government, I would say at the time, but it's pretty white supremacist now, was not okay with. Okay, he in his final years of his life, he came out against the Vietnam War, so he was troublesome to them on that front, turning the entire country, working with those people that followed him against the Vietnam War. He came out against capitalism, which is very troublesome to them as well. So that's why they had to do it. Does that mean I think awesome that they feel that about it? No, not at all. You can talk about the context without fucking believing you're endorsing it. Another example, JFK. Why not get into JFK for a minute? Why did the CIA have to do it? Pretty obvious, isn't it? He was granted peace with Russia behind closed doors. And also he did give a very public speech. There's a speech where at an American university where he talked about how important the Soviet Union was to the world and how much good they had done. Just a few months before he was killed, he refused to invade Cuba. He wanted to crush the CIA. He said he wanted to break it up and sprinkle it into the wind. He fired the head of the CIA. He had plans to decrease the CIA funding by 20% over the coming years. So the CIA had a lot of reasons that they wanted to take out JFK. So there you go. I give you the context for why they took out JFK. Doesn't mean I endorse it. Doesn't mean I support it. I think the fucking CIA is well, psychopaths, maybe. And thought that they had a right to kill anyone they wanted to. Why did they kill Mary Meyer? Well, because she knew too much about what JFK was doing, why the CIA turned against him, why they wanted him out, and she was speaking up about it. So they had her killed. That's it. Anyway, I'll stop going down that path. We can't be idea. Of that, I won't stop going down that path. One more thing. The Unabomber. I don't endorse the Unabombers. The methods or killing or bombing or any of that. However, I might mention he was a victim of the MK Ultra program. You can look that up on Wikipedia. Rather public now. The Unabomber, when he was like 17, 18 years old, I believe at Harvard. So he was like a prodigy, a genius. But he was very young, 17, I think. And they severely fucked with his mind in a pretty horrific way. The MK Ultra program. And he ended up fucked up. Now, was he fucked up before that? I don't know. But I'm just saying, you can talk about that. Hey, Unabomber was pretty fucked up on the MK Ultra program without saying, yes, it's fine. Come on, dude. You get it now? So now that we've discussed that, now you understand that, now you're not behaving like a child who thinks that you cannot discuss the reality of the world, or therefore you're endorsing war. Let's now discuss the context of Russia's moves, or, more specifically, government look, most every country that's involved in some kind of skirmish or conflict, or even the ones that aren't, there's anti-war protesters telling those countries to stop befriending other countries that are involved in war. So, let's stop acting like we are our nation. Our nation is one block of human beings. Russia did this thing. Ukraine did this thing. There are Ukrainians killing fellow Ukrainians right now. There are refugees fleeing the Donbass region to Russia with Russian passports, consider themselves Russian, speak Russian, and where do they live normally? In Ukraine. So saying Ukraine is this thing really is a form of propaganda. It forces you to think a certain way. And that's their goal. They want you to think in these forms because it gets everybody in line. It gets you in line behind your government. If you think in terms of just nation states, instead of thinking, hey, I probably have a lot more in common with the average worker in Ukraine or your average worker in Russia or your average worker across the United States than I do with the ruling elite of any of these countries. The ruling elite in most countries are fucking assholes of the greatness of it. That's how they got to that position. So if we stop talking about it like nation states and started talking about it like, hey, I'm for the people of these countries, I'm opposed to their ruling elites, in which really the way you talk changes the way you think. So if we started talking about it more like that, I think it has a big difference. This doesn't mean I always succeed. In the rest of the video, I may say Russia did this several times, but, you know, it's tough to live within a paradigm and not always abide by the structure of the rules, of the linguistic rules, of the other rules in society. You know, I may know consumerism is completely fucked and that we're destroying the world. That doesn't mean I never am taken by a consumerist impulse. You can propagate that to your entire life and you fall for the garbage a fair amount of the time. I just try to maybe decrease the amount I fall for it, you know, like a little percentage. But anyway. Okay, so now we agree. And if you don't agree that you can talk about context and you still want to be a child, then you should probably just hang up right now. If this involves hanging up, you should probably just turn this video off. Because if you're incapable of thinking about the context and thinking you're worried it might corrupt your brain to know the reality in the world, then that's your thing, that's your decision. And yeah, more power to you. Turn this video off right now. Alright, so oh, by the way, quick note, if anyone donates on the super chat or anything, that all goes to people who are struggling. I've gone into the details of that many times before, so I won't waste time on it now. But also, if you're not watching this live, you can donate on Venmo and Camp, and it all goes to people who are struggling in these tough times. But, so let's discuss, and by the way, most of what I'm about to say is not coming from me. So if you think, oh, well, the propagandist or whatever, I'm going to show you who it's coming from. It's actually, most of the document I'm about to go through with you is coming from a pro-U.S. Foreign policy analysis of what's going on right now. However, despite being pro-U.S., they still give a lot of details that you're not going to hear on your mainstream media that are going to be covered by your mainstream media because they don't want you to know the context. They don't want you to know the reality. But for one thing, let's talk about the fact that Russia has been, and now I am talking about the countries and the borders, Russia has been slowly surrounded and suffocated by NATO, which is a military alliance. In the U.S., at least before I started studying this stuff and I really was thinking about it, and I used to just click on MSNBC or whatever when I was a younger man, but mentally a child. I hear the word NATO and I just think positive thoughts. NATO, oh, that's a bunch of countries cooperating. But it's a military alliance. It is saying that this group of countries will go to war with any country that comes after one of them. So it is a very threatening thing to those not in NATO, meaning if you are surrounded by NATO countries, it's essentially equivalent to being surrounded by all the militaries of those countries as one. And so, after World War II, when NATO first began, there was an agreement with Russia, the Soviet Union at the time that NATO would not go past a certain point, would not go past Germany. And I'm going to show you now how NATO has progressed over the years. This is a pretty good map of NATO enlargement. And if you look here, so 1949 it begins. You can see the dark blue, not all blue, but very dark blue, or maybe it's in the black. This big one, I think it's blue. But it includes, France, United Kingdom, Norway, Iceland, Denmark, Italy. But that's about it. This little bit on the side of Europe, really, is NATO. Then in 52, a few countries get added. Then 55 to 1990, you add the brighter blue. In 52, Turkey gets added. Okay, so you're getting closer to Russia. And closer to the Soviet Union at the time. And that takes you up to 1990. Now, still at that point, there's a huge buffer zone between, except for maybe Turkey, but basically a huge buffer zone between Russia and NATO, the military alliance of NATO. There's Poland, there's Romania, there's Ukraine, all these smaller countries. They're all in between, and it gives Russia some comfort, right? That they're not, that they don't have a fucking foreign military, and in a way, an enemy military, although there's been some time of cooperation on their borders. But then after 90, actually the next one is 99, when you see more countries join, which is Poland, Hungary, Slovenia, Czech Republic, and in 2004, more of them joined. Slovakia, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. So many of these are former Soviet bloc countries. So now, countries that used to be part of the Soviet Union, and the breakup in 1991, they are now joining NATO. So they are now part of the military alliance that is basically opposed to Russia. So Russia is now getting more and more of these NATO countries on their border, meaning there's more military weaponry pointed at them. And now, if you see what it says here, so let's see, 2017, there's a couple more. And then the dark red, is a membership action plan to add those countries. And then, meaning that there is an actual schedule for when they'll be added. And then intensified dialogue is what Ukraine is listed as, and Georgia, this pink color. Now, there has been discussion of Ukraine joining NATO, and it is an absolute no-go for Russia. Russia has said absolutely it is completely unacceptable for Ukraine to join Russia. There's many reasons for this. One of them I just gave you. Another is that in 2014, the U.S. being in a coup, the U.S. backed coup. It doesn't mean that it was all U.S. done, but a U.S. backed coup in Ukraine that took out the Russia faithful government and put in a U.S. and Western faithful government. There's a lot of details to this, but that coup is heavily involved with Nazis. Straight up Nazi. I showed images on Redacted tonight of swastikas on their helmets, SS on their helmets, and one of the biggest groups of Nazis in that is the Azov Battalion, which is linked to the Ukrainian National Guard. So there, since 2014, there has been fighting in the Donbass region of Ukraine. We got into a lot of that in the interview with Ben Norton, so you can go watch that if you'd like. I wanted to say, so Russia is like, it's the Nazis on the border. Straight up Nazis, U.S. backed, U.S. funded to some degree. I'm not saying full funding, but U.S. somewhat hard. And these are, you can go read this news and on the news. There's a guy. Like, that's how public this is. This is not, I'm not coming up with something. I had a guy call me and tell me there's Nazis in the Ukraine. No, you can go read some of these articles at mainstream outlets. Yankovic ran a report on the CIA attacks in Ukraine. Well, I showed it on the show just a week or two ago. So we get into more of the detail in a second, more of the details, the nitty-gritty of why Russia thought it made sense, or again, Russian government, thought it made sense right now to do what they just did. Again, I'm not justifying it, I'm not saying it's fine. I'm giving you context. It's like I gave you context before that when I didn't go JFK. Give you context. You can't understand that, then you fucking turn this on. Your child, and you should go watch Sesame Street or something. Or whatever the modern equivalent of that reference would be. Go watch Blues, but no, still not modern. What they would do. I don't fucking know, okay? My most modern reference is fucking 15 years ago. Anyway. So leading up to this week, I will say this, that the U.S. clearly, the U.S. government and the U.S. intelligence knew that this was about to happen. China knew this was about to happen. And I don't know what I said in public. I did talk about how people say that wars on the entire area. Alright? This, I mean, he's John, he's like almost like John Hughes. He's never done it for anybody. So the U.S. was saying this was going to happen. And I, along with just about everybody else, I'd say, got it out wrong. Again, I don't know if I said it probably, maybe I did in a video, I don't know, saying that Russia would not invade Ukraine. But the reason is that so many got caught is because, like, literally the U.S. has lied us into every fucking war since World War II, and even that one's arguable. I don't mean arguable that it should have been fought. I mean, the arguable is what they were telling us was the truth. But clearly not arguable that it should have been fought. When the 6 million Jews were killed, I feel like that was a good time to be like, maybe we should get involved. Maybe we should do something. You notice they didn't bomb the train lines in Germany. They didn't bomb the train tracks. And they were so concerned about the Jews getting killed. Anyway, why so many people got it wrong is because the U.S. government has proven again and again and again. Vietnam, Vietnam was lied. Fucking Korea was lied to. And fucking Iraq, weapons of mass destruction, yellow cake uranium, all that bullshit, Israel, bullshit. Afghanistan, full contact, where Al Qaeda came from. Oh, what about the CIA? Oh, 7 o'clock, let's cover the deal. The rail fighter. Go look at the picture. Yeah, not doing any of that shit, just call it, take that. You know, let's keep going Libya. I'm lying to immensely about what's going on in Libya. The fucking Syria, like, chemical weapons sector. The whistleblowers of the OPCW have come forward and said good bullshit, and we kind of assumed and knew and I and many others said bullshit at the time. Before the whistleblower came forward. Anyway, we're lied to again and again and again and again and forever about every fucking conflict the U.S. has ever been involved in, even the economic wars we're lied to. Lied to about what's going on in Venezuela, lied to what's going on in Cuba, lied to what's going on in Iran, in Palestine. We're lied to fucking endlessly. So when Biden brought it out there and said, oh, yeah, Russia's going to invade Ukraine, this was going to happen. They're all like, all right, Grandma got the record again. They do this shit again and again and again. It turns out the reality of it was that the U.S. did know Russia was going to do this, and they thought that it would be intelligent by announcing that it was going to happen. Now, there are ways they can actually put on it and stop it. Make diplomacy. However, the U.S. has gone back on a free agreement, the promise they made Russia not to expand NATO, the promise they made to the agreements. Again and again, they go back on their promises, and everything Russia says they need for their security, the Russian government, says they need for their security, the U.S. says no. Even when the requests are not, shouldn't be that controversial, such as, hey, U.S. don't put long-range on our fucking border that could bomb Moscow. I wonder why they don't want them. So what went down in 2014? So that question even got wrong. But I will tell you that, except for items, which again, I'm not even sure I said anything publicly about Russia won't invade, but except for that, I got everything else ever right. So, I can go to the list for you sometime, but, you know, so here is some of the details of, so this is a pretty good analysis from Foreign Policy Research Institute. Again, this is a pro-U.S. like think tank. I don't endorse probably 99% of the reports that come out of this place. I'm not even really endorsing this report because it leaves out the entire American side of things, meaning what America is responsible for, such as the 2014 U.S.-backed coup involving Nazis. Keep in mind, if you want to know how that feels for Russians, Russia lost 25, 27 million people in World War II. The U.S. lost, 500,000? So do you think they have a bit of a sore spot when it comes to dudes with swastikas on their helmets? Do you think they're not real good fans of that? 20 million people killed to the Nazis in World War II. And now they have Nazis on their border killing people who they identify as Russian in the Donbass region. So Putin has started to use the word genocide, which I don't know that it's a genocide. I'd say that word has been absolutely diluted. However, I will say this. It's closer to being a genocide when you have Nazis at the helm of these battalions than Uyghurs in China, which is hilarious propaganda. Uyghur genocide, which they're calling a cultural genocide because they can't actually prove any proof Uyghurs being killed. So now they've decided to change the terminology. And they thought they were all enslaved, but only during the part of the pandemic when no one could travel to China, because that was the time when they could say that propaganda without anyone finding out what it's true. So now that some people can travel to China and see fucking Uyghurs walking around everywhere, they go, oh yeah, they're bombing Leno. They're not enslaved. They got their tunnel out of the jail. So they're not all, they're walking around now. A lot of them just kind of walking. Anyway. Alright, so I'm going to read some of this Foreign Policy Research Institute's document. Let's see here. I don't know why you're getting the same, but I'll give it a try anyway. So these are just the parts that actually parts of it in this document because it was way too long and go through the whole thing. But so they're talking about why diplomacy is broken down. And by the way, this is written 2 weeks before, I think before the Olympics. So this is several weeks ago, but they clearly knew what was happening. Moscow has submitted various ultimatums to the West and to Ukraine. The most critical and pressing issue is that Kremlin now regards Ukraine as a permanently hostile country and continuing to increase its defense capabilities. Keep in mind, that's all true. It is. We were sending missiles to Ukraine to point at Russia. Russia hopes for improved relations with President Zelensky who managed in 2021, and Moscow is now focused on reducing the long-term security risk posed by Ukraine, including halting its expanded defense cooperation with NATO. However, this is one of the most unrealistic and difficult demands for NATO to satisfy, particularly because Ukraine is developing long-range missiles domestically. Now, keep in mind that what I just read to you doesn't even gel with what you're seeing on CNN, right? If you turn on CNN, they say, oh, Russia just, Putin's Hitler and he just wants to take over Ukraine. Well, that's not what this pro-U.S. Foreign Policy Research Institute document is saying. And they got all of this right weeks ago, so I think they seem to know what they're talking about to some degree. A better explanation of Moscow's current actions is that they are part of a compellence campaign. And Moscow can't convince the United States to agree to some of its demands, which are about expanding NATO, etc. And force Ukraine to make concessions. It may be military force as a last resort to change what it considers an unacceptable status quo. Russian behavior suggests that it believes the cost of inaction would be greater than the cost of significant military escalation in Ukraine, particularly after reviewing the events in Ukraine over the summer and fall. Now, we're about to talk about Zelensky. Keep in mind, Zelensky came over in 2019, former comedian, basically got elected because he starred in a show that had him playing the president of Ukraine. People were like, that guy's funny. And he has on the president's jacket. He has on the president hat. I don't know why he did those southern accents. Because it's too far more funnier to be the funnier than if they were just like, the president is funny and they have on the president hat. So, he's funny. He has on the president hat. So he got elected in 2019 on a platform of peace and easing the conflict in the Donbass region, where I already mentioned many people consider themselves Russian, not Ukrainian, but these stupid borders in our stupid nation states are crazy. So, he came in on a platform of peace, meant it work. And even though his government, not the highest level of the government, but lower down, and like Italian and stuff, even though some of them are Nazi, like Zelensky himself is Jewish. So, let's just say, awkward Thanksgiving dinner for that group. Don't think they had Thanksgiving in Ukraine. We want to celebrate with pilgrims kept from the United States. What was wrong with that? We like how they massacred the Native Americans. Russia offered a more conciliatory approach to Zelensky's inauguration with the hopes of reaching a deal over Donbass, which included replacing more hawkish Surkov with Kazakh as the Kremlin's point person for negotiations in Ukraine. However, Russian officials felt Kiev did not live up to its commitments for the 2019 Normandy summit. So again, Russia is saying, look, we made these commitments, we are actually living up to them, same with the U.S. Did not live up to the commitments, which included granting the Donbass a special status. In 2020, after reaching a tentative agreement on establishing an advisory council in Russia, Kiev walked back from the deal after domestic criticism. Moscow concluded that Ukrainian domestic politics would prevent any progress in implementing the Minsk agreements without external pressure. So basically, they keep getting these agreements, and Ukraine, under U.S. pressure, keeps going back on the agreements. I don't know all the details of the agreements, but the breaking of these agreements is slowly showing Russia that it doesn't matter what they agree to, it's not going to be done anyway. At least according to the Russian government's view of things. Again, we are our nations, okay? A lot of Russian people out there that are protesting against war right now, a lot of Russian people that support getting rid of missiles and Nazis on the border. You are not your country. Fucking be a dude or a lady. Be yourselves. Live for your, I don't mean live for yourself in a selfish way, but live as yourself. Don't just say, I am a block of 100 million people, even though if you put me in a room with 80% of them, I might have a lot of disagreements with everything they believe, but for right now, just so we can ramp up the world war, let's pretend we're a block of 100 million people. Kiev continued to pursue policies that angered Russian officials, who reacted angrily after the Ukrainian parliament adopted a law on indigenous peoples, which did not include Russians. It also didn't include Ukrainians. They declared the law's consequences to those with some kind of weapon of mass destruction. In August, Zelensky sanctioned several Russian entities and blocked several Russian websites, including the digital service provider, blah, blah, blah. And again, as I'm reading this document was not put together by the Russian government or RT or anything. This is the Foreign Policy Research Institute, a pro-U.S., probably kind of hawkish, largely hawkish think tank. I don't know about everything they put out. Maybe they're just straight up hawkish. But in this document, they happen to put it forward the reality. Because guess what? Here's the thing: Our media and our government want you to believe a simplified propaganda version of what's happening. Russia banned they going to Ukraine. That's all they want you to know. Whereas they have a far more complex analysis of what's going on there, even if they agree with you and with what you call CNN, even if they agree with the CNN viewpoint and Russia banned going to Ukraine, they have this nuanced view that they discuss in board meetings, but they don't tell you about because they think you're too dumb to make a decision to keep that reality in your brain. So they give you a just fucking very simplified, empty version. The third factor explaining, hold on. Go back up the screen. The third factor explaining the timing of the spring buildup, the government buildup of Russian forces, is Azerbaijan's victory in the second Nagorno-Karabakh war. Shows how much I know about this kid outside at all. Azerbaijan won victories from Turkey, which wanted Turkish officials operating the TB2, if something that says tuberculosis, unmanned combat aerial vehicles. Oh man, the aerial vehicles are talking tuberculosis now. Aerial vehicles have played such a crucial role. The war was the first time an outside power to use military force in the former Soviet Union and was only the latest in a series of confrontations between Russia and Turkey. The two countries have recently fought over Syria's Idlib and Aleppo provinces in Libya in the spring 2020. In addition, Ankara had sold TB2 combat drones to former Soviet states. So, Russia is seeing an increase of conflict states onto former Soviet bloc countries. 1 week after the June 2021 summit between Biden and Putin, the United Kingdom sent the HES defense frigate through Crimean territorial waters, infuriating Russian officials. A Russian Coast Guard ship fired warning shots, and they claimed they dropped a bomb in its path, but no one has any evidence of that, so probably a lie to make it sound strong. But anyway, this goes to show that the British, along with the U.S., I mean, really, they can be considered one force in this situation, are doing what they can to piss off and show superiority and strength against Russia in Russian territorial waters. So that's pissing them off. And again, that's not coming from me. This is from Foreign Policy Research Institute. Now, here is perhaps one of the critical parts of this document. Russia doesn't use force for the sake of waging war, but instead, quick side note that I don't think Russian Policy Research Institute would like for you to talk about. The U.S. in some ways does, because there's just a lot of good money in war for the U.S. Weapons contractors, their stocks go through the roof every time they have a war, every time there's even more threat. Like Iran, weapons contractors' stocks go through the roof. Weapons contractors, the military-industrial complex are a major part of the U.S. economy. So, yes, our choices of where to wage war may have to do with far more than just making a dollar in the stock market. But our economy is so wrapped up in endless war that you are never going to see the U.S. go stop the endless war news, not willingly. That has to keep running. Because it is just such a large part of our economy that our elite view war as a very important part of our wealth. Our wealth, our global, the wealth that gives us the power of the globe. So we do kind of wage war away from it. Again, there's many other reasons, I can go into many of the reasons we say went into Syria, Iraq, and so I won't dig into those right now, but Russia doesn't use force for the sake of waging war, but instead to achieve specific political goals. Their list of demands includes a complete halt to NATO expansion, because I showed you the map earlier, NATO is basically surrounding Russia, limits on the deployment of intermediate and short-range missiles, and the U.S. and NATO countries' defense cooperation with Ukraine. Although Russia is interested in a broader dialogue regarding Europe's security architecture, Ukraine is Moscow's most pressing and important issue, explaining Russia's demands to resolve the issue quickly. None of Russia's other demands, such as the end to further NATO expansion, explain why Moscow is so determined to force the issue right now, since there's no indication other countries, including Ukraine, could join NATO in the near future. And here's the last paragraph I read, one of the most important ones. One of the most specific concerns raised by President Putin on the Russian officials is a potential threat posed by long-range missiles based in Ukraine, which could reach Moscow in a matter of minutes. Given the deadlock of negotiations over the Minsk agreement implementation, Russia has concluded that Ukraine will remain a hostile neighbor for the foreseeable future, and Kiev continues to strengthen its defensive capabilities. If Russia can't force neutrality on Ukraine, Moscow will try to prevent Ukraine from improving its conventional deterrence. So, there you go. And again, not coming from me, okay? Those of you who want to sound, making shit up. This is a pro-U.S., pro-war think tank analyzing the situation with Russia and what it is Russia wants. Now, for people without any context who watch CNN and just go, oh, Putin wants to take over the world, and so he's invading Ukraine. End of story, no further discussion. And then someone tries to give them any kind of context, not saying it's just right, not saying it's right, just trying to give them any kind of context, and they all go, you're a traitor. So, I think in order to understand the world in which we live, you should have this context. You should know what's going on. But a lot of people want to remain just aggressively ignorant, and they get upset if you try and take them out of that ignorance. And just one more thing I want to go with. By the way, several people have tweeted, independent journalists have tweeted things like, yes, Russia's actions are wrong. Russian government's actions are wrong. Also, if you live in a NATO state right now, your job, your role, should be to stop NATO countries, your country, from ramping up this violence. Because if we see a tit for tat, then that ends with a lot more people being killed. So all the people right now upset that there are probably people being killed in Ukraine, and there are people being killed in Ukraine, all of you upset about that should want as few people as possible to be killed right now or going forward. Like, that should be your aim. Ending war, stopping the ramp up to a larger war. That should be your goal. And instead, what you see in the mainstream media, the questions they ask Biden, all try to point him to more war, to more killing. But why are you going to fire nuclear weapons? And I didn't actually see the clip, but someone, one of the media outlets was talking about that response, and I don't know. They're like, you don't know whether this could be a nuclear apocalypse? Perhaps the answer should be no. We're not going to kill the planet at this juncture. We're going to do it later with climate change and economy. But for now, the answer should be no. This is not going to be a nuclear conflict. But it amazes me how much people who claim to be upset about what's going on and be anti-war are like, so the solution to being anti-war is ramp up the war. Well, how do you think? How do you think that's it? Also, there's a couple more points. I mean, most of that was giving you context of what's going on. And there's plenty of context I didn't get into, but, can't get into it because I'm not going to sit here for 4 hours. I'm not doing a Twitch stream, all right? I'm not going to leave this running while I watch my dishes or whatever. But the breathtaking hypocrisy of watching your mainstream media right now, it's just hilarious. It's amazing. There was a report on CNN about how handicapped people or differently abled, or whatever the best term is now, are people, handicapped people are worried, some people change location. And it's like, absolutely, that's a good thing to worry about. How about you also worry about it for every fucking other problem that you guys drop? How about that? Your government. Where was CNN talking about people with disabilities during our Syria strikes? Where was CNN talking about people with disabilities as Israel bombs Palestine? Where was CNN talking about people with disabilities? And they literally, and the U.S. government literally crushes Venezuela, 100,000 people dead from our economic sanctions. Who do you think that killed? It killed people with disabilities. It killed people who are ill. It killed people who are old. It killed babies. That's what our economic war in a place like Venezuela or Syria or Iran or Afghanistan right now is doing. So the hypocrisy is just unfucking believable. It's like, I'm all for Ukraine against war, against bombing, against troop buildups, against killing, against innocents, the dying. Absolutely. Could you also do it for all of the U.S. fucking war that's been perpetrated over the past 20 years? 6 million people are dead from our wars on terror over the past 20 years. And CNN has rallied consent, rallied support, rallied downright cheering for all of it. 6 million dead. That is the latest estimate. That includes 1 million killed directly, being killed by bombs, bullets, etc. And then 5 million who died from hunger, died from not being able to get medications, died from not being able to get water, died from all of the reasons that come with war. So we killed 6 million people. CNN didn't talk with people with disabilities. We're really concerned about it. So it's got it drives me fucking nuts. Anyway, it's just amazing to see the level of hypocrisy and how they're playing it. I mean, it's funny because they're using the idea of anti-war. They're using the idea of anti-war to push for war. They're using the idea of anti-war to allow all the other U.S. wars, all the other NATO wars, like NATO enforced. It's just amazing. It's fucking awesome. Anyway, there's some context. That means that you to learn context, then you have a child, right? Again, you should go watch insert modern children's show here. I know, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's a modern children's show, right? If you really can't handle learning context for what's going on in the world, then fucking talk to yourself about that. You're so blank, so upsetting to learn the context of what's going on. I mean, not upsetting as in you feel bad. Upsetting as in you don't want to learn it. Upsetting as in you have to turn things off that start to give you an understanding of why the world is the way it is. Yeah. Doesn't endorse any of it. I explained these in some context of why JFK and MLK were assassinated earlier on this video. That's how I started the video. I endorsed the assassination of MLK and JFK. Okay, guys. If you want independent media that is not your garbage mainstream media, is not some other propaganda source, go to radiomedia.com, RADINDIE media.com, because and you can look there, like fucking go, decide if you like the media or not. You can click at the top. So it's a site that I created, but there's no money making in it. I created it with Elmer Goldfield. There's no ads, no corporate sponsorship, not run by any larger umbrella organization. And you can see there's a at the top, launch button. You look for videos about this stuff. There's a listen button if you look for podcasts. There's a read button if you like to read things. And it's all up there, and you can get updates every day of what the fuck's going on around the world, what's going on in Ukraine. And it's all from awesome independent media. All right, guys. Please share this. Please become a member of rockford.com/leecan. If you want to help
continue the things I do. Common Censored Podcast, Government Secrets Podcast. Go to liberapay.com/leecamp, liberapay.com/leecamp. And keep fighting. Google has just admitted that they will continue to heavily track and profile users until at least 2023, which is roughly 3 months after humanity's history says it's anyway, even Forbes magazines, known for giving roughly zero shits about individual Americans, unless you're rich enough to have a personal chef for your panda bear. I mean, a personal chef for your panda bear. Even Forbes said you should delete Google Chrome after their new tracking admission. And I have to agree. I mean, think about it. If you find out someone is following you closely, telling others your whereabouts, sharing your personal data, showing you videos of overweight men having sex with throw pillows, even though you don't recall ever telling them you were into that kind of thing, if someone were doing all of that to you, you should definitely end the friendship. Or at least delete them as your emergency contact in your phone. Google is that creepy guy in the trench coat watching you from across the dog park. You know, the guy you call Jack the Jacket Jacker. The only difference between Google and that guy is that guy doesn't get paid millions of dollars to do it. He just does it for the love of the game. Which you have to respect. Chrome is the only major browser that does not offer meaningful protection against cross-site tracking. It will continue to leave users unprotected. Unprotected. Just like a cocktail party at Bill Cosby's house without bringing your own secret. Google Chrome allows corporations to track your every online move. And they make billions of dollars doing it too. There are other browsers out there that don't monitor you nearly as much, such as Firefox, Brave, DuckDuckGo, and Piggly Wiggly. But, the last one I think is a small stores where you can buy spam for play batteries and birthday cake at the same time. The word birthday spelled upwards of 70% correct. But the first 3 are real browsers that will help you end your abusive relationship with Google Chrome. Sure, Google sounds friendly. It seems friendly. It's rainbow colors. You've been with them since 2001 when you were just a young, naive internet surfer, completely unaware of the sheer number of hamster videos in the world. Sure, Google is a silly word. It sounds like it couldn't possibly be filled with evil, like nipple, the proper Benedict Cumberbatch. But Google is abusing you. It's violating your online life without consent. You don't need him anymore. You're strong enough to move on, sister, and take his cat with you because he loves you more. If one of those other web browsers I mentioned still won't do it for you, then just get answered the old-fashioned way. Yelling stuff out your window and gets yelled back. Just the other day I called out.
Every time.
What does it mean if I have a rash on my testicles and testicles where my rash used to be? Also, where's a good place to order Chinese food? Unrelated. Let's take it first, unrelated. Eventually a guy yelled back something like, "Fuck you!" Which sounds delicious. Don't worry, that sentence in the base is just rough. Welcome to Redacted Tonight, the only comedy show hosted by a cyborg full of a state-of-the-art joke algorithm. What? Who? Wrote that completely untrue thing? The teleprompter. Not. Anyway, America finally has a solution to our labor crisis. You know, the one that's been causing restaurants to close due to a lack of employees, causing retail outlets to cut their hours, and causing Sesame Street to fill employment gaps with undocumented puppets. I love you, Carlos, but it's just not the same. The immigrants come here and they steal our jobs. They should be my ass with our students' hand up it. Anyway, with the labor crisis getting bad, perhaps the answer is to pay workers more.
Here's a rather complicated chart of the minimum wage since 2009. As you can see, back in 2009 it was 7.25, okay? And now, a whole 13 years later, it's a whopping 7.25. So that's almost enough to buy the lunch you'll need to secretly eat up in New Balance running shoes so it doesn't look like you're eating on the job at the shoe store where you work. But even though the minimum wage has not changed in all those years, it's not as bad as it looks because you have to take into account inflation. 7.25 today was worth $9.50 in 2009. So it's kind of like the minimum wage used to be $9.50 and it's actually gone down to 7.25. It's worse. It's worse now. It's not better. I got it backwards like that time when I was talent show. I did the moonwalk forward and ended up in the orchestra pit. Okay. So the wages suck in this country. The benefits suck for most employees. The benefits consist of a coupon, 15% off for sexual harassment. So only get one coupon, so you're just very. And a lot of workers just aren't willing to subject themselves anymore to the garbage life we all call being an American. Well, there's an easy answer to that. You might be thinking that answer is to, I don't know, raise the wages, or give workers a 4-day work week, or to give them awesome health care, or to allow them playing video games on employees' phones while they're performing surgical procedures. I mean, is it finding out your doctor accidentally sewed an extra nipple onto you a small price to pay to see you get to underground sewage system not on Street Fighter, which is a really modern video game reference I just came up with? But rather than do any of those things, increase wages, increase time on the test, states and corporations have decided the answer is, of course, to hire children. How exciting! Now our kids can pull themselves up by their footy pajamas. Just recently, Wisconsin's Senate approved a bill allowing 14-year-olds to work as late as 11 p.m. And supporters say it could help plug the labor shortage. And CNBC says one solution to the labor shortage? Teenagers. They continue. Teenagers are suddenly in high demand, much like a Dennis Boyd's wedding ceremony. And teenagers are apparently not just the answer to who's going to blend your green juice smoothie and glare at you for not exhibiting the proper green tea tightness. Are they supposed to be tight now or loose? Or are we back to them falling off our ass? Or is back to skin tight? I can't keep up and my balls can't breathe. Make up your minds, teenagers. We're all relying on you. But children are apparently also the answer for who is going to drive Mack trucks across the country. The U.S. is allowing teens to drive big rigs in a new pilot program. A program coming straight from Congress eases supply chain backlog by putting teens behind the wheels of big rigs. You know, the same group of Americans who we don't trust with a rental car or beer or with any kind of musical taste. They are now encouraged to drive massive bombs down our highways. But safety advocates say the program runs counter to data showing that younger drivers get in more crashes than older ones. They say it's unwise to let teenagers be responsible for rigs that weigh 80,000 pounds and cause catastrophic damage when they hit lighter vehicles. Boy, that's one of the nicest way I've ever heard of saying, "Oh my God, this is fucked up." The program runs counter to the data on the rest of us being able to remain alive. Yes, the other day someone was carjacking me and I said, I'd like to give you my keys and wallet and get into the trunk, but that program runs counter to the data concerning the level at which I would like to keep my car and continue being up. But there is a bit of a silver lining to all of this. Maybe we shouldn't feel bad for these children we're forcing to labor, because the U.S. Never really cared much about children. Journalist Alan McLeod pointed out, the U.S. is the only country in the world that is not party to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. This is because it wants to reserve the right to execute minors, which the convention explicitly prohibits. There you go, silver lining. The U.S. hasn't
signed on to giving children any rights because we want to reserve the ability to murder them. Point being, if we weren't lunatics, we would not think that pushing kids to work is the answer. But beyond that, why is no one talking about how people should be working a lot less? Yes, less. Most people work a job they don't love, but they do it to pay the bills. This is called wage slavery. If you support workers, you should want them to have at least a wee bit less slavery, right? Well, one company's actually doing it. An American tech company has decided to give employees a 4-day work week permanently. Multiple studies have shown that workers with a 4-day week are happier, healthier, and less likely to accidentally get their arm caught in the industrial meatball right. At which point it's no longer their arm, but instead chicken on my phone. The San Francisco-based e-commerce developer Vault piloted the program last fall, and the results are overwhelmingly positive. Workers don't actually get less work done in a 4-day work week. Instead, their more focused and productivity remains the same as a 5-day week. For example, if you have a regular job, let's say fixing broken escalators, pulling the doll heads and Comic-Con Nightcrawler tails out of the escalator gears. Suppose you fix about 20 escalators in a 5-day week. And when the week gets cut to 4 days, studies have shown you'll increase your efficiency to remove those 20 mangled doll heads in only 4 days, and you'll get paid the same as 5 days. So the amount of work done is the same, but the worker has an extra weekend day, an extra day to live his or her life the way they want, to appreciate the miracle of existence, the beauty of every breath, the magnificence of every sunbeam, the warm their face, the serenity of every smile their young child makes. Or, if that's not working, they can eat chili off their stomach and fill their couch with burrito parts. But either way, at least they will be wage slaves for 1 fewer day a week. The CEO of that 4-day-a-week tech company said, a lot of companies operate with a lot of work theater, which is people caring more about the appearance of working than the actual work. Work theater, meaningless meetings, useless presentations, superfluous trust-fall exercises, going clickety-clackety-clickety-clack on a keyboard that's not even connected to a computer. I got caught doing that once. My boss asked me why my keyboard was plugged into a pastrami sandwich, and I had to tell them it was apple peel sandwich, which tastes better than retail Shakespearean sonnet before biting into. She believed me. It never really she got a 6-figure job from marketing the Midwest too. Point is, we waste a shit ton of time at our jobs. But we do waste that time for a good reason. Most of us fucking hate being there. A lot of jobs are meaningless in the grand scope of things. So most employees try to do it as little as possible while getting enough done that nobody goes, hey, I gotta do it as little as possible. What's up with that? For example, this entire segment was actually just a reprint of a segment I did 8 years ago because I didn't feel like making a new one. But that doesn't mean this segment isn't really good. Like that movie that just came out, Interstellar. McConaughey jumping the cat, am I right? Long story, slightly longer, so that I can fill my own car. The 5-day work week should be a fucking 4-day work week. We would have more time for love and family and art and existence rather than the bullshit everyone does at work. Wait, where are you going? Where are you going? I mentioned 7 of the people that work on the show. You should totally fuck. Who's gonna film the part about coming from Washington, D.C. about the police and that? Someone, come on. Somebody might be thinking, why isn't he talking about Ukraine? I think not loud talk, not Ukraine. Actually, in episode of Redacted, we had a big local situation in Ukraine. Yesterday, go check it out, portable.tv/series/Redacted tonight.
question. I think we should answer that question. To do that, I'll be speaking with one of the best journalists I know, Matt Norton, covering Ukraine now with multipolar research. Ben has all the answers of what the mainstream corporate media refuses to tell you, which is a lot about what's going on in Ukraine. Hey, Ben, thanks for joining me again. It's always a pleasure to be here, Lee. Thanks for having me. You've really been doing great work with your new outlet, Multipolar Reset. I've really been enjoying it, so I thought it'd be good to get you back on to talk about what in God's name is going on in Ukraine. You've been researching it and writing about it. And Putin just this week declared the Donbass region independent states. And this is after weeks of lead up where the U.S. kept saying Russia is going to do a full invasion of Ukraine. And if you're like an average American news watcher, you just flip on CNN, NPR, Fox News, you would believe that all of this has been fine. Ukraine, just everyone happy, all good. And now Russia suddenly just declared part of Ukraine independent, the greater Ukraine. But there's a much larger context to this whole story, going back to 2014 and even before. Can you walk us through what led up to this moment?
Absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned that date, 2014, because we can't understand what's going on now in Ukraine without understanding what happened in 2014. The reality is that a lot of the Western corporate media acts as though the conflict goes back to a few weeks or maybe the election of Donald Trump. But what happened in 2014 fundamentally changed the politics of Eastern Europe. There was a coup d'etat that was sponsored by the U.S. government. And one of the main figures behind this coup in Ukraine in 2014 was named Victoria Nuland. She's a hardcore right-wing hawk, and she is the third in command right now of the State Department in the Biden administration. She was also a significant figure in the State Department in the Obama administration. She and a team of anti-Russia hawks have been involved in pushing this policy in Ukraine, installing a government in Ukraine. We have recordings of Victoria Nuland personally naming who the leaders of the Ukrainian government would be back in 2014. And still today, she and these hardline right-wing anti-hawks in Washington have been pushing this aggressive policy, basically waging a proxy war on Russia through Ukraine. The Ukrainian government really is a kind of puppet government ever since this coup in 2014. And we should also stress another key element of this, which is the role of far-right extremists. I mentioned this 2014 coup. The muscle behind this coup in Ukraine are literal Nazis. Nazis and far-right extremists from groups like the Azov Battalion, the Right Sector. These are groups that claim that Ukrainians are white and Russians are non-white Asiatic peoples, and they believe that they have this white supremacist mission to purge their country of Ukraine of the supposedly impure Asiatic Russians. So these forces have played a significant role in this conflict. They were actually incorporated into the Ukrainian state. And there's one other factor we need to understand. Lee mentioned it, I mentioned the role of right-wing extremists in the government in Ukraine. There's also the role of NATO. This is a story that goes back to 1990 and 1991. We have so much evidence that shows that Western governments promised the Soviet Union when they reunified Germany. Before Germany, during the First World War, it had a socialist government in the East and a capitalist government in the West. Well, when the Soviet Union agreed to allow German reunification, the Western powers, specifically the United States, Britain, and France, they all promised the Soviet Union and then Russia that NATO would not expand 1 inch east after the reunification of Germany. Well, they lied, Lee, and not only have they expanded 1 time, 2 times, they've expanded 14 times since the end of the First World War. They added 14 new members to NATO, all of which were east of Germany, all violating their promises. And several of those countries are on the borders of Russia. So Ukraine, NATO was talking about trying to add Ukraine right out of Russia to the U.S.-led NATO military alliance. These are all direct threats. It's like if the U.S. orchestrated a coup in Mexico involving neo-Nazis and extremists, and then they tried to add Mexico to a U.S. military alliance, and then the U.S. said, look, we need security guarantees. You can't surround us with military bases and hostile powers and then expect us to just act like everything is, peachy keen and normal. Russia demanded security guarantees, and the response of the United States and NATO was nada. They'll saying, sorry, we're not going to guarantee you anything. Thanks for the meetings that brought us in this situation today, and you never hear us mention in mainstream corporate media.
Right. This is an ongoing effort to kind of surround Russia with a military alliance, U.S. military alliance, missiles that we've sent to Ukraine, other firepower that we've sent to Ukraine, pointed, on Russian border, pointed at Russia, and then we act surprised that Russia, might do something in return or not be okay with this. It's kind of hilarious to act like, what? If you turn on CNN right now, they'd be like, this is crazy. Putin just decided to steal a country. Like, that would be the way they play it. When, like you say, there's this long-term lead up to this. And in this region, the Donbass region, there's basically been fighting ongoing since 2014. There was never a really holding ceasefire. There were, I saw numbers recently that there were averaging 200 violations of the ceasefire a day, and now it's up to like 1,000 a day. And like you said, these are Nazi-linked forces. I showed photos that have come out. I showed them on Redacted Night last week, but they have swastikas on their helmets. It's not like top secret Nazis. This is in-your-face Nazis. The U.S. and the British. One of the photos that leaked out was British military higher-ups meeting with Ukrainian National Guard, which is Nazi-linked. And it's not really a secret. Like, you can read on Yahoo News about how the CIA has been helping fund and arm these Nazis so that they can exert attacks on Russian people.
Yeah, and you raise an important point of the Russian language and Russian ethnicity. Now, we need to understand that Ukraine is a diverse country. There are ethnic Ukrainians who speak the Ukrainian language, but then there are also ethnic Russians. There are even ethnic Hungarians and Poles. So in the eastern part of Ukraine, near the border of Russia, there is a Ukrainian national population that is Russian ethnically. They speak Russian. Culturally, they're Russian. And ever since the 2014 U.S.-backed coup in Ukraine, their rights have been systematically violated. And this is very important because we've even seen laws passed by the central Ukrainian government in Kiev that said that all publications in the media have to be in the Ukrainian language. So we've seen massive violations of Russian-speaking Ukrainians' rights. We've seen Russian language media outlets have been shut down. We've seen politicians who speak Russian have been imprisoned. And there's a hardcore right-wing nationalist program of Ukrainianization of the country, which is very fascistic. And ironically, the current president, Zelensky, who is ironically of Jewish descent, he's dealing with this government full of Nazis and extremists. He was elected and he won in a landslide, saying that he wanted a peace settlement. He wanted the conflict, the violence in the eastern Donbass region that began after the 2014 coup to end. And he spoke Russian during his campaign. But what happened is that even though he won on this pro-peace platform in a massive landslide, the Ukrainian people voted for him in a massive landslide. He came into office and he did a 180 because the reality is, as I said, the Ukrainian government is really a puppet government. It doesn't have control. Zelensky has been having these phone calls yelling with Joe Biden. Joe Biden is yelling at him, probably, saying corn pop and told me that Trump is going to invade. I mean, the reality is that the Ukrainian government is not really able to govern. And this leader who was elected on a pro-peace platform was not able to implement peace because the U.S. has been using Ukraine and fighting to the last Ukrainian to push against Russia. And what are Washington's priorities? Well, it's very clear. Washington has been saying for weeks that it wants to justify threat against Russia. And the irony of this lead is that a lot of this isn't really about Ukraine. This is actually about Western Europe, and it's about Germany. The U.S. has been using this conflict, fueling the conflict, encouraging Ukraine to attack the eastern Donbass region, encouraging the Ukrainian military to aggressively shell and bombard the Donbass region, which we don't hear about in the media. And why? Because the U.S. was trying to turn up the heat in order to pressure Russia to take action, because then the U.S. could use that as justification to impose sanctions on Russia. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. The U.S. was provoking a crisis, creating a crisis, and when Russia was forced to respond out of self-defense, The U.S. says now we're going to impose sanctions on Russian banks to prevent Russian banks from trading in dollars. We're also going to impose sanctions to prevent the Nord Stream 2 pipeline with Germany from being certified, and that's exactly what we saw. This was the playbook, and it was played to a T.
I want to get back to the sanctions in a moment, but just to go back to what you said about how many in that region consider themselves Russian, right now there's tens of thousands of refugees flooding into Russia, leaving that area, and many of them consider themselves, like you said, Russian. And I read an interview, a reporter got on one of the buses of these people leaving that region and said, how many of you have Russian passports, are Russian citizens? And half of the bus raised their hand, because this is a very Russian area. So, and he interviewed one, older man, and he said, this border was thrust upon us. We viewed ourselves as Russian, Soviet Union era, and all of a sudden the border shoved in our face, and we're told, no, we're Ukrainian now. And it's, very complicated, yes, but it's not what we're being told in our mainstream media. But I also wanted to get back to the sanctions. This Nord Stream 2 pipeline was a massive undertaking between Russia and Germany, and would also deliver fossil fuels to elsewhere in Europe, but mainly between Germany and Russia. And it was going to change the oil dynamics in Europe and Russia and the U.S. And now the U.S. is an exporter of oil and gas, so we want Europe buying our oil and gas, even though it's far more expensive to ship it across the ocean than to have a pipeline to Russia. So we kind of needed to create a situation where we could stop that. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, of course, I'll preface by saying that, you and we both agree that the world needs to move toward renewables, but the reality is that, there's still a long way to go, and although we should definitely take more action, if you want to be realistic, if you're a political policymaker, a politician in a capital, like in Berlin, in Paris, and you have to look at the situation on the ground. You have to say, look, we need energy to heat our houses, especially in the winter. The European winter is brutal, and we have to get that gas from somewhere. And the reality is that Russia is offering Germany and other countries in Western Europe very cheap gas. The U.S., on the other hand, is offering much more expensive gas. This, people often say that wars are about oil, and many wars certainly are about oil. This is actually not really about oil, it's more about gas. So Russia is a major exporter of oil and gas, but a lot of these European countries rely on Russian gas exports, and the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is a gas pipeline, and Germany imports, at least it used to, over half of its gas from Russia, which is used to heat houses. And the reality is that now that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline has been canceled, Germany is going to have to pay even more money for gas prices. And if you look at what's been happening in Europe in the past several months, the prices of average citizens' electricity bills have skyrocketed. And that's because of this conflict over Ukraine, because there's been a decrease in the import of gas from Russia and an increase in the exports of the United States of gas to Europe. And of course, they're going across the ocean, they're much more expensive. The U.S. is actually, for the first time in history in the past few months, become the largest exporter of liquefied natural gas in the world, larger than Qatar, larger than Russia. So the U.S. has a vested interest, and fossil fuel corporations in the U.S. have a vested interest in keeping Europe dependent on their gas exports. They don't want them to be dependent on Russian gas exports. So a lot of this is about not just Russia, it's about Western Europe, and it's all about this new Cold War strategy in which the United States is trying to prevent Western Europe from economically integrating with Russia and by extension with China, because they can keep Europe dependent on U.S. goods, on U.S. energy, on U.S. products, and they can keep Europe in many ways as a kind of colony in some ways of the U.S., keeping Western Europe under the U.S. sphere of influence. And ironically, we've seen that the Biden administration, Blinken, the Secretary of State, constantly criticizes Russia, saying the era of spheres of influence is over, telling that to Russia. But the reality is that the U.S. is acting as though Europe belongs to its own sphere.
Yeah, I think a lot of it does seem to be the U.S. still thinking we own the world, and everything should basically belong to us in one way or another. And of course, there's so much we didn't get into in this topics such as how hilarious it is for the U.S. to be telling another country what they can and can't do, considering the number of countries we invade or bomb or destroy. It's just an endless list. I mean, that is hilarious. But I think what you got to there at the end is another just major important point on this topic is that this has to do with an entire change of the power dynamics around the globe, in that China has become a very powerful economy, Russia has gotten back on its feet since the 90s, and the U.S., meanwhile, we're in this late-stage capitalism where we've decided to just abandon all of our, average people. You've got millions homeless, millions who are, basically behind on their rent, could be evicted any day, and instead focus all of our energy and all of our money, $1 trillion a year, on basically bombing other countries to try and keep them under control.
Yeah, this goes back to 1992 at the end of the First Cold War, in which the Pentagon declared a so-called globalist doctrine, in which it said that it will not tolerate the rise of any other competitor, any other geostrategic competitor, geopolitical rival. And now there's not one, but two, Russia and China. And we have to keep in mind, Lee, that when we're talking about Russia and China, we increasingly need to talk about them as partners, as allies. And the U.S. has said this very clearly in the National Defense Strategy released by the Pentagon, that it sees both of these countries as its competitors, or really its enemy, in this whole war. So the conflict in Ukraine is in many ways also about China, just as the conflict over Taiwan is also about, because China and Russia are working together more and more. And the reality is that the U.S. is trying to divide the world, to carve up the world into new blocks of the new Cold War. We see this with Europe, where the U.S. is telling Europe, look, you have to unify with us and Australia and all these countries that, by the way, just so happen to be all the white countries, against China and against Russia. And meanwhile, in the Pacific region, the U.S. has created this new alliance called the Quad, and the U.S. just held a meeting of the Quad, which consists of the U.S., Australia, Japan, and India. And this is basically an anti-China alliance to try to contain China and wage the new Cold War on China. So all of these things that are happening are part of this new Cold War. And ultimately, it's about the U.S. maintaining control of the world, and specifically about U.S. corporations maintaining control of the world as they did in the 1990s. I mean, we can look at the policies they did to Russia, the horrible neoliberal shock therapy program they imposed on Russia that led to life expectancies decreasing, that led to standards of living dropping. And Ukraine is actually an unfortunate example of this. I mean, we can go full circle here. Ukraine is the only country in the former Soviet Union that has never been able to reach the same economic level of GDP and standard of living that it did in 1991. And this is the example that the U.S. is showing the entire world of what it wants as an alternative. It's not an alternative. The reality is that, as you said, Lee, I mean, there's mass homelessness, mass poverty growing in the United States. Nearly 1 million people in the United States have died of COVID, and the U.S. wants to impose this model on the rest of the world. And we can see in Ukraine that this model that the U.S. imposed has been a complete disaster.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, they also want to believe that we are our nation states, even though, the 99% of us who are not the rich ruling class have more in common with your average person in another country than we have with their rich ruling class. This is a bunch of rich assholes who want to stop a lot of people from coming together, working together, creating a better world, one where we actually deal with climate change rather than ignoring it, etc. But anyway, man, I'm probably running out of time, but I highly recommend everybody check out multipolarista.com, and thanks again.
Thanks for having me, Lee. It was a great show.
to Calm Uncensored. I enjoy and this is the show where we talk censored stories and people, sensible solutions, common ground movements to fight, build,
And sometimes other shit.
and sometimes other shit as well. Let's dive into it, and thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. But, so let's talk for a minute. I'm not going to spend a half hour on it. Let's talk for a minute about what's going on with Russia, the U.S., and Ukraine. I'm going to dig into it more with Ben Norton on Redacted IPLP this week. So if this little teaser whets your appetite, that's the question.
It's metaphor, that's fine.
What's your something? If it's what's your genital area and you'd like more, then check out that interview with Ben Norton. But, so, I'm trying to sum up all the points there are to make around this, what's going on right now in Ukraine. I'm trying to decide what are the most important that are kind of most ignored. Because larger issues and some of the stuff, oil pipeline, et cetera, hopefully a lot of people are already learning that. But here's what I think is perhaps one of the most redacted for Americans. I think Russians probably pretty good grasp of this. But Ukraine in general was basically considered part of the Soviet Union, right? So you have this massive country, or whatever you want to call it, union, that it is part of them. When the Soviet Union falls in '91, and the U.S. puts, our guy in Moscow in there, Yeltsin, the U.S. begins the work of trying to kind of pull away any former Soviet bloc areas and kind of balkanize Russia, to slowly break up Russia so that it's never a threat to us. But then, as we know, Russia has become fairly formidable again, and it pushes back. And Ukraine is not one people. Ukraine is a lot of different people. Some of them, particularly many of those in the Donbass region, which is what the area that has just declared independent, consider themselves more Russian than Ukrainian. And many of them speak Russian as their main language, and they don't consider themselves to be Ukrainian over Russian. And right now, so we look at this, and the way mainstream media propaganda is done is this whole kind of like, oh my goodness, Putin decided to invade me. And it's like, actually, what's been going on has been going on since at least 2014, obviously in smaller ways even before that. In 2014, the U.S. helped pay the coup in Ukraine. That is basically a Nazi-linked right-wing coup to take over Ukraine and put in a U.S.-friendly government. So we still have a U.S.-friendly government, even if Zelensky's a little less U.S. lover, maybe slightly than the previous president. But so we made this coup, put in Nazi-linked people. We funded Nazis. I've done sections on that before, so I'm not going to get into that right now. On that border in that region, the Donbass region, which has millions of people in it. But so now that there's been fighting going on since 8 years of fighting
that was not discussed in the book at all. And I think, just real quick, I think it's important to highlight that this is like literally a Nazi government, and the Russians lost more than 20 million people in World War II to the Nazis and fought hardest, arguably, against the Nazis of all of the Allied powers. And now, thanks to the United States, there are actual Nazis again at their border.
Some of them have lots of elements. This is not.
Right. No, I'm not like saying Nazi as in like, oh, they're right winger. No, like actual Nazis. And so I think it's really important to highlight this, that World War II would not have been won were it not for Russia. And now the United States is pushing Nazis towards the Russian border.
Along with NATO, I'm not going to get into the NATO thing right now because we'll do that more in the interview. But so yes, you're absolutely right. And so this fight has gone on in Donbass for 8 years. The number of supposed ceasefire since not since 2014, but for several years now. But the ceasefire fight rate constantly, the average shelling per day was over 200 violations of the ceasefire. And ceasefire. Yeah, not really a ceasefire. And then recently, it's gotten into over like 1,000 a day of violating the ceasefire. So Russia has basically been pushed with this, and the NATO, and then sending javelin missiles and all this shit because they've been doing on their border, on their border, to basically eventually do something. It's like they, in many ways, they've been pushed to do this by the U.S. and others. But I want to read you, just to give you a little more idea of this. And I don't claim to be an expert on this. A lot of this I'm just learning, but these are a lot of important points that are left out in mainstream media intentionally. And I don't want you to know this side. So here it is. This is an interview that it was on Popular Resistance, great outlet, and it's an interview with one of the refugees, tens of thousands, probably 70,000 already. Refugees have left the Donbass region to Russia, and when asked, so a reporter for one of these alternative outlets got on the bus and said, how many of you are Russian citizens, making a Russian passport? 50% residents. These are, many of them are Russian slaves. So it's not just that they feel Russian, they are actually considered Russian citizens. Yeah. So then the interviewer talks to one older man, and he says to him, what would you, so this is a refugee trying to get out of the Donbass region, but they all want to go home. They don't want to leave their home forever. They want to go back into that region. But they want it to be part of Russia, or at the very least, stable, no longer being shelled by Ukrainian Nazi forces. So the older man, Oleg, says, I want Russia to just take us in. I was born and grew up in Komsomolsk. We didn't even know where the border was. And I found this part really interesting. We didn't even know where the border was with Russia. It didn't matter. I served in the Russian army at the time. And then he goes on to say, we were one nation without borders. We married each other. We were interconnected in so many ways. And then all of a sudden, they mark a border and separate us. And then after a certain amount of time, we started to realize that the border really does exist. Like at first, I guess he's saying it didn't matter that much. Okay, you think there's a border there? We don't care. But, my cousins are on the other side, but it doesn't matter. But eventually it started to matter. And then things just started getting, go back to the quote, and then things started getting worse and worse. You understand? And now, what do we have now? 8 years, and these 8 years of war, since 2014, the U.S. back to middle. All of our plans in the future have been destroyed. Everyone's plans, people are just worn out. They have no money, no job, and now it's starting all over again, meaning the similar to the coup of 2014. In other words, everything blowing up all over again, and you don't know where. That's right. But you don't know where to go. Basically, what it says. But you get the point that these borders are fucking. These are imperial power, U.S., Russia, etc. That have put these instituted these borders that people are like, yeah, these borders are anything else. That's my family's on the other side of it. It reminds me of the 1855 Berlin Conference where a bunch of white nations got together, white oligarchs got together and decided we are the nations back. And they just cut through tribes. They connected tribes that were warring with each other. Like, it's just insanity to put these national borders on top of people's.
Borders are completely arbitrary and always violent. The act of splitting something for the sake of nation building is always a violent act. And just looking at the U.S., of course, we just look at all the indigenous peoples that were sliced and diced for the sake of the U.S. empire. So, what's happening in Ukraine is obviously not. I'm not trying to compare it to the experience of indigenous people here or in Africa, but just the concept of this border and how it becomes more and more militarized because of these proxy wars. I mean, the U.S. has nothing to fucking do with Ukraine or Russia, and yet it is shoving itself into these borderlands in an increasingly more and more violent way. And then acts, horrified when Russia, I'm saying it honestly, pretty gently pushes back. And if you look, I know that we're not going to get into NATO brass, but if you look at maps of how NATO was first instituted and promised, like on paper, not to encroach on Russia anymore, and then you look at where NATO is now, it's like, it's literally, it's become a stranglehold around the entire nation of Russia, even though it promised that it wouldn't. So these are all things that are completely lacking in the reporting that happens in the U.S. and I'd say in most of Europe. I mean, I listen to Swedish media, and Sweden granted, Sweden has been anti-Russia since like 1200, but
old school anti-Russia.
OG anti-Russia, but like the amount of NATO aid, even though Sweden's not part of NATO, and the amount of like anti-Russian propaganda that completely misses this important history of the Donbass region, of U.S. imperialism and violence. I mean, this is giving people a completely warped perspective. So as even people on the left, like, friends of mine that I've had this conversation with, are like, but isn't Russia the aggressor? And I'm like, no. And look, fuck, Putin's a dick. This is not about whether you like the ruling elite of any particular nation. It's about whether the U.S. has a right to dictate Russian policy and Ukrainian policy, and whether it has the right to topple governments and install literal Nazis in their stead. And I would say no.
And I just want to conclude with an analogy that is not a perfect analogy. I will readily admit that, but I'm trying to come up with something that would be kind of similar. This isn't too far off from if Russia created a war pact, a military pact, with nations around the U.S. So like Mexico, Canada, both joined the Russian military pact. Cuba, other countries nearby joined this Russian military pact, and then they start moving, bases and missiles closer to the border, like the Mexican-U.S. border, and then they declare that, and then Texas declares independence from the United States, and the Russian military pact, and the Russian allies in Mexico that helped create a Russian pact to put in a Russian faithful government in Texas, and then the U.S. was like, yes, how long should we sit here before we do something? And it has a lot of similarities to it, but like that analogy is not too far off from how far do you expect this massive country to sit there and just go, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. What's pointed at us and 2 minutes ago. Well, that's interesting. They just took away some land.
And that, historically, it would be like if the U.S. had helped Russia win a massive war, killing off millions of Americans in the process, and then Russia right after the war ends is like, you know what, we're up to you, and we are going to enter into this Cold War that at many times was not very cold. And
we're going to get a nuclear bomb on China just to show you we did.
So, I was like, wait, what?
A couple of nukes just to show Russia maybe a bit.
Right, exactly. Important to get the larger frame of this story, because the frame that is being shared in the U.S. and Europe right now is highly skewed.
So, more on that redacted if you wanted, but let's move on to more topics.
Also, if you want to hear more from Ben Cliff after you watch Lee's interview with him, you can check out the Project Censored radio show, which I am now co-host of.
Everyone should check out Project Censored. I don't know how we all ended up with Ben trying to speak. That was kind of accidental. But
because he's rad.
He is rad. But yeah, everyone should check out another podcast, Project Censored.
Yes, and you can find that over at radinmedia.com.
Eleanor hosts all podcasts with Censored Intent.
If you're starting one, please contact me about your listing.
She got some tote bags. Censored. Sorry, tote bags are out loud.
So we move on from the Ukraine to New York City, where there are so many expletives that are just moving through my brain right now. Eric Adams, the new mayor of New York, he's just been prosecuting down the human decency line since he came into office.
Maybe the former cop, so.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect, really? But his administration announced that they will be removing homeless people travel from the subways at night. Quote, no more just doing whatever you want, which I love that.
Well, I love that. That's like, homeless people always just having a blast. I know what they want. I end up sleeping on a bench in the subway with all the fucking shit in their life that's gone and sideways.
Yeah, that's not like whatever you wanted to do. Quote, those days are over. Swipe your Metro card, ride the system, and get off at your destination. So, a lot of things wrong with this fucking sentence. First of all, you don't have a destination if you're home. That's the whole fucking point, you asshole. Unless you're going to a place to try to access services, or try to access food, or a job, or whatever the fuck, you don't have a fucking destination.
Right. He's trying to say there's a destination. Should not be no subways.
Of course.
Be grossly loud.
Of course, that's what he's saying. And this just speaks to the larger paradigm, which I'm sure folks have seen this, the anti-homeless architecture that's out there, like benches that you see in a park that for some reason just have like an extra armrest in the middle for no fucking reason.
One of my favorite is the ones near the apartment I used to live in. There was a little tiny park that had like 3 or 4 benches, but they were all slant like towards the ground, so that you could lean on them but not sit on them. Like you basically could not put your feet on the ground. You had to hold yourself onto them.
Which would not even be nice. Like, I'm not homeless, but I can't use that fucking bench now to like sit and read a book.
No, it's meant to be like a 3-minute max bench.
It's forget. I mean, could you even call it a bench if you can't fucking sit on it? It's a lean. It's a,
hey, you want to go chill out on a lean in the park?
And like the spikes, other things like that that basically make it impossible.
And there's some names where it's like discomfort architecture.
Yeah. That basically make it impossible for someone who's unhoused to even rest there. And the whole idea of this, and the sweeps of home of encampments, and literally busing unhoused people to different cities, is to ensure that they are out of sight and obviously out of mind, because they're always out of mind in terms of how to address this situation.
And not so long ago, you were at an example here in DC that was being bulldozed.
Yeah, and actually a man was bulldozed while he was in his tent. That's what desperately the city of DC wanted to make sure that these people got out of the way, and looming over this encampment were like literally. I'm not exaggerating. You can see a picture of it in the article I wrote in Press News. There are 2 city blocks of new luxury apartments being built. Like, that's literally what was looming over this encampment.
So I wonder why they wanted to remove this particular encampment.
But it's the same thing with the subway. It's like, we don't want to admit, we don't want to have to be confronted with the realities of our horrific capitalist system that requires people to be this poor. It requires people to be this oppressed. We don't want to have to be confronted with that. So what are we going to do? We're going to continuously push them out of view. Of course, the problem is that as we continue down this path, more and more people are unhoused, particularly after COVID, where something like 20% of all households in the United States lost their life savings. Like, you can't. There's just too many fucking people who are too destitute to hide. There's nowhere to fucking put them. And so this bill by the mayor.
So if you use the 17 million empty living places in the country, but
yeah,
I get your saying.
And and like in particular New York, like for anybody who either remembers New York back maybe 20, 30 years ago, even just in that span of time, Manhattan it has turned into like a ghost town. So like, especially if you get closer to like Central Park and things like that, there are very few people who, comparatively, it's not like 2 people, but comparatively, there are few people who live there. Why? Because nobody can fucking afford it. And the people who can afford it are typically buying these homes as second or third or fourth homes that sit empty. And so, an astonishing amount of homes and apartments are empty in the island of Manhattan, which is one of the boroughs in New York City. are empty, and you could easily fucking put people there, or I don't know, lower the rents that people who work in Manhattan can actually afford to live there.
Or you get a lot that you have to be in an apartment for a large percentage of the year, or else you can overrun it. But yeah, I lived in New York for 12 years, and especially kind of like Wall Street and those areas, and even today, like East Village and the West Village, well, more so the West Village, no one can afford to live there unless they're rich. But there aren't that many, multi-millionaires that will live there year round. So they buy the apartments and they're just not in them. So a lot of the town is empty, but what people do is they commute in an hour to work at the coffee shop. Right? And there's plenty, non-pandemic time, there's plenty of tourists walking around too. So the place will look fairly, blunt, people walking around, but no one can afford extra room.
Yeah. And so this new announcement by the mayor comes with it, of course, the violent arm of the state, which is the NYPD, which is, by the way, like bigger than a lot of armies across the world. They have been given, quote, a clear mandate to enforce the subway's rules of conduct, which include prohibitions against lying down. And basically the NYPD officers are going to undergo additional training, like how much that will cost, on enforcing rules of conduct. And the city said that officers will be stationed at the end of subway lines where all passengers will be required to leave the train.
And back when I was researching prisons in this country, one of the things I've learned is that New York City and other big cities, often 50% or over 50% of those who cycle in and out are regularly on homeless. So basically, it's just they catch a way to keep homeless is to arrest them in prison. They often can't get out, or things happen in prison, they keep them longer.
Yeah, absolutely. And this way of dealing with homelessness we already know how this is going to turn out. It's going to cause more people to be violently affected by the state. It's going to cause more violence, which is ironically what they always claim they're trying to address. Mayor Adams said that he wants to stop violence on the subways. Okay, then don't be violent on the subways, you piece of shit. Because obviously the NYPD are going to be violently removing people from the subways that are there right away, particularly in the winter, so that they fucking survive. I don't know if you've ever had to sleep outside when it's below zero. People die, obviously. And so where do you go? If your city has a subway system, you fucking go into the subway system.
Right. It's literally survival. It's so insane. Seriously, like everybody who's used to being in the subway, things are not easy to move for them. It's a fucked up system that puts people out there like that, and this fucking idiot thinks that the answer is just to like arrest people or have a cop go and hit him on the head and leave the subway. It's inhumane, it's a crime against human rights, it's fucking pathetic, and of course this is how the capitalist machine works. These people have been destroyed, exploited, and extracted to the nth degree, and now they've got nothing left, and so they're trying to survive the only way they know how. And we think the answer to changing the economic system is to send God.
Right, and instead of ensuring that they have homes, you shuffle them from the makeshift places that they can sleep, stay warm, and survive. So fuck Eric Adams, and for folks who are organizing around unhoused issues, this is atrocious news, but it's also not surprising. And the battles continue to find more tactics and ways to address this, whether that be squatting, whether that be trying to figure out more permanent options for these folks.
And why is he doing this? He's doing it because he knows that voters will look at the office are not homeless. And so if they notice that the subways seem a little cleaner and the homeless people are out of sight, out of mind, then he's more likely to go.
As everyone said, change anything they think. All right, moving on. It's speaking of assholes in office, this is a report that came from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, EIA, from February 16th. U.S. crude oil production forecast to rise in 2022 and 2023 to record high levels. Because Biden is the climate president, right? All right? Yeah.
We got it. Well, listen, folks. Everyone's going to vote for Biden. He's going to do something about climate change.
He's going to get us to the point of no return faster.
Yeah.
You have a joke about that.
Yeah, I don't know if they remember it, but it's something about being one point race to the point of no return.
Go check out these comments and you'll get it. I'm not going to try to say it because I fuck it up. So basically, the short-term energy outlook, also known as STEO, has forecasted that crude oil prices will remain high enough to drive U.S. crude oil production to record high levels in 2023, reaching a forecasted 12.6 million barrels per day.
And by the way, the U.S. is now an exporter of fossil fuels, meaning we're making money from fracking, etc. And so it is in our benefit to keep fossil fuels going globally now, because it's good for America's economy to export gas. Also shutting down Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which was going to supply Germany with the gas they wanted. That's good for U.S. fuel as well. So, U.S. very excited to, send the planet to its death and to its death spiral.
Yeah, and so we've talked about this on the show before, but really important to recognize that Democrats are not stopping this; they're promoting this. That Biden actually was the current president who opened up the largest swath of acreage in the Gulf of Mexico to oil and gas exploration. That's 80 million acres, the largest lease sale ever. A judge has reversed that, but then the administration can still overturn that, or like they can basically. So we're waiting to see what happens there. But it was Biden who opened up those 80 million acres, the largest ever. So again, like I just said, if voting for changing anything, they make it fucking illegal. Biden doesn't give a shit.
And did you watch the books where that he's allowed more for like third than Trump?
And if the Washington Post is reporting that, you know some shit is up. So moving on, Starbucks, friends don't let friends by Starbucks. Starbucks has launched an anti-union website, which is reminiscent of what Amazon did.
Yeah, Amazon had one.
Yeah. No, it's a
T-shirts and merch, because that was merch.
It's a common ploy that these big corporations do by trying to tie. It's coming from a garbage truck. And so this is a common ploy. I don't know why that garbage truck has to back up this much, but that's weird.
This is good. It's going to hit our building.
So this is a common tactic that big corporations use in order to battle unions. They try and cast it as, oh my gosh, your hard-earned money is going to go to union dues, and then how are you going to afford things? And it's well, you just pay us more, you piece of shit.
There was a Delta sign
that
said, "Don't pay union dues. You could get a second Genesis or whatever." Whatever they do. I think I just named a game system that hasn't been in action since the '90s, but still, you could get a PlayStation or something with your membership dues, and it was like, dude, what do unions do? They get you higher pay.
I know.
So you make money.
So you can still buy that stupid whatever Nintendo. I don't know anything about video games, but whatever the fuck. But of course, that this is the kind of rhetoric. Starbucks has their rhetoric on this website is very like buddy. It's like we're all in this together bullshit.
We're all all stepping on your colleagues' throats together.
Well, and it calls the workers partners. They're our partners. It's like, really? You pay your partners starvation wages and force them to work in terrible conditions?
Well, that's one of the classic corporate terminology shit. We won't pay you people anymore. We'll start calling you partners.
Right.
We won't pay you anymore. We'll start calling you commies and, whatever bullshit terms they come up with.
So, basically, Starbucks' argument is that workers are hearing all of this evil union organizers, and the workers should also quote hear from us too. And it's like, has any worker ever not heard from their boss? Like, what do you mean hear from us too? You are the corporate overlord of these workers that are being oppressed and taken advantage of. I think we know your stance.
With you, we clergymen.
And so this is all part of the continued push, particularly in Starbucks workers unionizing across the country. So this is really a powerful movement that's popping off all over. That's really threatening this picture perfect corporate outlook that Starbucks always puts the fucking Dave Biden flags out and put out the Black Lives Matter flag and all of this shit. But of course, at the core, they are yet another extractive, oppressive corporation.
They can't be that bad if they're Christmas style cups and pumpkin spice.
Pumpkin spice, that will save the day. What was the one that was like a few years ago, like fucking unicorn latte or something?
Oh yeah.
It was like rainbow colored and it felt like.
That when people started interviewing the employees, they said it was like this hat like that egg and dyed all their fingers. Like, it's just awful, but every kid was like, I want a unicorn wrapped. Which
anyway. So and Starbucks has been that horde just long ago. No, we're getting the horde in them. Starbucks has been embroiled in a lot of anti-union and anti-worker practices. The National Labor Relations Board ruled that Starbucks last June had unlawfully retaliated against two Philadelphia baristas who've been working to unionize their location. And these kind of things consist that we've seen the likes of Amazon as well, right? Like paying basically Pinkertons, the modern version of Pinkertons, like up to $10,000 a day just to union bust. And it's like, you could use that $10,000 a day to like pay people more, and you wouldn't even have this problem. You would absolutely
well, the reason they're willing to pay so much money to stop getting a slight raise is they're witness like what an idea they're having. We united, we can create change. And so therefore they're willing to pay crazy amounts of money to stop small raises, small benefits.
Yeah. So the push to unionize more and more Starbucks locations is continuing, and a lot of Starbucks workers are getting wise or are educating each other about the tactics that are used. We already mentioned the corporations highlight the fact that we value the union dues, shit like that, and that unions are somehow anti-worker, which is of course the exact opposite of reality. So this is an important fight to keep your eyes on. You can read more about the ongoing fight to unionize Starbucks locations. There's an article in Collective Voice that I'm pulling from here. It's from February 15th, and there's a lot more information about the ongoing fight there. But I'd say, me being like little what's the word?
I don't know, Pixie?
Yes, little, like the workplace organizing Pixie. If I went to Starbucks, which I don't, but if I did, I would maybe like slip in a little routine about workplace organizing, put my hand on my credit card, or my latte, or whatever the fuck we get there.
Well, you don't have to just leave it around.
Yeah.
Cleaning up, they find it.
Like where they put they don't sell CDs, but where
I don't think so. I can't imagine a lot of CD sales are going on in there, but
that's the last time I did a Starbucks.
It's actually the a second to you.
So yeah, just throwing that out there as possible. So,
This is now that we're not been eager to make the shift to some modern technologies. So, for example, someone gave her a Kindle, and so she read the one on that Kindle, then put the Kindle on the bookshelf, and see if it was a book she had finished. So, this I had finished this Kindle book, and I will now put it on the bookshelf where it sat for a year.
well, I didn't enjoy reading that Kindle. I want to underline.
I think she thought you had to get a different Kindle for each book.
Okay. But you don't have to charge it. You don't ever have to charge a book, do you guys?
No, you don't. She underlined in Sharpie on the screen.
And like the next page, all of the wrong parts were underlined. It's awful. So, moving on to another horrifying story. I'm sorry, I'm not the good news pixie. I might be the union here, but I'm certainly not the good news pixie this week. This is an article by Cloud.
Well, I guess we could have phrased the Starbucks one differently. Starbucks employees continue to try to unionize despite Starbucks' efforts to destroy them.
There you go.
So there's lots of things.
There you go.
Just better phrase.
And it needs to be rephrasing. So this reporting is by Al Cloud, who's a great investigative journalist that works at U.S. News. I also interviewed him on Project Censored Radio weeks ago, so please check that out. So 1 in 3 big defense contractors profit from U.S. prisoners suffering. I felt this was also important to uplift because it's still Black History Month, and I think it's important to remind people, really not just this month, but every month, that slavery never ended. It's actually still legal because the 13th Amendment dictates that slavery is illegal, except in the case of a crime being committed, which means that prison slave labor is totally 100% legal according to the Constitution of the United States.
And since this is promoted on the podcast today, on this episode, the last episode of Critical Secrets, I discussed how tipping actually comes from slavery. That's why it's far more common in the U.S.
Yeah, that's
tipping culture and keeping people down to $2.13 a sub-minimum wage.
Which you made a good point. Like, what the fuck is sub-minimum? How can you be sub-minimum?
Least, that's the least.
Alibaba reports that American largest companies are increasingly profiting from industrial the U.S.'s largest arms manufacturers are relying on the forced prison labor because guess what? It bolsters your bottom line. You pay for labor. I think the slave owners of old do this as well, right?
I mean, and if there was one industry I would think is unlikely to care how their workers are treated, I go with weapons industry.
So, a study of the 100 largest private defense department contractors found 37% of them were profiting from incarcerated Americans, either in prisons, in jails, or in ICE camps. So, 16 of the top 25 largest arms manufacturers, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, General Dynamics, and Northrop Grumman, are in on that. So 16 of the top 25 largest. And this really speaks to the fact that how do you get to be one of the top fucking arms manufacturers in the country? Well, you use slave labor, right? And this is, of course, something that, the old slave owners of old would have told you that bolsters your bottom line so you can continue to grow and become one of the biggest arms manufacturers in the country and in the world.
I'm hoping prisoners aren't making like top one pistols or anything. I think I know how they can escape prison.
Yeah, they're rolling aircraft through that small.
I'm sure it's there's plenty of parts that can be made that are not ballistic and shit like that, but which they're forcing, obviously, essentially slaves, prison slaves to make.
Well, and so basically, this includes like making electronics, harness and optical equipment, so things that are like parts of larger weapons. And so, for instance, a
Sign, let's say Ayatollah.
but the weaving there is very interesting. It's very nicely done.
They got that like Simpsons where almost like a selling jacket that says that at the yard sale. And he goes, it works for any Ayatollah.
Do the Simpsons. So like for instance, there's prisoners making pieces for a currently fighting vehicle, which sounds kind of like a Fisher Price toy, but it's this huge, massive piece of equipment that the U.S. Army uses. And for this work, prisoners have reportedly been receiving $100.
There you go, raking it in.
And these are weapons that are they cost like the U.S. government millions and billions of dollars to these contractors, these arms manufacturers, and so basically you have advocates that the big companies like Raytheon and Northrop Grumman and shit are getting banged to build these
and sell them places.
right. And are making all of that profit because literally they're paying slave wages to have them.
God bless America, where at least I know I'm free.
Yeah, and that's not so much. So also something that Element Hub highlights is that a lot of other corporations also profit from this labor, not least of all AT&T. Another one that he highlights is CACI International, and it's like an IT company. And one of the things that Alan points out is that people consider, for instance, AT&T to be an arms, like a weapons industry corporation. But we really have to start broadening who we think of as part of the military-industrial complex, because AT&T does work with the U.S. government. And so, on like military shit. So it's important that we consider that, yes, obviously the military-industrial complex includes the people that are really making fucking missiles and rounds and tanks and shit, but it's also the people that are making these IT systems, making the communication systems, and all of this shit that is an integral part of the military-industrial complex. So it's a lot broader than just like, it's not like 1918 anymore. It's not just about guns.
Yeah.
Like, it is a
technology.
Yeah, it's because really the cutting edge of technology in the United States is military. They are the ones that get the first dibs at all of this new technology that's researched because that we are a military empire.
Or oil army.
So said George Carlin. So yeah, an important thing to consider, so that we don't just think of like arms manufacturers as being the ones using forced labor and working with the military-industrial complex. So Verizon, IBM, AT&T, Microsoft, etc., these are big players in the military-industrial complex. And for more about this topic, you can check out Alvin Cloud's piece that's titled "One in Three Big Defense Contractors Profit from U.S. Prisoner Suffering," and that you can find in Press News and radiomedia.com.
RadioMedia.com. You guys should all sign up for the email list so you get daily emails, top independent stories, the antidote for your corporate media garbage. You would definitely understand more of what's happening in Ukraine right now if you read some of the articles. That's RadioMedia.com.
So wrapping up today, I want to finish with, this is actually it's like a pretty good news story. It's an upswing. Yes.
Well, we did a pretty good news story again. I just tell some people a quick housekeeping thing. Housekeeping. I want to say the next line, but it's best without telling people from Tommy Boy. You might think,
If you just start quoting shit without David Spade knocks on his door and goes, housekeeping, want me to jack you off? And Chris Farley's like, what the hell?
What kind of place is this?
But anyway,
Go watch that movie if you have not.
anyways, a quick note before we get to the last story. RadicalMedia.com we already mentioned. There's obviously new stuff on Redacted tonight. That's at thecamp.com. I had an interview with Roger Waters of Pink Floyd. You might have heard of him, and he is also a great activist. So we talked about Assange, Danziger, and Palestine. Wonderful interview, if I do say so myself. And that's at thecamp.com and radicalmedia.com as well. Let's see, what else? Eleanor's album, the vinyl album, you can grab that and get every copy is signed and exclusive. It's a VIP album. It's a VIP album. So get the vinyl. You really should. It's amazing, especially if you like the theme song to this show. And I not say that.
Oh, you might have. Maybe I
probably didn't. I'm sorry. But, and then if you think you got, we have one more story coming, but if you think you've gotten $1 worth out of this show, please go to thebarricade.com/thecamp, LIBERAPAY.com/thecamp. There's no ads or anything on this show. You guys keep it going. You are the only reason it keeps going. So, thank you so much. All right, now let's get to that fun.
So, when I say the word Atlanta, you probably don't think forest. But Atlanta is a city in a forest, as they say. They being people that are in this article. And I guess you can say that about most of the Eastern Seaboard, because most of the Eastern Seaboard used to be lush forests that fucking colonizers decimated. So, you're welcome. Day history. There is a movement working to defend the Atlanta forest, aka Stop the Pop City. This is another story that has been a recent interview that was done by It's Going Down, which you can also find on radicalmedia.com. They did a great interview with folks who are part of this movement. And basically, the broad strokes here, as it's going down, reports what happens when cops, developers, and Hollywood team up to decimate some of the very ruins the city claims to treasure. In the last year, a widespread and diverse movement has sprung up to defend the Atlanta forest, from a secretive proposal to, get this, build a police training facility flanked by a movie soundstage in a wood parcel in southeast Atlanta.
For those who don't know, Atlanta has become a main place that people that Hollywood film movies because they get massive tax breaks. You know, it's basically like you go there, they won't charge you anything for anything. So,
and it's like increasingly expensive to film in places like LA and New York. So, hey, and it's the Hollywood of the South, as some are calling it. So basically, folks are saying that like this is a unique fight, but it also speaks to the intersections, not just in terms of the intersections, on the side of pushing for justice, the intersections of defending ecosystems, also going against the police state, but also intersections in the police state in and of itself. Hollywood has a very deep and cozy relationship with the police state and, of course, the military that we just mentioned. The Pentagon has like an entire wing that is just dedicated to, consulting with Hollywood about how the army and military are portrayed in films.
And it's almost impossible to get a large, and most movies that even have a few scenes involving military are large. So to get a large movie about military film is nearly impossible without the Pentagon working with you, because they offer up all the resources, uniforms, guns, everything. And so therefore they have basically minds on the script. So that is why you almost, without exception, there's like a couple from the 90s, but you almost never see a movie that is truly anti-military.
And so the folks that are interviewed in this piece mentioned the connectivity that police, that Hollywood, that gentrification, and the systemic racism that's inherent to all three of those are part and parcel of the same process of
put profits to the big corporations away from communities, and also funneling them to police and military as opposed to communities. And one thing that I think is particularly, and you can read the entire interview. I'm not going to obviously read it to you. It's not story time. But I think that one thing that is in particular so fucking cool about this current fight is how people are being in relationship with the forest. So I'm just going to read a couple of quotes here. Quote, because of gentrification in the city, the DIY scenes, like the music scenes, have lost a lot of spaces that they depended on. As a result, because of overlapping networks, the forest became kind of a regular site for shows and parties. So when people in the DIY scene need a venue, they just do them here. That didn't exist before the movement. And that's part of why we've encouraged a lot of different types of participation. We don't direct people to participate in any particular way, so we often meet people we've never seen before in our lives organizing ecological walks or organizing massive parties in the forest. People have a lot of freedom to interact with the forest in ways that make sense to them. And I just, this makes my whole body tingle with joy because it's so fucking rad, and it's so perfect, because this really speaks to the fluid and emergent ways that we can think of protecting and defending what we love, defending our communities. It's not just about hey, I'm going to go out there and stand in front of the trees, which is awesome. But it's I'm going to hold space by having a fucking concert. I am going to protect and hold space by doing an ecological walk and teaching people about foraging mushrooms or whatever the fuck. Or hey, here's this weird bird that I found. There are so many ways to protect and be in relationship with the space that also fosters people to learn to love. Because we talk about defend what you love, but the love gets lost a lot in these conversations about the need to defend and protect. And it's so important to remember that love is really the important part of that sentence, right? Because you're not going to be moved to defend and protect something that you kind of feel about. It's not defend me, but defend with love, and that is a really powerful verb. And so, how do you fall in love with something that the entire system has taught you is just a commodity? How do you fall in love with something and learn that you are inextricably linked to these trees, to the fucking mycelium networks that crush under your feet? How the fuck do you learn to be in community with that? Well, however you feel drawn to. If you feel drawn to music, if you feel drawn to going on walks, if you feel drawn to sitting under a fucking tree and reading a book, this is so fucking cool, the way that people are engaging with the forest in ways that teach us to love it and be a part of it. And therefore, when somebody threatens it, particularly to build a fucking training facility for cops, you're oh fuck no, because this is now a very important part of my life. It's not just about some trees. It's about a community space and about a community of people and ecosystems. And I think that is so fucking cool.
Very well said.
And so people can connect with the folks that are doing this work. And check out the movement Defend the Atlanta Forest on Instagram to get updates. They are continuously doing events and trainings and things like that. So if you're in the area, please check it out because they are. It's very much open to people who want to come in and support. And the status update is that they haven't started construction on the training facility as of yet. They've done a lot of work that they need to do in order to start construction, but it's preliminary work. And so the folks in the interview made it clear that this is a young movement that has a long future ahead of it. So there's a lot of spaces and ways for folks to get involved. So check that out. And wherever you are, there is probably something comparable happening in your area. And I think this is a great invitation to find new ways to be with our ecosystems.
Amen to that. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us on this episode. By the way, if you're in Washington, D.C., or near Washington, D.C., we have we're part of a live show coming up this Sunday, February 27th at Tavern Inn. I believe it starts at 6:30 p.m. It's a countdown for Assange's Freedom show put together by Randy Credico. And I believe to get tickets, the only way to get tickets is to email AssangeCountdown@gmail.com. That's AssangeCountdown@gmail.com and say you want tickets to this show. It's me performing comedy. Eleanor will be performing music. Randy Credico doing comedy and hosting. You have everybody from the Redacted cast, Jeffrey Khan, Andrew Lee, Naomi Caravani doing comedy. Marianne Williamson will be speaking. And Margaret Kunstler will be speaking. And I believe a few others as well. So if you want to be a part of this show and come hang out with us, that would be cool. It's an intimate room. It's a small gathering, but it should be a good time.
And it'll also be live streamed. I just tweeted out that information. So if you can't join us, you can join us virtually. On that note, everyone.
Thank you guys, and keep fighting.
Stay safe.
Moving forward, fair wage details how much more COVID relief restaurant owners receive compared to restaurant workers. For more, we turn to our top culinary correspondent, Jennifer John. Hello, John.
Hello, Lee. See, this is great news, because when I go out to my favorite restaurant during this scary pandemic and eat my delicious meal prepared by cooks on a fresh plate cleaned by the dishwashers, served to me kindly by the warm wait staff, well, I just look up and pray that the CEO of Chili's is doing all right. The third restaurant choice, I read that report. Yes, it's true. The relief provided to restaurant owners, over $73.2 billion, on average was 30 times higher than relief provided to average workers. But so what? The report even complained that none of the restaurant owners' relief was conditioned on the treatment or pay of the workers.
Well, that's exactly the point. It's a great point. Congress was so eager to give out relief to the owners. The least they could have done is use that relief to incentivize COVID safety protocols and pay during the pandemic. Something that would help millions of average Americans.
Help average Americans? We'll leave the crazy experiments to the scientists we don't listen to.
And it's not just a lack of incentive. The meager relief restaurant workers did get the unemployment benefits. Many of them couldn't even access it because they were technically only making $2.13 an hour.
Well, yeah, restaurant workers work off of tips. And tips are reserved for those who make me feel good. Not for those who complain, oh no, my relief isn't arriving. How do I feed my kids? Do you mind commenting in that direction? Guess what? No tip for you. If you want a tip, laugh at my jokes and call me big. Terrible service.
Service? What are you talking? Whatever. Don't you think it's unfair that restaurant workers make $2.13 an hour and have the rest of their income paid by customers who demand that they humiliate themselves, who might not take it all? I mean, hey, we got a problem.
Take it up with the National Restaurant Association. They're the ones who lobbied hard for the $73.2 billion in relief to owners and for the removal of all worker treatment conditions on that relief.
That's awful. A study found that line cooks experienced the most excess debt in 2020 of any profession. The National Restaurant Association has blood on their hands.
And don't forget, when there was an attempt to raise the $2.13 sub-minimum wage during the pandemic, they lobbied to shoot that down too.
This is straight up evil, man.
It's not evil, it's tipping culture. And who is to say where this culture came from?
Slavery. Literally came from slavery.
But look, if we raise the sub-minimum wage to the minimum wage, then every restaurant will go out of business.
No, then the rest of the country will be like the 7 states in the union that already banned restaurants from using the sub-minimum wage.
No, you mean like California, a state with no restaurants?
What are you talking about? There's millions of restaurants in California. Kielbasa kiosks, no counts. There's a million restaurants that are not kielbasa kiosks.
All right, fine. There's restaurants in California, but look, Congress is currently considering allocating even more non-worker conditional money to restaurant owners. And I can't have you mess this up. As Americans, it is our responsibility to care for the CEO children. No, definitely not. All right, thanks, Jobber. Thanks.
Let's review camp on the show, ladies and gentlemen. Host super redacted tonight. And a bunch of other stuff.
Hello, good sir.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, man, I like how our number of platforms we're streaming on is slowly getting dwindled down, you know. It's soon it'll be like, yeah, watch us live on, I think we're on wigglebots.com and Pornhub.
Wigglebots? I don't know if it's a real thing. Yeah, I don't know if it's a real thing.
They just slowly suppress and demonetize.
It's nuts. My subscriptions, I've lost, like, in the last year of being demonetized, I've lost probably almost 3,000 subscribers. Like, and my live streaming numbers are always super low. It's just like completely, yeah, it's been a year of being demonetized.
And then we got it, and all the content creators have to keep changing for whichever new platform, whatever they record. So, you know, people are like, I'm on Twitch streaming for 18 hours straight. I can practically cook my dinner tonight and sleep for 6 hours. And then there are other people are like, I'm on TikTok. It's just 30 seconds of the episode at a time. We're going to reveal government secrets in 30-second increments with baby sharks playing in the background.
Oh, God. I mean, when I started doing my show 5 years ago, today, you'd be learning the movie from exclusively, and I'd be like, that's cool. I think there's all this other crap with it. And, God, maybe I should have just done cat videos. You know what I'm saying? Like, I should have just done, hi, how are you? You know, and then just do the puppet, sock puppets. I mean, I've done it. It's been a while. I was doing Saki the Socialist.
Really?
Oh, yeah. But it's just me who says that I was like, oh, Saki, you can't say that. And he just says, you know, it's that. I can't right now.
Oh, dear God.
Oh, hey! What's Saki the Socialist?
The amount of effort you put in that sock puppet is really, really impressive.
It's really amazing. And just found a really cool press sock that I never wear, and decided to put it on voice on it.
Someone please send Jackson googly eyes and some blue. I mean, the level of effort put into this show, just two googly eyes. And anyone out there, ship round googly eyes, please. Maybe a fake cigar.
Yeah, but no Saki. That's what I'm going to do. My other thing is sort of the least effort. The least effort that I can put to anything. And still like get by. That's my goal. How was your capitalist Super Bowl Sunday, buddy? How was your celebration?
Did something happen?
I think it was some kind of like an intramural game or something like that. That they broadcast.
Usually most years in my life I admitted some kind of Super Bowl party, but this was one of the years where I didn't go to anything and didn't watch it. But I did hear that in a brave moment that changed everything across the United States of America, Eminem took a knee during the halftime show. I mean, that is real change that people can believe in. Now, I'm not faulting him for doing that. The way these articles act like, this was fucking a Black Panther assassinating a cop or something, like, or even just Rosa Parks refusing to get up. It's like, he did a very safe political statement on a very safe platform in a very safe way, in a very safe point in his career. I don't know that we should all act like this is the big like that never happened.
Years after Kaepernick was kicked out of the league and the league has now apologized, it's just so funny. Like, this is the corporate sanitizing of that. Like, the summer of 2020 when all the sports leagues just had, they just put Black Lives Matter on the jerseys, and that was all the league was like, see, we made change.
And Obama called the NBA and told the players not to strike.
Yeah, go back to like basketball. Yeah.
The thing you can do that's best for Black America is go back to playing basketball. That's
Yes.
what you told them, and they were like, well, he must be right. Because, it's not like Black Lives Matter started under Obama.
Right. I know. And nothing changed when he was president for 8 years.
But yeah, big political moment. And that which means.
The outbreaks of that. It's like, I'm sure someone's going to do something with the Oscars. Like, I don't want someone like $50,000 in jewelry making a statement about the injustice of it all. Like,
they have a little pin on that says, like, I don't like it when dogs are beaten.
Yeah.
They're like, oh my God, she really turned this event upside down.
Thank God that she's wearing blood diamonds to make that point about wage inequities or whatever. Like, we need more female directors. Oh, really? So they can wear $100,000 dresses? Great.
Now, how about Eminem every day posts the name and story of someone who's been killed by the police? Like on his Twitter. Like, every day. Could you imagine? I mean, I get the Super Bowl watched by far more people, but that would be a far more substantive stance. But also, it might hurt his Twitter followers.
Yeah, I mean, if he did that, I'm sure he's got 10 million people following him on Instagram or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, they could do that, but it's safer to do it during the Pepsi halftime show. And they can all pat themselves in the back until we stood for something as they get helicoptered out of SoFi Stadium back to the mansions of the private jets. So it's like, yeah, good work, fellas. Really, really good. Like, and I hope that when he took a knee in that $5 billion stadium, I hope his helicopter rode over all of the 10 cities in Los Angeles that stadium could have fixed. The money for that stadium could have fixed.
And again, this is we're not just faulting him. This is the NFL claims they knew he was going to do it. They were fine with it. Well, why are they fine with it? Because they realize it's not a risk to them any longer. Initially, they thought it might be, but now it's no risk to them. In fact, it makes them look good. I mean, I'm not saying that's why they did it. I don't think that's true, but it makes them look good. It makes them look like they care about Black lives. All they know.
It's all window dressing. I mean, it's literally like, again, they've been putting the Black Lives Matter on the jerseys and the courts and the NBA during the summer during George Floyd, and it's all theatrics. It's all just like, it's all window dressing, and it's just like, nothing changes.
But if you turn on Fox News or several of the networks, you'd think that all the cops were apparently defunded this year. And it's just caused a great spike in crime because the cops were defunded. They weren't fucking defunded. Like, in most cities, funding went up.
Yeah, the cops have not been defunded. Crime has gone up because people are losing their jobs, and by the way, there's more guns in this country than people. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. So anyone who's angry, pissed off, jealous, unemployed, and they have a gun, they can just make a split decision that costs people lives. So that's, I'm sure, has something to do with it. Yeah, I doubt that all of the money that went to the 1% during all of these various stimulus plans under two presidents from both political parties. I'm sure that hasn't had anything to do with the people just being pissed off and hungry in America and resorting to crime and losing their shit.
No, it was because police funding went up, yes, but it didn't go up as much as we would have liked. That's what caused the spike in crime. We went up a few $1 billion in every city, and we wanted, much more than that.
It's good stuff. But folks, welcome to Government Secrets, episode 72, Super Bowl edition. Not really. Not really at all. Just talking about it. This is episode 72, sponsored by Pepsi Cola and Ameritrade. Doritos. Not really. I wish. At this point, I'm fine on folks. I would like, if they want to give me a 7-8 figure deal, I'm telling everybody right now, I would sell out so fucking quick. Just
listen, if anyone at HES is listening, Graham would like a stock sponsorship for Saki the Socialist.
Yes. Saki the Socialist, and we can put the HES logo across the sock, so I don't care.
I'll send you a diagram with multiple locations that HES logo to go.
Yes. I mean, at this point, they want to give me a big 7-8 figure sponsorship deal. I would take it in a heartbeat.
Plus, next week, we have an HES tattooed across his forehead, and we'll never mention it. There'll never be any reference to it.
No. But I'll just say stuff like, well, I got this new underwear. It's really good.
And my hips feel right in this man's ear, so.
Talking about the rare man's ears, I think?
No, here's fun.
Well, I think Government Secrets is tapped into the biggest man's ear market on the planet. Like, if you want to sell a man's ear, this is your show. I mean, that's pretty much. I was going to weave in sentences like form-fitting, I don't know, I think this CIA operation is very form-fitting. It's very ruthless operation.
Fun fact, Trump was only the third president to wear a man's ear throughout his entire administration.
Henry Cabot, what was it? One of those earlier guys was for human work, not peace in the Oval Office. That was I was going to say Henry Cabot a lot, but I'm like, that's the ambassador that sold out JFK in Vietnam. Sorry.
Weirdly, that sounds like the name of a president I would know.
Right.
If you said Henry Cabot Lodge, I'd be like, oh, sure. Number 31, was it?
You could just piece together 3 old-timey names, and that would be Rutherford, Milhouse,
Calvin, Teddy, this is Jefferson Belt. Jefferson Belts was the brother.
Mortimer, Westinghouse, he was a 2023 president?
Mason McLean Mason. I always thought there was something going on with him. Like, it felt like he wasn't being honest with us.
Randall Secret Hand Shikington was
all right, well, now that we're a half hour in, I've got no topic. We should do.
How long have you let this out? How long did you trip before we actually got it?
Just a president name. So, the title of this episode is listen to all the fake presidents we can name.
So, do you have a This Week in Gov 6?
I do. This Week in Gov 6. February 16th, it says a couple days ago, February 16th, 1968, in Haleyville, Alabama, with the first 911 emergency telephone system call. 1968. And I thought this was a good one to bring up because obviously that's not the government secret. But the reason they created the 911 system was to put together the numbers of like fire and hospital and police into one number, and mainly fire was a big push. Firefighter wanted one easy number that everyone could call all over the place, didn't matter which county they were in, etc. But slowly, or maybe quickly, I don't quite know how long it took for this to come to norm, that one became just a way for everyone to call in the police, which, let's face it, a good number of the police are fucking morons with guns. Even if you want to say a lot of them are great guys and really smart, a large percentage are morons with guns. So we now have a number, a very easy number to remember, that everyone can just call morons with guns and bring them into the situation. And it's a fucking disaster. And guess what? Of course, we end up with a very racist system. But beyond just racist, you end up with a system where these people end up shooting a lot of unarmed or innocent people, over 1,000 a year. In other countries, it's like 7 or maybe 10 a year. If it's a country that kills a lot of people, it's like 10 marking 0 a year. In the U.S., it's over 1,000 a year. And, part of that, there's a lot of reasons we've gone over something before on the show, but one part of that is that people think that police are just a daddy that's going to solve everything. And so we have an easy number. We just type in 3 digits, and you call guys with guns to often deal with, like, music's too loud, or there's a black guy walking around outside, and I don't like to look to that. And even if no one gets killed, you end up with people arrested, people beaten, just all kinds of fucked up situations end up going down because someone was leaving a ruckus, or I saw a guy peeing in a fountain, or like, there's no reason you need guys with guns to deal with a dude peeing in a fountain. It's insanity. Fucking insanity. And so we ended up with this fucked up system that apparently only started in 1968.
Well, what a great moment in our history, and something we should all be proud of.
And, just, we've spent time on it before, so I'm not going to dig real deep into it. Just a couple of quick facts on our prison state here in the U.S. with 22% of the world's prisoners. We have 4% of the world's population, if that gives you any idea. I think millions of people locked up in prison, the largest number by far in the country. And if you were to do it per capita, so per 100,000, the U.S. would be something like 659 per 100,000, which would be the top country in the world. The next one would be El Salvador at 511. And then you go a few notches down and you get to China with 121 per 100,000. Way lower than the U.S., like 6 times lower than the U.S. imprisonment rate. And another interesting fact, because it is such a racist system, if you took black Americans and counted them as a country on their own, so remember I said it'd be 659 or no, 690 something per 100,000 for the U.S. If you took black Americans and just made them their own country, it would be 1,500 per 100,000. Way, like 12 times, 13 times a higher incarceration rate than the people of China. God.
There's no statistic. Is there any statistic that America's leading that's a good one? Like, are we number one in any of the big statistics? I mean, just
yes. The availability of inflatable water wings that have black sample on them.
Oh, we did that. We fixed that problem. That was such a huge problem in America, and now it's fixed. Thank God.
We're number one in that regard.
Love it. Love it. Number one in fast food. We're just great. Everybody's doing great.
We're just by default number one in that area.
And now for one and morbid obesity. To know what the ones we got. All right. What that was this week in government secrets. So you want to do your segment first?
Sure, I got kind of an easy one. Unless you want to do it.
I played a little CIA operation week the other day, buddy. So I got a fantastic one ready to go. Lock the boat.
All right, we'll do CIA next, so we can lead up to the heavier topic. Although I have a feeling we'll find a way to make it more heavy, but I feel like it's in certain ways kind of lighter. Still racist. We're on the racist track this episode. Or track. But so I didn't know this until, in fact, Jennifer Kahn is on Redacted tonight. He mentioned it, a one-sentence mention in his piece that comes out tonight. And so I looked into the history of it. And Graham, could you have any idea the history of tipping and why it's far more prevalent in America than in other countries?
My guess is because we don't pay our servers a real wage. Like I've been to Australia where they like bartenders are getting like 25 an hour, and then the first time I was there, and the Aussie companies like I tip them. They make really good money. So we pay people crap. I mean, even so, our server minimum wage is below regular minimum wage because it's a way for our capitalist overlords to pass off salaries to the consumer rather than management.
Yep. All correct, all well said, and I'll get into some of the details on that. But to go back even a little further, it has to do with slavery. Yay! So it's not the first time anyone ever tipped. There was tipping in feudal England and stuff where it was a way for aristocrats to look so impressive, they broke in extra money, just like, here, peasants, I don't even need it. It's just everywhere. You take this money. I just use it to wipe my ass. What am I doing with it? So, because they started doing that, it then came to America in a very slight form, not common, to make people look rich, or if they were rich, to show how rich they were. And so there was that going on. But it didn't become like the norm until slavery ended. And these establishments, mainly service industry was the main one, wanted to basically continue to have slaves. How do we continue to have almost exclusively black people serve and do these jobs but pay them nothing? And the answer was, we pay them nothing and expect the customer to pay them. So it became quite commonplace during Reconstruction for African Americans to work almost exclusively for tips. And one of the most notorious examples is from a Politico article. And by the way, Politico, total liberal garbage outlet, but notice this, when there's certainly scam historical articles, then they're fairly accurate because that was way back then. They don't need to do propaganda for way back then. They only need to do it for this week and next week. So you can get you can even get an article like this on NBC News as long as it's 2 years, as long as it's 2 years back.
Well, that's part of this sort of neoliberal propaganda. Is it was always back then. We've talked about this before, even in terms of discussion of these CIA operations. It's always well, back then, and now the CIA doesn't that's the old days, we fixed everything else.
Right, almost makes people think, yeah, it's the past, because if we weren't past it, why would we be telling you the history? Right. Yeah. By the way, you can show that slide there. But it's one of the most notorious examples. Comes from the Pullman Company, which hired newly freed African American men as porters on the Pullman trains, rather than paying them a real wage. Pullman provided black workers just a meager pittance, forcing them to rely on tips from the white clientele for most of their pay. Tipping further entrenched a unique and often racialized class structure in service jobs in which workers must please both the customer and the employer to earn anything at all. So, this is a journalist quoting Gary Seagrave's 2009 book, Tipping an American Social History of Gratuities. But this was written in 1902. It said, Negroes take tips, of course. One expects that of them. It is as a token of their inferiority. Tips go with servility, and no man who is a voter in this country is in the least justified in being in service. So, it was both well, we want to keep slavery, and so this is the way they do it, and a way to show the superiority of the tipper. I am the one above you. I have the money to just throw at you. And so those who did not consider themselves of the lower class would even be in the jobs. off in recognition of the racist roots. So it's funny that, like, in the early 1900s, there was a large understanding that this had racist roots because it wasn't that long ago that purely black former slaves that we could accept. And then we slowly just forgot that it had racist roots. And now, you know, like when I pretty much everybody has a real idea that this thing is racist history. Except workers, along with most others, as the act applied to industries like this labor force, were excluded from the first limited federal minimum wage law passed in 1938. So minimum wage begins in 1938, but anybody who gets less doesn't count. So at that time, it was almost, you know, roughly
Not surprising at all. It's really like this big thing is again just a small microcosm of where America always has been racist and capitalist and greedy and it was always so about being, you know, we don't have a class structure like in Europe. You just need to pull yourself up and work yourself up by your bootstraps. Now it's been literally this is what systemic racism looks like. And now, obviously, today I've waited tables, you've waited tables. Now it's more of a class issue, but of course it's rooted in racism. You know, and it's insane.
Yeah. And so 30 years later, so minimum wage begins in 1938. 30 years later, advocates with a base wage for tipped workers. But it was very low. And that it amounted to only 50% of the minimum wage for non-tip workers. Congress continued to raise what they call, and it's called in the documents, listing legal term according to the Congress, the sub-minimum wage. You know why that's not a word? And in fact, when I type it into my computer, it underlines it in red because it's fucking not a word. Because minimum means the least acceptable. It is the bottom. You cannot have a fucking sub-minimum wage. It's not a goddamn thing, assholes.
It's the least possible thing we can do, but it's just below that. So just below the least possible way we can help you. Just a quick, have a quick.
I mean, imagine in any other context, the minimum amount of water you need to survive is this much. But the sub-minimum amount of water that you might have, well, no, there's no way. You got the minimum, you have the fucking bottom.
Well, that's something that honestly is why is that, like, again, we have a sub-minimum healthcare system.
Yeah, we do. A lot of things in America are sub-minimum. So, there's the sub-minimum wage. Congress continues to raise it with the minimum wage. I guess maybe matching up 50% without. Until 1996, when a hero that, you know, we unfortunately lost recently, a really tough loss. When Herman Cain, who headed the National Restaurant Association at the time, offered legislators a bargain. He said the industry would accept a small increase in minimum wage as long as the tip wage was frozen at $2.13 an hour. And you know what it is today, Graham?
Is it $2.13? Yes. Oh, Herman Cain, take it from us too soon.
Yeah, really take it from us too soon.
Really?
Well, died from COVID for going to the Trump speech.
Because he didn't want to get back to me. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to go to a fucking Trump speech.
Yeah. I didn't go to the Trump speech.
2:13 a fucking hour. And here's something again I did not know when I was waiting tables at age 20 and a fucking TGI Fridays and eating life. And by the way, I had shifts where I distinctly remember making like a lunch shift for like 5 hours or something, and I at least fuel I made $12 total.
But the thing is, though, out there whatever Tuesday in where you work. Why? You know, why? I mean, how many times during that, 5-hour lunch shift when you made $12 did you get to sing the happy birthday song to some dipshit with a candle and some pie?
It's true. I did have that joy in my life. And for some odd reason, I would always try and have candle light mine. I don't know why I've done that.
Just accidentally cover yourself in turpentine and set yourself on fire.
Get the alcohol-based mudslide. And just try and light myself. Because that seemed like a better option than singing the fucking death song.
How, each time you sang that song, what did you do? Did you disassociate? Did you just stand back? Like, how did you get through that song?
I think for those of us, I think I only sang it 3 times because for those of us who suck so horribly at it, they stopped asking us. Because if you go to sing it, like the waiters had to go like round down several of the waiters, which is a fucking annoying thing. And everybody's running around trying to wait tables. And so I think they realized that they needed to get people that could actually sing. Because the lead sucks.
Lead sucks. Oh, we can't sing at all. Lead sucks. This is a thing. Like, if I ever were to get a hold of a time machine, I would go back to see a 20-year-old who can't look at this song and type it in. Right?
I will tell you this though, that when I applied for wait tables, the first thing I did when I walked in the place to see if I should apply, I waited to see if they had to wear a player, and if they did, I was not applying. So at that time there was no player, there was black t-shirts. But now, looking back on it, I kind of wish there had been flair because I would have had all these, subliminal advertising in it. I would have, like, every kid would have spelled out ACAB, or, just would have had just would have spelled the first line would have spelled fuck you all. Like,
I think that is a thing to be sad about, that you need to wear flair. That's what I'm picturing. I'm picturing you with that sort of referee striped shirt with flair or whatever. Did you have long hair back then, or did you cut your hair?
Short hair, man. I was pulling off the Grand Elvis. The retired Marine.
Oh, a Marine haircut week camp at the Fridays. The slinging sliders around, man. That just, goddamn it, what a golden time in history. I worked at a place in Chicago, Pacino's on East Wacker, something about East Wacker, it's great pizza.
And what was your birthday song?
Somebody said it was a birthday. All we had was this one little dessert, like a single brownie, and we put a candle in it. Oh, there you go, man. It was great.
Also, how fucking sad is it? If you're at a pizza place telling them it's your birthday. That's fucking sad.
It's like, there you go, man. So kind of like that. I was out in Chicago, right? There you go. I didn't sing it for you. I did have fun. I was right out of college. I did that job. I was like a young comic. I was doing funny and stuff. So I was working the one shift too because I need to be available at night.
Yep. Same shit for me. 2 months out of college. But so, it's topic 213. Now, employers, this is what I was going to say, I didn't know when I worked as a waiter, and most women don't know. Employers are supposed to pay the difference if tips don't add up to minimum wage. So, if you were to get, nowadays, if I got $12 for 5 hours, they always fuck money. But too often, that law is not enforced. The Department of Labor conducted an unusual compliance sweep of night and opened full-service restaurants between 2010 and 2012. They found that 84% that violated the sub-minimum wage system. You don't say.
So, there's minimum wage, then there's sub-minimum wage, then 84% of the restaurants are not even paying with some minimum wage. So you're getting some minimum wage.
Well, they're paying the some minimum wage, but they're not paying to make sure you get to the minimum wage, which is supposed to be how the system works. But yeah, it's just a the royal fuck yourself wage. But it should be.
But at least you get to pay for your own health insurance in this country. So you got that on top of this like double fucks up minimum wage.
I believe at that time I got no health insurance out there.
Why would you need it when you're just singing songs and delivering potato skins around the park? Chicken tenders.
Why would you need it when on Literal Fridays and TGI Fridays, this place would become just like super fucking redneck and just like everybody's got a probably got a gun in their waistband and they 12 drinks in and yeah, it was good times.
Where was this?
Richmond, Virginia.
Oh, man. We went to TGI Fridays in Virginia. Oh, I think we wanted to see that. If I come back to DC and we do a lot of purple secrets, can we go to that TGI Fridays?
Yeah, let's absolutely go there and we'll see my photo on the wall of fame down there. It's all the other waiters. It's like graduated community college in 2006, and Robbie manages a comic book store. So there's that.
Lee works for Russian television.
Lee is a Russian fucking stooge, and to show that we've drawn a penis on his picture.
They just Photoshop you and put it in there like, we're so proud.
So last kind of note on this, if you didn't think it was, racist and sexist enough, workers in the restaurant industry are far more likely to be poor or near poor than the general population. Sure, there are upscale restaurants where wealthy patrons offer servers good tips on expensive menu items, and those servers make for a great living, but those jobs are few and far between. And big surprise, and that's going to shock everyone listening at home. Those jobs are dominated by white men. Research also shows that tipping itself is a racial component. Customers generally give white workers bigger tips than black workers, regardless of service quality. Thanks in part to segregation within the industry and discrimination from patrons, restaurant worker poverty rates are highest for women and people of color. And in the industry, I think it's, and I don't know if it's still in, but until recently, it was 75% women as well. So it's the whole system is sexist and racist.
Wow. Right then is when I would cue the TJ Friday staff singing the birthday song.
Happy birthday. I don't know what the song is.
Again, I'm so proud to be an American. It's really like there's nothing better than this is the greatest country.
Well, for those at home who think we can only find government secrets in CIA operations, you can also find it in just everyday activities.
There's a government secret. There's a horrible history just when you go out to eat.
Just under the surface. Just like your creme brulee out at the restaurant. Just right under the cracking surface. There's a whole pile of shit.
There's a sweet spot of horrific racist lies and sexist and classist shit that you can just jam down your gap hole and pretend it's not there.
It's like a shit roulette.
It's like a detritus roulette.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to use the word detritus. It was a
You say detritus, I say detritus, detritus.
Oh man, you would have fit right in at TVM Fridays.
Oh, I'm gonna go get out there right now. This sounds fun. But now I know I'll get tipped better, so come on. I mean, this is just fantastic.
I mean, a certain level of respect I have for the waiters. Like, I was right out of college, I had all these plans to be a comedian. Like, it sounds like you also had. There was some level of respect for the waiters who were like, I'm gonna work as a waiter and then I'm gonna fucking do a ton of great shit. Like, that is the right plan, man. That is the plan.
Yeah, it was. You know, it's one thing, I'm sure you're this way too. We go out to eat, you tip like 20, 25% or more, right? Like you're always,
Yeah.
you lose 20% or more than 25 or 30%.
Either that or I give them some sage advice. One or the other. I think that's worth at least 25%.
Take your shit out, sweetie.
Yeah. They love that. They love that. When I just go, hey, in place the tip, how about this? A bird in the bush is two hands in the bush.
I just go, here, I'll give you a tip. Sit. Stick this in your mouth. It's usually what I do.
Yeah, that's really good. That's great.
All right, let's go into government secrets. Check it. While in my arduous research that I do before the show, and I found, and your team of assistants, my team of assistants, when I'm rushing back home from yoga class, the shower, and find the subject, I came across this CIA Operation Merlin. It was a United States covert operation under the Clinton administration. And to provide Iran with a flawed design for a component of a nuclear weapon, ostensibly in order to delay the alleged Iranian nuclear weapons program and frame Iran. What is not in this, again, I'm using Wikipedia, which I'm not saying Wikipedia is great, but the stuff that's in here is, you know, if it's in here, we can at least believe it at that point. What's not in here, I'll go into the details, is how insanely dangerous this is. Like, we gave the wrong stuff out, they had a meltdown.
Well, and also can we just remind everyone that the U.S. has nuclear weapons, has like dropped them, lost fucking activation keys. We're the only one to use them. Like, we're in no position to be like, no, only we are responsible enough to have to do this.
Well, we talked about it on the last episode, having bombing the atolls and sending radioactive oil, you know, to kill people. Our testing has, we've talked about all the spills, leaks. I mean, there's more we can cover, obviously. Just this show has shown that America has damaged more people and land and water than anybody using nuclear technology. Like, we've done it more than anybody. Like, and we like went into Chernobyl, which was awful. But we've been doing that, like, all over the world for decades.
I mean, it's not good. It's not a good record. It's not a good record.
We have the audacity to say they should have this. Now, we should say, what Americans really should say is, no one should have this. It's awful. We're sorry for dropping time on Japan, and we're getting rid of this because it's bad for everybody. No one should have this. But we should do it. So, in his book State of War, author and intelligence correspondent of the New York Times, James Reason, relates that the CIA chose a defective, right, well, ever, he's still an asshole, chose a defective Russian nuclear scientist to provide deliberately flawed nuclear warhead blueprints to Iranian officials in February of 2000. According to CIA documents, the search for a suitable Russian imagery with an engineering background in nuclear physics and production began in September '96. Russia selected was first contacted by the CIA in August '94 and received a monthly salary of $5,000 plus travel expenses. So that's not that good. In '97 and '98, which was raised to $6,000 beginning in February '99. The weapon component selected was based on the Russian TBA-480 fighter set high voltage automatic block, which was modified in an attempt to make it fatally flawed. The CIA estimated that the TBA-480 fighter set, which had been developed in Erasmus 16, was 20 years more advanced than anything required to get the first-generation nuclear weapon operational. After the delivery of the designs to on March 3rd, 2000, the CIA extended the deployment of the Russian to at least March of 2003, which would call them two pushes. With the intention of conveying flawed TBA-480 plans to another country suspected of interest in developing nuclear weapons.
But yeah, that's it. The good point is that you said a fatal flaw. What they don't just need it not to work. It's not to work because they would, let's say the Iranians, try to test the thing and turn the thing on or whatever, and they're like, oh, it's not working, and then it's fixed. They need it to fucking cause some catastrophic meltdown and some crazy shit in order for it to destroy the whole program.
Yeah, I mean, they're totally okay with this just literally blowing up, melting down, killing people, poisoning the land, and whatever. Just because, well, see, they don't know what they're doing. Like,
yeah.
How insanely evil is this? And of course we should know. This is all going down while America is all been out of shape over a rock like this. So we're literally putting the entire Middle East at danger.
Right.
Lewinsky and everything. What Clinton did was he repealed Glass-Steagall, which was FDR-era banking regulation, which helped lead to the 2008 financial collapse. So our boy Bill was doing a lot of fun stuff back in 2000.
That's what multitasking right there. A long time.
So this is what sounds all these CIA operations always work perfectly, but Operation Berlin backfired. The CIA's Russian contact hasn't noticed flaws in the schematics and told the Iranian nuclear scientists instead of crippling the LCD program, this Operation Berlin may have accelerated it.
That's amazing.
So our whole plan to subvert the thing ends up helping them. God, this kind of sounds like, wasn't there like a 20-year war where we tried to get rid of this group, but instead we left them with $80 million for the weaponry? I can't think of it off the top of my head, but it's like with Afghanistan or 20 years, what was it, the Taliban or Taliban or something? I can't think of it.
Smurfs?
We tried to get the Smurfs out of power, and then
maybe no, but like backfire and blowback. I don't think we ever had any of that. I don't think we've ever seen any chicken come home to roost. Never once.
We should just get a flow chart, like how many CIA operations have actually worked? Like, what's their success rate? Like 5%? Like 9%? What are they?
Well, it's like, yeah, some of them work in a catastrophic way. It's like, Operation Paperclip bringing the Nazis over to help us scientifically, and it worked. I mean, not the moon, but maybe not the best plan.
Yeah, we have Nazis literally entrenched in our government for decades. It's a good system. Once the flaws were identified, the plans could be compared with other sources, such as those presumably have been provided by the Iranians. This is so great.
Just right up there with the walkie-talkie, selling the walkie-talkie inside the cabin every single month now. This is right up there with that.
Yep. or Operation Midnight Climax, where they just had some sex dungeon or whatever with the CIA guys to get blown in. In late 2010, former CIA officer Jeffrey Alexander Sterling was indicted for allegedly being the source of some of the information in Rice's book and was convicted of espionage in 2015. He was convicted and sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. Oh, Patsy. Little scapegoat.
Yeah, well, as with John Kiriakou, basically the people that actually get locked up for those who reveal the crime of our war machine.
So that's Operation Merlin, another fantastic thing that what didn't do the thing it was supposed to do, and they never lied about it. So that is.
By the way, flying government secrets extra. James Risen was the man who was going to write an article for the New York Times. The New York Times was going to write an article for the New York Times about Bush's torture program, the torture going on around the world under Bush. And it was right before the 2004 election. And the New York Times didn't want to, ruffle any feathers or upset the government. It said we can never report that article, So, they didn't report it. Bush got reelected. And Risen eventually, when they kept putting him off, left the New York Times to put out a book about it because they wouldn't let him report on it. So there's your New York Times covering up for torturers.
Nice! That's fantastic. It's really. I'm glad the New York Times is covering up for torturers. I mean, them and the Washington Post did great work. And, we should all be excited that we have freedom of press.
Yeah, in terms of defending torturers, they are some of the best. Some of the best.
They love the Washington Post and the New York Times love the war. So, it's good stuff.
It's kind of great one right now.
Yes! And it's fantastic to know that I just went to Open Secrets. I've done a couple of videos on this. Donald Trump was given $2.7 million by the defense industry. Do you want to know who was given more in 2020?
Hold on. Kirsten Gillibrand.
Well, Trump got 2.7 million. This other guy got 3.1 million. And he still has a job in government.
Does he a dead ringer for the guy who hosted Tales from the Crypt?
Does he have narcolepsy and climate science? Does he? Yeah, Joe Biden got more money from the defense industry through the 2020 campaign than Donald Trump.
And the defense industry has not been this latest build up for war. By the way, all you liberals out there have said, Biden's proven what a peacemaker he is because he withdrew the troops from Afghanistan while killing more people with economic war in Afghanistan. Seems like you might have spoken too soon.
Yeah. It's amazing to watch this play go happen. So probably Biden won't finish his first term and this 5-minute decline. And Kamala Harris was often a worse approval rating than Joe Biden was stepping in there. But we will have a combination of some sort of war in the Ukraine and sending troops over there. And either Trump will just flat out run again in 2024, or some other, just like General Mattis, we just a full-on fascist will be running, so that everybody will be like, you gotta vote for Kamala. I know she's not perfect, and that's.
It's even if Biden stays here, because he claims he's running again, even if they weekend at Bernie him, and they prop him up, drag him around with, scarecrow sticks, holding his arms up, it will be him versus either Trump or Mike Pompeo, or like you said, Mad Dog Mattis, one of these fucking horrific, awful fucking maniacs, and they'll handily defeat him. Both because he is so pathetic the Democrats stand for nothing, on top of the fact that you have massive vote purge War Machine and all that shit. So they'll beat him fairly easily, whether it's Trump or one of the other maniacs.
Yeah. I think ultimately, yeah, it'll be whatever. If everyone's like, oh, the Biden Kamala's approval ratings are so bad, I said that won't matter. It doesn't matter at all. The two of them were the least likely. I mean, Kamala dropped out of the primary before Iowa. Joe Biden's in like fourth place or something.
Yeah, Joe Biden got to the third contest and won one and came in like second in one. Like, he hadn't won a single one.
Yeah. Yeah. And then suddenly now these are the two people who got the most money from billionaires just happen to be the ones in the White House. I mean, give me a break. Like,
we could do a whole segment on this, but I just did it for Redacted tonight. Last election cost $14.4 billion. The averages in Britain, Germany, France are all like under 100 million. And this is worth $1 billion. Sheldon Adelson, who, thank goodness, is still dead, last I checked. But he wasn't in the election. He and his wife alone donated, I think it was $127 million, maybe. So they themselves donated more than the entire elections in countries like Germany, France, England. And on top of that, the person who spends the most on the election wins in the House like 90% of the time, and in the Senate like 80% of the time. But what we don't, and people talk about that number, but they don't focus on the fact that the two candidates that spend the most, being the two corporate shithead candidates, they win 100% of the time. Yes. Two fucking pieces of shit, corporate-owned, garbage human beings win 100% of the time.
Every time. Every time. So it won't matter. Approval ratings and all that mean absolutely nothing. It's like, they mean absolutely nothing. Well, this was another fun, exciting episode. Folks, when you go out to eat, just remember it's part of a horrific bag.
Well, if you tip very heavily, maybe you'll even it out. But then again, that's corporate America putting the burden on you instead of the company.
Yeah. So if there's a profitable restaurant, they should be taking care of that, not you.
I believe like a peanut butter jelly in a sandwich bag in the back of like every Uber ride I take. Yeah. So a little something for them.
I always think, well, I mean, because I want to support the workers best I can, but it is a bullshit system. I'm not mad at the worker. I'm mad at the fact that Uber left in these restaurants aren't paying the people good wages. I mean, it's preposterous, but well, all right, dude, where can people watch all your fancy business?
I'm at leakhead.com. You can get it all there. Newer Deck Tonight comes out tonight, and my interview with Roger Waters came out this week, and that's up at leakhead.com.
Sweet. Like, share, subscribe to everything I'm doing. A new episode of Anything Can Happen, the political game show we've been on it. That is, we just recorded that last night, and that's only available either if you go to my Patreon, patreon.com/Grandmel, or rocket.com/Grandmel. It's all behind the paywall. Check that out. And, support us here at thebeerpay.com/government secrets. It's on the screen right there. And so we can keep doing this because it's a lot of fun.
Thanks, man. I will see you in a week's time.
You got it, buddy. Next Friday?
I hope so. I'll give you 90% on that.
I look forward to your text either late Thursday night or early Friday morning.
I look forward to your text at 5:55 telling me the topic you're doing.
I didn't even tell you today. I just can't be hot. I just can't be hot.
It's steaming in, full of a hidden topic.
That's why we started late, because I was looking up Operation Rebel.
Whoever Grant says tech issues, you now know what that means.
Yeah, it just means I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna break it.
All right, man, I'll see you.
Bye, buddy. Have a good weekend.
If you watch the Super Bowl this past weekend, and with one of those doors rolling boxes for the commercial, now cool guys, I'm for sale exactly what you did. What chance? So welcome to Monday Clarity. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for being here. Please hit subscribe, share, and all that good shit. Not a lot going on in the world recently, so I'm just gonna talk about, I guess, John Cena's switch to movie. Google has just admitted they will continue to heavily track and profile users until at least 2023, which is roughly 3 months after humanity received HES. Anyway, even Forbes magazine, known for giving roughly zero shits about individual Americans, unless you're rich enough to have a personal chef for your panda bear, a personal chef to cook you panda bear, even Forbes said you should delete Google Chrome after their new tracking admission. And I have to agree. I mean, think about it. If you find out someone is following you closely, telling others your whereabouts, sharing your personal data, showing you videos of an overweight man having sex with throw pillows, even though you don't recall ever telling them you were into that kind of thing, if someone were doing all of that to you, you should definitely end the friendship. Or at least delete them as your emergency contacts in your phone. Google is that creepy guy in the trench coat watching you from across the dog park. You know, the guy you call Jack the Jacker. The only difference between Google and that guy is that guy doesn't get paid millions of dollars to do it. He just does it for love of the game. Chrome is the only major browser that does not offer meaningful protection against cross-site tracking and will continue to leave users unprotected. Just like a cocktail party at Bill Cosby's house without bringing your own sippy cup. Google Chrome allows corporations to track your every online move, and they make billions of dollars doing it too. There are other browsers out there that don't monitor you nearly as much, such as Firefox, Brave, DuckDuckGo, and Piggly Wiggly. That last one I think is a small group of stores where you can buy spam for play patterns and birthday cake at the same time. But the word birthday is spelled upwards of 70% correct. But the first three are real browsers that will help you end your abusive relationship with Google Chrome. Sure, Google sounds fun. It seems friendly. It's rainbow colors. You've been with them since 2001 when you were just a young, naive internet surfer, completely unaware of the sheer number of hamster videos in the world. Sure, Google is a silly word. It sounds like it couldn't possibly be filled with evil, like nipples, or butternut, Benedict Cumberbatch. But Google is abusing you. It's violating your online life without consent. You don't need him anymore. You're strong enough to move on, sister, and take his cat with you because it might be more. If one of those other web browsers I mentioned still won't do it for you, then just get answers the old-fashioned way. Yelling stuff out the window and seeing what gets yelled back. Just the other day I called out, what does it mean if I have a rash on my testicles and testicles where my rash used to be? Also, where's a good place to order Chinese food? Unrelated. The second part's unrelated. Eventually, a guy yelled back something like, "Thank you!" Which sounds delicious. Don't worry, that's everything I'm racist. Just proud. Welcome to Redacted Tonight, the only comedy show hosted by a cyborg pumped full of a state-of-the-art joke algorithm. What? Who? Wrote that completely untrue thing in the teleprompter? Yeah. Anyway, America finally has a solution to our labor crisis. You know, the one that's been causing restaurants to close due to a lack of employees, causing retail outlets to cut their hours, and causing Sesame Street to have to fill employment gaps with undocumented puppets. I love you, Carlos, but it's just not the same. The immigrants come here and they steal our jobs. That should be my act looking our students' hand up it. Anyway, with the labor crisis getting bad, perhaps the answer is to pay workers more. Here's a rather complicated chart of the minimum wage since 2009. As you can see, back in 2009 it was 7.25, okay? And now, a whole 13 years later, it's a whopping 7.25. So that's almost enough to buy the lunch you'll need to secretly eat out of a New Balance running shoe so it doesn't look like you're eating on the job at the shoe store where you work. But even though the minimum wage has not changed in all those years, it's not as bad as it looks because you have to take into account inflation. $7.25 today was worth $9.50 in 2009. So it's kind of like the minimum wage used to be $9.50 and it's actually gone down to $7.25. Work balance is not better. I got a package like this time of my high school talent show. Hello and welcome to Jackson tonight, VIP on Lee Camp. What the hell is going on in Ukraine? Should we answer that question? I think we should answer that question. To do that, I'll be speaking with one of the best journalists I know, Ben Norton, formerly with Radio, now with Talking Polaris. Ben has all the answers on what the mainstream corporate media refuses to tell you, which is a lot about what's going on in Ukraine. Hey, Ben, thanks for joining me again.
It's always a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
You've really been doing great work with your new outlet, Multipolar Restart. I've really been enjoying it, so I thought it'd be good to get you back on to talk about what in God's name is going on in Ukraine. You've been researching it and writing about it, and Putin just this week declared the Donbass region independent states. And this is after weeks of lead up where the U.S. kept saying Russia is going to do a full invasion of Ukraine. And if you're like an average American news watcher, you just flip on CNN, NPR, Fox News, you would believe that all of this has been fine. Ukraine, just everyone happy, all good. And now Russia suddenly just declared part of Ukraine independent, or greater Ukraine. But there's a much larger context to this whole story, going back to 2014 and even before. Can you walk us through what led up to this moment?
Absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned that date, 2014, because we can't understand what's going on now in Ukraine without understanding what happened in 2014. The reality is that a lot of the Western corporate media acts as though the conflict goes back to a few weeks or maybe the election of Donald Trump. But what happened in 2014 fundamentally changed the politics of Eastern Europe. There was a coup d'etat that was sponsored by the U.S. government. And one of the main figures behind this coup in Ukraine in 2014 was named Victoria Nuland. She's a hardcore right-wing hawk, and she is the third in command right now of the State Department in the Biden administration. She was also a significant figure in the State Department in the Obama administration, and she and a team of anti-Russia hawks have been involved in pushing this policy in Ukraine, installing a government in Ukraine. We have recordings of Victoria Nuland personally naming who the leaders of the Ukrainian government would be back in 2014. And still today, she and these hardline right-wing anti-hawks in Washington have been pushing this aggressive policy, basically waging a proxy war on Russia through Ukraine. The Ukrainian government really is a kind of puppet government ever since this coup in 2014. And we should also stress another key element of this, which is the role of far-right extremists. I mentioned this 2014 coup. The muscle behind this coup in Ukraine were literal Nazis. Nazis and far-right extremists from groups like the Azov Battalion, the Right Sector. These are groups that claim that Ukrainians are white and Russians are non-white Asiatic peoples, and they believe that they have this white supremacist mission to purge their country of Ukraine of the supposedly impure Asiatic Russians. So these forces have played a significant role in this conflict. They were actually incorporated into the Ukrainian state. And there's one other factor we need to understand. Lee, I mentioned the coup, I mentioned the role of right-wing extremists who have infiltrated the government in Ukraine. There's also the role of NATO. And this is a story that goes back to 1990 and 1991. We have so much evidence that shows that Western governments promised the Soviet Union when they reunified Germany. Before Germany, during the First World War, it had a socialist government in the East and a capitalist government in the West. Well, when the Soviet Union agreed to allow German reunification, the Western powers, specifically the United States, Britain, and France, They all promised the Soviet Union and then Russia that NATO would not expand 1 inch east after the reunification of Germany. Well, they lied, Lee, and not only have they expanded 1 time, 2 times, they've expanded 14 times since the end of the First World War. They added 14 new members to NATO, all of which were east of Germany, all violating the promises. And several of those countries are on the borders of Russia. So Ukraine, NATO was talking about trying to add Ukraine right on the Russia to the U.S.-led NATO military alliance. These are all direct threats. It's like if the U.S. orchestrated a coup in Mexico involving neo-Nazis and extremists, and then they tried to add Mexico to a U.S. military alliance, and then the U.S. said, look, we need security guarantees. You can't surround us with military bases and hostile powers and then expect us to just act like everything is, peachy keen and normal. Russia demanded security guarantees, and the response of the United States and NATO was nada, nil, saying, sorry, we're not going to guarantee you anything. These are the meetings that brought us to the situation today, and you never hear those mentioned in mainstream corporate media.
Right. This is an ongoing effort to kind of surround Russia with a military alliance, a U.S. military alliance, missiles that we've sent to Ukraine, other firepower that we've sent to Ukraine, pointed, on Russia's border, pointed at Russia, and then we act surprised that Russia, might do something in return or not be okay with this. It's kind of hilarious to act like, what? You do on CNN right now, they'd be like, this is crazy. Putin just decided to steal a country. Like, that would be the way they play it. When, like you say, there's this long-term lead up to this. And in this region, the Donbass region, there's basically been fighting ongoing since 2014. There was never a really holding ceasefire. There were, I saw numbers recently that were averaging 200 violations of the ceasefire a day, and now it's up to like 1,000 a day. And like you said, these are Nazi-linked forces. I showed photos that have come out. I showed them on Redacted Night last week, but they have swastikas on their helmets. They felt like top secret Nazis. This is in-your-face Nazis with the U.S. and the British. One of the photos that leaked out was British military higher-ups meeting with Ukrainian National Guard, which is Nazi-linked. And this is not really a secret. Like, you can read on Yahoo News about how the CIA has been helping fund and arm these Nazis so that they can exert attacks on Russian people.
Yeah, and you raise an important point of the Russian language and Russian ethnicity. Now, we need to understand that Ukraine is a diverse country. There are ethnic Ukrainians who speak the Ukrainian language, but then there are also ethnic Russians. There are even ethnic Hungarians and Poles. So in the eastern part of Ukraine, near the border of Russia, there is a Ukrainian national population that is Russian ethnically. They speak Russian. Culturally, they're Russian. And ever since the 2014 U.S.-backed coup in Ukraine, their rights have been systematically violated. And this is very important because we've even seen laws passed by the central Ukrainian government in Kiev that said that all publications in the media have to be in the Ukrainian language. So we've seen massive violations of Russian-speaking Ukrainians' rights. We've seen Russian language media outlets have been shut down. We've seen politicians who speak Russian have been imprisoned. And there's a hardcore right-wing nationalist program of Ukrainianization of the country, which is very fascistic. And ironically, the current president, Zelensky, who is ironically of Jewish descent, he's dealing with this government full of Nazis and extremists, he was elected and he won in a landslide saying that he wanted a peace settlement. He wanted the conflict, the violence in the eastern Donbass region that began after the 2014 coup to end. And he spoke Russian during his campaign. But what happened is that even though he won on this pro-peace platform in a massive landslide, the Ukrainian people voted for him in a massive landslide. He came into office and he did a 180 because the reality is, as I said, the Ukrainian government is really a puppet government. It doesn't have control. Zelensky has been having these phone calls yelling with Joe Biden. Joe Biden is yelling at him, probably, saying corn pop and told me that Putin is going to invade. I mean, the reality is that the Ukrainian government is not really able to govern, and this leader who was elected on a pro-peace platform was not able to implement peace because the U.S. has been using Ukraine and fighting to the last Ukrainian to push against Russia. And what are Washington's priorities? Well, it's very clear. Washington has been saying for weeks that it wants to justify aggressive against Russia. And the irony of this lead is that a lot of this isn't really about Ukraine. This is actually about Western Europe, and it's about Germany. The U.S. has been using this conflict, fueling the conflict, encouraging Ukraine to attack the eastern Donbass region, encouraging the Ukrainian military to aggressively shell and bombard the Donbass region, which we don't hear about in the media. And why? Because the U.S. was trying to turn up the heat in order to pressure Russia to take action, because then the U.S. could use that as justification to impose sanctions on Russia. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. The U.S. was provoking a crisis, creating a crisis, and when Russia was forced to respond out of self-defense, the U.S. says, now we're going to impose sanctions on Russian banks to prevent Russian banks from trading in dollars. We're also going to impose sanctions to prevent the Nord Stream 2 pipeline with Germany from being certified, and that's exactly what we saw. This was the playbook, and it was played to a T.
I want to get back to the sanctions in a moment, but just to go back to what you said about how many in that region consider themselves Russian, right now there is tens of thousands of refugees flooding into Russia, leaving that area, and many of them consider themselves, like you said, Russian. And I read an interview, a reporter got on one of the buses of these people leaving that region and said, how many of you have Russian passports, are Russian citizens? And half of the bus raised their hand, because this is a very Russian area. And so, and he interviewed one, older man, and he said, this border was thrust upon us. We viewed ourselves as Russian, Soviet Union era, and all of a sudden the border shoved in our face, and we're told, no, we're Ukrainian now. And it's, very complicated, yes, but it's not more being told in our mainstream media. But I also wanted to get back to the sanctions. This Nord Stream 2 pipeline was a massive undertaking between Russia and Germany, and would also deliver fossil fuels to elsewhere in Europe, but mainly between Germany and Russia. And it was going to change the oil dynamics in Europe and Russia and the U.S. And now the U.S. is an exporter of oil and gas. So we want Europe buying our oil and gas, even though it's far more expensive to ship it across an ocean than to have a pipeline from Russia. So we kind of needed to create a situation where we could stop that. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, it's absolutely right. I mean, of course, I'll preface by saying that, you and we both agree that the world needs to move toward renewables. But the reality is that there's still a long way to go, and although we should definitely take more action, if you want to be realistic, if you're a political policymaker, a politician in a capital, like in Berlin, in Paris, you have to look at the situation on the ground. You have to say, look, we need energy to heat our houses, especially in the winter. The European winter is brutal, and we have to get that gas from somewhere. And the reality is that Russia is offering Germany and other countries in Western Europe very cheap gas. The U.S., on the other hand, is offering much more expensive gas. This, people often say that wars are about oil, and many wars certainly are about oil. This is actually not really about oil, it's more about gas. So Russia is a major exporter of oil and gas, but a lot of these European countries rely on Russian gas exports. And the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is a gas pipeline, and Germany imports, at least it used to, over half of its gas from Russia, which is used to heat houses. And the reality is that now that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline has been canceled, Germany is going to have to pay even more money for gas prices. And if you look at what's been happening in Europe in the past several months, the prices of people's average citizens' electricity bills have skyrocketed. And that's because of this conflict over Ukraine, because there's been a decrease in the import of gas from Russia and an increase in the exports from the United States of gas to Europe. And of course, they're going across the ocean, they're much more expensive. The U.S. has actually, for the first time in history in the past few months, become the largest exporter of liquefied natural gas in the world, larger than Qatar, larger than Russia. So the U.S. has a vested interest, and fossil fuel corporations in the U.S. have a vested interest in keeping Europe dependent on their gas exports. They don't want them to be dependent on Russian gas exports. So a lot of this is about not just Russia, it's about Western Europe, and it's all about this new Cold War strategy in which the United States is trying to prevent Western Europe from economically integrating with Russia and by extension with China, because they can keep Europe dependent on U.S. goods, on U.S. energy, on U.S. products, and they can keep Europe in many ways as a kind of colony in some ways of the U.S., keeping Western Europe under the U.S. sphere of influence. And ironically, we've seen that the Biden administration, Blinken, the Secretary of State, constantly criticizes Russia, saying the era of spheres of influence is over, telling that to Russia. But the reality is that the U.S. is acting as though Europe belongs to its own sphere of influence.
Yeah, I think a lot of it does seem to be the U.S. still thinking we own the world and everything should basically belong to us in one way or another. Of course, there's so much we didn't get into on that topic, such as how hilarious it is for the U.S. to be telling another country what they can or can't do, considering the number of countries we invade or bomb or destroy. It's just an endless list. That is hilarious. But I think what you got to there at the end is another just major important point on this topic, is that this has to do with an entire change of the power dynamics around the globe, in that China has become a very powerful economy, Russia has gotten back on its feet since the 90s, and the U.S., meanwhile, we're in this late-stage capitalism where we've decided to just abandon all of our, average people. You've got millions homeless, millions who are, basically behind on their rent to be evicted. Welcome to I want to break free. Everybody, welcome to Moment of Clarity. I'm going to show you some tweets here with great stories from a CEO named Dan Price. You might have heard of him. He's one of the CEOs who's betraying his class. He's a class traitor. He basically is a CEO of some payment company that I know nothing about. But he decided to stop taking a massive paycheck for himself and take the same paycheck as everybody else in the company. I can't remember how much money it was, $70,000 a year or something like that. And that got him a lot of media coverage. But since then, he's been tweeting or posting about a lot of important things going on, and always a good class traitor. Always treating his fellow CEOs like shit. So that's why I'm a fan. And anyway, let's show you the first one here. This is from Dan Price. He says, ExxonMobil, highest profits in 7 years. Chevron, highest profits in 7 years. Shell, highest profits in 7 years. BP, highest profits in 8 years. Gas prices are the highest they've been in 7 years. And I guess it's just inflation. Yeah, that's why the gas prices are high. Just inflation. Not corporate greed at all. Not the fact that these people know they can fuck people over and they can enrich themselves even more. Not that fossil fuels know their days are numbered because humanity's days are numbered. If they see that they see the writing on the wall. They may be able to hold out for another 10, 20 years, thereby indicting us all to, or sentencing us all to death. But the world is switching over to green and sustainable energy, and their response is basically to collect as much money as humanly possible in the next coming years. So, and of course, this isn't just gas. I was talking about gas and oil there, and that was 10 price. But this is a lot of companies doing this right now. They're saying, oh, it's the inflation. Oh my goodness, we just got the inflation. We have to just charge you $900 for a fucking apple. Oh man, fucking inflation. But if you actually look at the numbers, these companies, many of them are doing incredibly well. It's not like they're struggling, depending on the company. And yet they're still jamming up prices just because they know they can. So, what a lot of this inflation has to do with right now is simply corporate greed. It's them collecting as much money as they can while they can, especially when it comes to fossil fuels. Just to reiterate here, ExxonMobil, highest profits in 7 fucking years. Chevron, highest in 7 years. Shell, highest in 7 years. BP, highest in 8 years. Gas prices, highest in 7 years. And they're claiming it's inflation. Meanwhile, of course, this hurts people in a day-to-day way. This isn't just some abstract thing to most people. To those making a lot of money, sure, it's a couple of pennies at the pump. What does it matter? Or even a couple of quarters at the pump. What does it matter? But to those scraping by, it's incredibly powerful, painful. It changes their lives. It changes what they're allowed to do with their life, what they're able to do with their life. This is a completely different world we live in if you have money versus if you don't have money. And I'm not even talking just wealthy. Yes, there's obviously fucking assholes deciding what type of lemon to put in their helicopter. But I'm talking just minimum level of amount of money. If you're making that, it is a different world. You can afford to get cabs if you're running late for something. You can afford to go out to dinner sometimes and enjoy your eating that way. You can afford to. When I first moved to New York and I was a young comic and making, I don't know what it was, $1,000 a month or something. Maybe $1,500. I was spending $700 a month on the bunk bed bunk bed, I had the top bunk of the bunk bed. Basically a closet. So they called it a room, but it was a closet in Manhattan. And some dude I didn't know slept on the bottom bunk. You never want to be sleeping that close to someone you don't know. It's just real. If you're sitting that close to someone you don't know, it's not a fun situation. Anyway, when I first moved to New York, so that was how things were going for me. And you scraped by just to try and do the comedy clubs at night, where you get paid essentially nothing. Maybe you get $10, but a lot of times you got nothing. And I spent years with the idea of going out to a bar. I could go out to a bar just as long as I didn't drink it then, or buy a beer. If I bought one beer, so we're talking, $7, $8 even back then, maybe $5 in New York City. I know in Nebraska that you can still get beer for $1 or whatever the fuck. But New York City, average beer, $7 at a bar. And so if I went to a bar or something with friends, I could buy one beer maybe, but then that one beer would set me back the amount of money I made from the hour of handing out flyers. Because basically, this comedy club, when you're new to comedy, when you're new to stand-up, you could, if you hand out flyers, they would let you get stage time, like 10 minutes on stage for an hour of handing out flyers. And some of them would give you a couple of bucks for the flyers that the people that you got to come into the club. So, one beer bought with hanging out with friends was an hour of income I lost because if I was lucky, I'd get $7 or whatever for that hour. And so it's a completely different world. When I was running late for something, there was no option to get a cab. Getting a cab was like $50 or some shit if you got stuck in traffic. It would have been like a week's worth of income or a couple of days worth of income to get a cab just because you were running a little late. It's just a completely different world. A lot of people don't understand that, like, I heard it put well recently. It was like, when was it that you realized that, you know, if you do such and such, you will be fine, like a sign that says if you do this, could be fine, means free for rich people. And I kind of never really thought about it. I was like, oh, yeah, that totally makes sense. Truly rich people can speed. If they get a $200, $500 speeding ticket, what's the fucking matter? Meaningless to them. They can park anywhere they want. Get a $100 ticket, park it somewhere. Okay, who cares? It's a completely different world. Every moment of your life is different. And I'm just talking about the little stuff. I'm not even getting into fucking hospital bills and shit that's like terrorizing people's lives. I'm just talking about your average day-to-day moment. Because we rightfully spend most of the time talking about how tough it is to be a struggling person and try and pay for a fucking kidney failure or some shit like that. And trying to deal with some being sick when you don't have money. So we rightfully spend most of our time talking about that. But we don't talk about the day-to-day. We don't talk about just like, oh, if you park somewhere and you get I remember in those early days in New York, you get a parking ticket. It was like your life had ended. $150. I remember fighting with them. You go back and forth, and they didn't have emails. You had to send a letter telling them why the parking ticket was wrong. I remember one time, two separate times I tried to fight with them. It was like a $150 parking ticket. This is back when I had a car in New York City. One time it was because I would always park the car outside a bridge, and because there were no signs there, no one cared. It was like, under a bridge. It was a no man's land. It's like fucking the Outback or some shit. You cross the street, totally, tons of signs, can't park here, 2 hour parking, zone parking, all that shit. You just go 12 feet over to the other side of the road under the bridge, and it's just fucking Wild West. And Mad Max characters just coming at you. It's just madness under a bridge. So I would always park there with my car would get smashed up. But, worth it, that free parking. Anyway, one time I come out, they have put in a sign. You can see the fresh cement. They have put in a no parking sign to give me a ticket. It's like, motherfuckers! We can't insert a no parking sign and get a ticket at the same time. But so anyway, you have to spend weeks of your life fighting for this shit because one parking is $150 is like life changing. I'm getting way off on a tangent, but you get the point. And these assholes are rich jacking up all the prices just because they can, claiming inflation when most of these corporations are doing fine. They're not starving. They don't. Look, Amazon Prime just increased their, I'm not a member, but I read it. Amazon Prime is increasing their membership costs for people. Yeah, Amazon's really struggling out there, If Amazon just had 2 pennies to rub together, it would be a totally different scenario. All right, guys. That is the end of Moment of Clarity. But, radindiemedia.com. If you aren't signed up for the emails there, please do so. All right, folks. Thanks again. I combined thanks again with thanks a lot, and it's thanks again. It's thanks again. Thanks again a lot. Thanks again. Amnesty International, the human rights organization that has worked for years finally free candles from their bondage. But who would wrap a candle up in barbed wire like that? It's unconscionable. Unless it's a lavender candle. Lavender! Anyway, Amnesty International took a big step this past week by finally declaring Israel an apartheid state. Sure, there have been decades to wait on this, but as I said to the Blockbuster Video Delivery Boy yesterday, brought to you by much sought after VHS copy of Revenge of the Nerds 2, I said, better late than never. Don't tell me what happens, by the way. I'm hoping the nerds finally get their comeuppance. Point being, what do they think they are? Point being, even the largest human rights organizations in the world are finally catching on to the abuse perpetrated against the Palestinians by Israel. And I'm allowed to say that because I'm Jewish. Actually, you're allowed to say that even if you're not Jewish. Just don't think on your nose when you say the word Jewish. If you go, they're Jewish, fine. If you go, they're Jewish, very anti-Semitic, all right? As anti-Semitic as not getting the stuff flying together. But the reason anyone can say this is because you're just pointing out the fact. Israel is a fucking oppressive apartheid state that kills, mates, and destroys the lives of Palestinians. Anyone can say that. Much like anyone can say the U.S. is an oppressive warmongering nation that has killed 6 million innocent people with our brutal wars over the past 20 years. These are facts. It doesn't mean you can't also like something about the U.S. Sure. For example, the impressive availability of inflatable water wings with Black Santa Claus on them. That aspect of America is very admirable and constitutes medical human achievement. But the whole killing 6 million people thing also should be discussed. Same with Israel. There are great things there. It's got beautiful views as long as you don't look towards the open air prison. It's also got great nuclear missiles. I mean, no, what? No, they don't have any nuclear banks. Who told you that? I'm watching a jury order on real terrifiers, okay? There's no such thing. Much like Israel's nuclear bomb, the Pentagon admitted to it before it unadmitted to it. I did the same thing when accused of stealing all the sugar packets and televisions out of Big Lobby and Days Inn and Cincinnati. Thought they were complimentary. What I'm saying is that everyone should support Amnesty International as they come out of the dark ages and acknowledge the Israeli apartheid. They said Amnesty International's new investigation showed that Israel poses a system of oppression and domination against Palestinians across all areas under its control. In Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory, and against Palestinian refugees in order to benefit Jewish Israelis. This amounts to apartheid as prohibited in international law. Exactly. Wait. Was that a new investigation? Is anyone concerned that it took from 1982 to now to get that investigation to Amnesty's headquarters? Do they deliver it from Israel one page at a time by way of a two-legged camel? Or maybe Amnesty's 1993 fax machine only prints 1 letter per page? Man, their phone drives are not going well. Maybe they shouldn't have used the male strippers for their INST campaign. Anyway, Amnesty a high five in their ongoing effort to defend Palestinian human rights while also supporting dominatrix sex with hot blacks and barbed wire. What is there? That is distracted them from noticing Israel and apartheid revolts now. A little more time working, guys. I still have time to barbed wire wrapped around that ball. And that's your own time. Okay? No time. Coming to you from the New York Times, which I said before, the New York Times, they're not printing straight propaganda, which a lot of time they're printing what I think the name of the New York Times should be. I think it should be called Just Noticed, because whenever they actually get it right, it usually is something that you fucking should have known for years, or most didn't know for years, and then New York Times is like, Just Noticed. So this one touches climate change. 2 years ago, when New York Times discovered climate change, this one is goes under the Just Notice category. So this is the CIA is collecting all data of Americans. Oh my God. This is a new article. I know right now you think, we found an article from 2005. This is a new article. CIA is collecting all data of Americans. Shocking. Stunning. And literally, there's 2 reasons that we're covering this now. One is because there's new information, but the other is because supposedly there was a time under Obama where they kind of ended the bulk data gathering. But anybody who knows anything knew that was bullshit. When Obama and some of the others were running around and being like, oh, we stopped it, there's no more bulk data collection. We were like, yeah, there is. Yeah, they're not giving up their power. You fucking kidding me? That's how the CIA works. So, a partly declassified letter from two senators, Ron Wyden and Martin Heinrich, does not say what the data is. I don't know if it's Martin Heinrich or Heinrich. I don't know if he knows what full German pronunciation. Martin Heinrich. But the CIA has for years been collecting in bulk without a warrant some kind of data that can affect American privacy. So you hear this story, you have not started the report from what we're in, but one of them is because we should be talking about this every fucking day. This should be a story, an ongoing story about American data, our information, our privacy being illegally invaded every fucking day by our government, by the governments under Trump, under Biden, under Obama, under Bush, all right? All the surveillance of Americans, and the only reason Clinton didn't do it is because Clinton fucking monitored fax machines. The fucking technology wasn't there. Wasn't good. And all we had AOL, and you probably won't watch it. So they probably put a tracking device with every one of those AOL hours, discs, CDs, 1,000 AOL hours. You probably put a tracking device with your computer when you stuff that in there. Disc drive. Your DVD disc drive, whatever. For anyone out there who's like 25, just ask your friend what a disc drive is. But so, they should be talking about all that, and instead he's fucking never mentioned. Never discussed in the entire presidential election between Biden and Trump. I don't think it's ever mentioned mass amounts of American citizens. It is not a conversation. Your mainstream media just thinks it's fine. We don't even need to mention it. I mean, the truth is, what's the real reason? Well, the real reason is because they are corporate America's fucking shells. That's why they do it. So why would they want to talk about something corporate America doesn't want to talk about? So, CIA, well, oh yeah, and I want to mention the warrant. So without a warrant, now, that sounds bad, that it is bad, that they're collecting data without a warrant. However, with a warrant is literally fucking different. Because if you actually look into it, it finds a court that gives them the warrant to actually surveil Americans. They approved 99.9% of all warrant surveillance, warranted surveillance that the CIA and the FBI have the fuck was. So the idea that a warrant matters, yes, I want them to get a warrant. But I also want a fucking warrant that doesn't just rubber stamp every request for a warrant they ask. And put forward. And like, a warrant only matters if they say no. A warrant only matters if you have a court that is legit. But instead, these people are all in one big cluster, right? They're all in bed together, all right? They're all sucking fucking each other. Endlessly, okay? They've all got various pieces and limbs all stuck in each other's mouths and orifices and ears and one as the others. But they just, it's one big in-bed clusterfuck. Warrant sounds good. And it would be better. But you need to not just have a rubber stamp for that it doesn't. The warrant doesn't matter. It doesn't like they don't say no. They don't say no. So they have the warrant matter. So that's what we're talking about. The CIA kept censoring the nature of the data when declassified the letter. At the same time, when it declassified the letter, at the same time, it declared the report about the same topic, which it prompted the letter. By the way, this is terrible writing. Whoever's New York Times writer should be beaten with a heavy shovel. Which it prompted the letter must remain fully classified except for some heavily redacted recommendations. That report called Deep Dive 2. This is part of a set of studies by Watchdog Board scrutinizing the intelligence community operations. And then in March 2021, the Senate Intelligence Committee received a copy of the reports. Next month, two Democrats on the panel, Ron Wyden and Martin Heinrich of New Mexico, urged Admiral Hayes, the Director of National Intelligence, And William Burns, the CIA director, to declassify the activity, and any internal rule about creating data for information. I mean, do you understand how ridiculous the system is? Our Congress, which is our so-called elected officials, that are supposed to be accountable to the people, and the people are supposed to have some sort of control in a democracy over these systems, has to go to the CIA and go, unlike Congress, not like the CIA, and go, can you please do us this favor of the 200 active, please? The teachers to declassify it. So who do you think is wearing the fucking pants in that situation? Who do you think's like running that thing? If the Congress is going back to the CIA goes, yeah, no, never mind, no, we already do that, no, we don't, that's not a thing we enjoy doing, telling you what we're up to, so, don't think so. Complaining that the CIA had not told the Intelligence Committee about the activity before the senator suggested that its existence cut against Americans' understanding that various pieces of legislation enacted in recent years will limit and in some cases prohibit the warrantless collection of Americans' records. Complaining the CIA had not told Douglas got the worst writer than all. Had not told the Intelligence about the activity before the senator suggested that its hidden existence cut against Americans' understanding. Well, yeah, the whole point of the CIA is that they don't want Americans to understand what they're up to. That's like that's the bread and butter. They have that sewn into their underwear. Make sure America doesn't understand you. I mean, so I mean, this is so sad on so many levels. You have two Congress people that even begin to give a fuck about this, because most Congress people are so thoroughly 100% bought up, and they wouldn't even bring up a topic like this. But then you have these two guys, Ron Floyd, occasionally seems to maybe care about one or two things that matter, and Heinrich, who I know nothing about, and they say, hey, CIA, this isn't fair. It makes America not understand the legislation and not understand what's going on by not telling us this. And the CIA goes, oh, what? I can't hear. I'm sorry. My phone's breaking up. We're not on a phone. We're talking in person. But I can't hear well. The phone is bad reception. I gotta go. Sorry. I gotta go. There's a black site in Pakistan where I need to go. Things are kind of nuts, so I'm sorry. I gotta run. Where is the one particular paragraph that I wanted to read to y'all? In 2015, Congress banned all collection of telecommunications metadata under the Patriot Act. So that's what I was saying, that under Obama they said, oh, it's been banned. But CIA didn't stop. CIA don't care. CIA don't give a fuck. CIA is not accountable to anybody or anything at all. The 2015 Congress banned all collection of telecommunications metadata under the Patriot Act and limited other types of law collection by the FBI under laws governing domestic activities like foreign intelligence surveillance act or FISA. That's the Court for Issues and Warrants. Yet, the CIA has secretly conducted its own mock program under Executive Order 12333, the Senator wrote. It has done so entirely outside of the statutory framework that Congress and the public will be governed with this collection without any of the judicial, congressional, or even executive branch oversight that comes with the collection. The letter continued. This basic fact has been kept from the public and from Congress. Do you follow that? Do you follow that fucking paragraph? The title of this fucking New York Times article should be CIA out of content control and accountable to no one. And of course, I can't put myself right there. All right, we're back. These actors yell that line again. The title of this article should have been CIA out of control. CIA not accountable to anyone. CIA do whatever the fuck it wants. That's the thing. One of them. I'll let you pick any of those three video guys. Any of those three. Pick up the title of your goddamn article. CIA don't care what you think. CIA own you. CIA owns all their bases, okay? Like, that paragraph alone doesn't even matter what it's talking about. Doesn't the details of the poorly written detail of 1233 that don't even matter. All that matters is this paragraph. The CIA has conducted its own bulk data surveillance despite the so-called Patriot Act bill that changed and ended bulk surveillance. Despite the changes to the Patriot Act that ended the bulk surveillance, it has done so entirely outside the statutory framework that Congress and the public believe, keyword, govern this collection, and without any of the judicial, congressional, or executive branch oversight. That paragraph says the CIA is accountable to no one. They do their bulk surveillance of American citizens. They don't care whether Congress looks into it. They won't find anything because it's all classified. They don't care whether Congress passes something saying it won't go on anymore. They don't care whether the executive, the president, tries to stop it. CIA do what it wants. CIA do it. That's what that paragraph says. And honestly, not only is it again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier about false reality. We live in a false reality where they told us they were done with bulk surveillance. That was the fake reality they pushed us under Obama after Snowden came out. So basically, Snowden revealed false surveillance, which should have been illegal to begin with. And then Congress and Obama realized they got to do something. So they altered the Patriot Act to decrease and bulk surveillance. And now, we see from the CIA, from the New York Times, reporting what Ron White and Heinrich said, the CIA has been doing it anyway. Outside the statutory framework, outside of the purview, the approval of Congress, the executive, or the judicial system. And again, like, our system is so bought off, and I'm sure the CIA can do whatever they want, but they don't even need to ask. They don't even have to answer to the bought off Congress, the bought off president, or the bought off courts. They do whatever they want. That's what that article says. And the New York Times will write one little article. Hey, one little article. You know, I don't know what section that was in. I don't think it was on the front page. One little article deep in the newspaper will say, hey, CIA, do whatever the fuck you want. Step us to Congress, president, anyone. Monitoring American citizens without their approval or warrant. Just like, you know. And they probably won't report on it again for like a year. So Ron Wyden says something else and they give a little reminder article. And that'll be it. Run away like an intelligence agency. Alright, guys. That is the end of Moment of Clarity. But yeah, BradIndieMedia.com. If you are signed up for the emails there, please do so. Alright, folks. Thanks a lot. I combined thanks again with thanks a lot and the kids thanks a God. Because thanks a God, thanks again a lot. Thanks again. Goodbye. Well, let's continue to another good news story. Very exciting. A federal court has revoked Biden's massive oil and gas lease sale in the Gulf of Mexico. Hold on. What's wrong with allowing loads of oil drilling in the Gulf of Mexico? Nothing ever goes wrong there. I mean, except for it catching fire from time to time because it's covered in oil. Well, the same thing happened to 5-time Mr. Olympia Ron Coleman, and he's fine, okay? Never could understand why our muscle men need to be greased up. He's one of the portions of Mr. Olympia kind of trans-slip and slide, or perhaps they're lubed up because of that time Arnold Schwarzenegger got lodged in a public restroom stall and had to be cut out by the fire department. Is that it? Anyway, the court found that the Biden administration relied on multi-environmental analysis when it offered more than 80 million acres in the Gulf of Mexico for oil and gas leasing. 80 million acres? Jesus! I feel like right now I'm making climate change? Well, I guess we just need to rest assured that at least Biden is allowing less oil and gas drilling than Donald Trump did. What's that? I can't understand you when you're mumbling. It's on the screen. What is it on the screen mean? I don't know it's on the screen. New data shows Biden's first-year drilling permits beat Trump's by 34%. Just 1 second. The source on that was called biologicaldiversity.org, which sounds like a heavy-hitter Burning Man female armpit hair kind of source, all right? Let's check establishment anti-communist female armpit to self-disclosed Brian Corliss Thighs source, the Washington Post. The Biden administration has approved more oil and gas drilling permits on public lands per month than the Trump administration did during the first 3 years of Donald Trump's presidency. What? Well, I voted for Joe Biden because climate change means bad things. Bernie's not real no more, says the liberal who watched MSNBC and actually told him it. I didn't actually vote for Biden. I wasn't legally allowed to vote because of a previous conviction. Let's just say you know that drug-free zone sign outside elementary schools. I misread it. Yeah, the brochures on dyslexia don't tell you that it was only selling heroin to 7-year-olds. Anyway, why is it the so-called guy who cares about the climate, who cares about climate change, is pumping more oil and gas for the 24-hour fried chicken gravy stand off the I-75 exit ramp in Macon, Georgia? To figure this out, maybe we should follow the money. Let's see, I'll just get out my trusty search machine that I invented myself. Beep, 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 pop, beep, 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 beep. Oh my God! Except knowingly, Joe Biden in 2020 received the second most amount of oil and gas money of any candidate, second only to Donald Trump. Now you may be saying, listen, television man with beard that could be bigger in some places. Of course they got the most oil and gas money. They were the two idiots running for president. Yes, but think about that. The guys getting the most money for oil and gas were our two choices for president? Why not just tell everyone to choose between the ExxonMobil tiger and the Shell oil shell? I mean, do you honestly believe that policy would do worse than Trump or Biden? That thing is 10 times as ethical as Donald Trump and knows the names of twice as many of its own grandkids as Biden does. And it has 30,000 grandkids. And yes, you could have voted for a third party, but in most states, they have the third party ballots in line or back up jump and polling place. And they tell you they'll only accept the ballot if the chaotic groups. Well, geez, having the two biggest oil companies as our two choices to run the country is a kind of warm and comfortable feeling, right? Because it's what we're used to. It was the same in 2016. Okay, Ted Cruz beat them, but it was close. And it was the same in 2012, and it was the same in 2008. I'm noticing a pattern. Just like when the fourth blind kangaroo told me my feet shouldn't smell like that natural. Sometimes patterns get out to learn something. Anyway, to circle back, at least the courts have just overturned Biden's oil and gas leasing of 80 million acres in the Gulf of Mexico. And the courts and the judges are not doing this because they're good people. They're doing it because they're responding to pressure from activists and people fighting back. So keep it up, everybody. Fight to save our future. President. I mean, I'm a fan for president too. Like right now. I'm enjoying right now. Shit, it's the past now. I don't mean now the past. I mean now it's the past. It's so hard to hold on to the present, don't you think? You think you got it, and then it gets away. Like right there. There was that. Now it's not that. Now it's that. Damn it. Welcome to Redacted Tonight. This past weekend, I was in my hot tub. That's really just backed up. My neighbor's bathtub that he lets me use when he's out of town. He doesn't know I've got an apartment key. And it occurred to me I don't think most Americans are happy with our political system. I don't know why not. I don't know why not. But much like that South Carolina waffle waitress, I've always regretted. It's right on the tip of my tongue. That's what unidentified fungus following it. Wait! I've got it. It's because both mainstream parties are owned by corporate America, and they all stand for the same shit, and they haven't actually been face to face with a regular human being since they fathered the first of their 14 children, and a surrogate mother happened to bring her boyfriend to the birth, or as the rich call it, the human baby transferred to its rightful owners. And sure enough, a new survey verified that most Americans are not happy with the false choice between our two political parties. The new poll from NBC News found that Democrats and Republicans are about as popular as the horseback hemorrhoid clinic near my house. It's got a drive-through window, but that doesn't seem to help either. According to the poll, 44% of participants said they viewed the Republican Party negatively, 34% viewed it positively. The Democratic Party's ratings were fairly similar, with 48% having a negative view and 33% a positive view. And I would imagine those numbers of positivity for the parties are actually higher than reality. Because anyone willing to take an NBC News phone poll is already not the sharpest tool in the insane asylum. That poll doesn't count the roughly 64% of respondents who didn't answer the poll, but instead graphically describe what pollsters do to themselves given the right kind of genitalia, lubricant, and apostrophating adjustable bed. But you haven't heard of the bed. There's a lot of reasons so many people hate the two parties, the two corporate parties, but one of the biggest ones might be just how thoroughly they are bought off by the 1%. And no, I don't mean the 1% of people who like finance their Indian cream. I mean the 1% who are the disgustingly wealthy. People who own ponies for their children to play with and children for their ponies to play with. And they own all of our politicians. Also for their children to play with, which explains why Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand were forced to dress up like storks for an entire month. Or maybe they just needed the store for the day of the free, but it's bullshit. But yes, our politicians are more bought off than ever before. A new analysis from Americans for Tax Fairness found that total billionaire contributions have soared over the past few years. The cycle before the Citizens United decision only saw $16 million worth of donations from billionaires. This past cycle saw $2.6 billion worth of donations. That's more than Travis Scott spent on his vintage Jordans and delivered by Jordan. And how does that much money impact our elections? Well, the candidate who spends the most wins in the Senate 85% of the time and wins in the House close to 90% of the time. But it's even worse than that, because those numbers don't tell you that the two parties which spend the most money win 100% of the time. Meaning there's essentially never the possibility that a third party can win a seat in Congress. Only the puppets of corporate America can fill the Senate chambers with their endangered species raccoon spittle and their high-end earphones. So, keep those numbers in your mind for just a moment. Billionaires spent $2.6 billion on their last election, and the two parties that receive the most money win the elections 100% of the time. I'm sure it's just found in other countries, right? Much like existential angst or the awkwardness when your barber wants to tell you about his prostate exam. Some things are just universal, right? Well, no. In Britain, in the 2017 general election, 75 parties and 18 campaign groups reported spending £21.6 million between them. That's roughly only $54 million American dollars at the time. Meanwhile, just two people, the CEO magnates, Shelton and Miriam Adelson, set a new record for donations from individuals in a single election cycle, giving $172.7 million in the U.S. elections. Those two dark shifts and ill-fitting skin suits spent 3 times as much as all of Great Britain spent on their election. Well, what about France? In France, the amount of money a presidential contestant is allowed to spend is
Oh, my phone.
What you doing?
What?
What you doing?
Look at my makeup.
You go to sleep, Pete, I guess, yeah?
Slept for like 2 hours. You put it back in the kitchen. It's just a bunch of bots. Thank you.
2017 party spent 92 million euros, $109 million combined on their election campaigns. Only $109 million total spent on their elections. And yet still a Dugan person with a bow tie won a seat in the Bundestag. That's more of a uncomfortable one. But arguably, several ones offices also won Senate seats here in the U.S. But Germany actually could have done a lot worse. Super predicted most could have won. Even if he won, C-17 anyway, Germany spent $109 million on the entire election. How much did the U.S. spend? The 2020 election cost $14.1 billion. Over $14 billion. That's more than the gross domestic product of Mozambique. And they have supposedly asked for help with fertility, so you know they're pulling it to cash. Although if there was fun, I would have said they're open to units, but I would never do that. I would never. And let me repeat, the two candidates who spend the most, meaning the two redneck candidates, win the election 100% of the time, which is like all the percentages that there are. This is a real photo of what it looks like to win a Senate seat. Except nowadays, that white guy claims half black, half gay, used to be in the CIA. Point is, this is a rigged system. No wonder the latest polls show both parties are hated. More Americans view themselves independent, meaning the Republican or Democrat. Every trip to the ballot box is no different than taking a super dipman's moose to the face. Coming from Washington, D.C. at Valley Base is a redacted tonight.
An exciting boom for many things. The pharmaceutical industry, video communication services, douchebag billionaires, and can't forget the biggest winner of all. Death is really happening in the moment right now. Love to see it. But according to ProPublica, it's also been a boom for the work-at-home customer services. It's just showing light on the brutal exploitation of their workers. Large companies like Disney and Airbnb hired firms like Ride to provide the at-home customer service practice. So, the benefits the Ride provides is to help companies squeeze wastage out of a typical workday. Each employee has a utilization rate of only 65%. As they pay for their lunch breaks and training. High wastage. When will mankind learn? We're the only species on this earth that uses war, oppression, and exploiting wastage. Yes, this CEO is unironically complaining that workers sometimes need to eat and be. So it's invited to innovative. Available for chopped up. 30 minutes here, 30 minutes there. It's all broken. So even though workers' entire waking days are spent tethered to the phone, they're only paid for time waiting. Turns out the idea of wastage only applies to corporations' profits, not human beings' life. Like the CEO said, we live under capitalism, not life. Yeah. Wild, they said. I did actually take that, like, customer service reps would be instantly fired for deviating from strict requirements of average call times, hold times, percentage of non-talk time, and are subject to absurd scorecards. The agent expresses any interest in helping. If so, he receives 3.75 points. If he provided complete information, he received 7.1429 points. If he kept control of the call, he got 0.857113 points. You see here, you gave an enthusiastic greeting. That is 7.5813 points. You gave a genuine goodbye. Congratulations. That is 6.58155194 points. And you handled the customer with patience and grace.
You okay?
That you won. Unfortunately, that last one is not an exaggeration. The majority of these workers are black women, and because of these harsh guidelines, can be punished for ending up on racist customers. Apparently, the customer is always right, even if that customer is so stuck with assembling computers. One woman afraid to take a bathroom break at the jar under her desk and push it into urinates. Another afraid to call in sick, pause calls, and vomit. A third afraid to hang up on a customer, didn't know what to do when she realized a caller was masturbating to the sound of her voice. Voice on the phone with masturbating customers. This is just what happens when workers don't have protections and Louis C.K. has questions about a refund policy. So, how are these companies able to get away with brutalizing their workers? Well, these workers are not considered employees, they're contractors. They're not protected by federal worker protections. It's just another normalized symptom of late-stage capitalism. Like millennials not having kids, GoFundMes paying for medical expenses, or children raising money to pay for their classmates' lunch debt. Aw, how heartwarming and terrible. Under our economic system, workers are not humans. They are merely a cost, expense that needs to be squeezed, wasted. So next time you call customer service, this device is working and happens looking, be patient with the person on the other end, because their day has probably been more frustrating than yours. The department of labor is job for time. All right, gotta use the chair.
Jack, what are you doing? Why turn your feet?
This is my first interview with the CEO. Don't worry, not CEO of some awful company that makes tiny welding helmets for child laborers or something. He's the CEO of And Pizza, a very popular pizza chain in Washington, D.C. and other cities. But unlike his fellow CEOs, he spends his time on social media saying workers should be treated better, paid more, given benefits, etc. So he's kind of the black sheep of the CEO community. Not sure if they make him so long during lunchtime. CEO retreats, that would be sad. But anyway, I thought it would be a good time to get his view on the great resignation, everyone quitting across America. Hey, Michael, thanks for coming on the show. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me. So I think you're the first CEO I've had on the show. You're the founder and CEO of a popular pizza chain called And Pizza. It's huge here in D.C. and it's also in a bunch of other cities. But the reason I wanted to talk to you is because in articles and on social media, you make it very clear that workers should be paid more, should get benefits, should be treated better in our country. You really go after your fellow CEOs for treating workers like crap. Why do you think those things are important, and why are your fellow CEOs so different from you?
Well, as CEO and as a founder of And Pizza, our focus has always been on providing high-quality jobs, and to me, higher wages is the clearest single way to say to your workforce, we value you, and that really is important to us because our brand is literally the symbol that's the ampersand. That means unity. It's all about uniting the working class around fair wages. All of our work counts for nothing if our people cannot live on the wages we pay them. And I think the food service industry in particular, why it's so important, because it's now the largest employer categorically than any other industry in America. And if we have the idea of what it means to be a good jobs employer upside down, it's going to impact the masses in a really negative way. Quite frankly, a lot of fast food CEOs, a lot of legacy businesses just think that we're still in the good old days where you can dictate and people are going to listen and obey. And the reality is the working class and the workforce no longer abide by those principles. They ultimately are voting with their feet. They have the control. So we need a hard reset to think, what does it mean to be a good jobs employer? What should we be paying? What kind of benefits should we be providing? And really thinking about the next couple of decades and setting ourselves up in a place where we don't have these massive labor shortages. People want to come work in such a cool and bad industry. We're doing everything that we can to improve our employer brand and the industry's employer brand.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting to a breaking point in this country, both because of the pandemic, but also just with the long-standing issues with our economy, with the way people are treated within it. And it's turning some of these myths, upside down, like the idea that low wage equals low skill. And you tweeted out a challenge to people who call fast food workers low skill by working in a pizza shop on a Saturday night. And I must say, I've been in an AM pizza on a Saturday night, and there's a line out the door, and the employees are working their asses off. So talk a little about that myth that we have in America, that low wage or low pay is low skill.
Yeah, I would say like doing the job, and a lot of people have. People just eventually graduate and forget that they did work those jobs and how hard those jobs were. I mean, imagine standing 8 hours next to a hot oven. If you ever work in the back of a McDonald's, I mean, the technology they have, right? It's like you're working in a modernized factory, right, producing burgers. And so it's really, I think, a shame that people have claimed jobs as low skill. I think what they mean is low wages. And the reality is, you have to think about the restaurant industry, which outside of food service being the nation's largest employer, the restaurant industry is the second largest private employer in this country. The first is the federal government. Millions of restaurant workers were fired or furloughed during the pandemic, and those who weren't were often forced to put their health at risk by potentially exposing themselves. And we're talking 2 years ago to COVID-19, when we didn't know what this was or what the impact was going to be, and or were subjected to abuse by customers when they tried to enforce basic things like shop's pandemic protocols. So what the pandemic did was simply highlight issues that have been problems in the restaurant and food service industry for decades: low wages, lack of benefits, dangerous working conditions, the cyclical nature of laying off and rehiring staff when it's only convenient for the employer's balance sheet. So these aren't the problems. And part of my outspoken belief in reality is that we have to figure out new solutions, because the status quo isn't working. We cannot attract workers to this industry. Forget the third of our restaurant that have thus far into the next 12 to 24 months is absolutely going to be brutal. And so we all need to come together, band together, and figure out what is it going to take to bring people back to an industry that historically should be a lot of fun and should lift up the working class, not stump the working class, and bring a lot of people out of poverty and be that incredible job, whether it's a career or starter job that we all know restaurants can provide.
All great points. And the other point I want to make when people talk about the great difference is they like to say that CEOs at the top of these businesses, well, they work harder. Well, if that were true, which it's not, but even if that were true, do they work 1,000 times harder? Like, that is insanity in this country now. And so anyway, I wanted to get to another one of your tweets you got. The media tells us that right now we're going through the great resignation, when everyone's resigning, workers of all stripes resigning, and then stores are closing due to lack of employees. You tweeted, the great resignation is about supply and demand with worker shortages. Finally, the worker has the bargaining power. What do you feel the media is getting wrong about our situation right now? And also, since workers have more power, what would you like to see, workers call for right now?
Well, a couple of things. Number one, I call this a labor revolution, because that's exactly what it is. It's one of the greatest labor revolutions we've seen in our time, and what history has has suggested. And what I mean by that is people are waking up every single day realizing that they're worth more. They can earn more outside of this industry. They can take control over their lives and the basic necessities of putting food on the table and shelter or roof over your head. And that to me is ultimately a good thing. I will never sit here and listen to a narrative that somehow people getting paid more, like basic living wages or even fairer wages, is a bad thing for companies. It's forcing companies to do something they otherwise wouldn't have done pre-pandemic, and that's pay people. The fast food industry notoriously has paid people minimum wages and have built business models where everything else has gotten more expensive by keeping wages low to make up for the margin gap that they're seeing elsewhere. That can no longer be the case. So now you're forced to build a business model around paying fair wages or people are simply not going to show up. And I think that's a really important thing, is that supply and demand here in the market is it's actually working. And so as much as I can champion and advocate of increasing, both local and federal minimum wages, the reality is, at this point, how important is that really? Because if you are paying higher wages, you're not going to have a workforce. And so the one thing I love now is CEOs are finally starting to pay attention, because even still some of them believe that this is time and place, and 6 months from now we're going to refer to this improved version of 2019 where people are going to be able to just tell people what they're worth and people are going to show up and work for that. That's not the reality. Labor revolution is a time and a place where everything going forward is changing. My personal belief is you're on a path to $20 an hour by the end of 22 or at some point early to mid 23, you are going to be still facing these issues. We're all chasing retail. Retail continues to pay more, whether you think those are good jobs or not. People will chase dollars because that's a very important starting place for healthy relationship. People are always paying you what you believe in your work. And so what I think people should be asking for, they should be asking for a path to living wage. They should be asking for a seat at the table. They should be asking for much improved communication where they literally are impacting what that job is offering. We survey constantly. We're constantly figuring the pulse of what our workforce, all of our 1,000 workers are thinking, what they're feeling. It's really important to say, look, we have a pool of $1 million in what we can offer from a benefits perspective. What do you want me to do with this? These are the 3 best things that we have to offer. Can you come up with more than a fifth? And we help democratize the decision making around where those dollars are ultimately going. And that's why I think this is heading to a place where workers are being paid what they're worth, where they have a real seat at the table to have a conversation about what it means, right, to be a good jobs provider and what they need to make basic ends meet. And whether it's union or non-union, the reality is CEOs have to listen, because you cannot be in a situation where you're faced with fewer operating hours, lower overall revenue, that will have a far greater negative impact on your business than continually relying on it by 100 basis points by increasing wages.
I certainly hope you're right that we're seeing a very large, long-term change to our system. But many fast food chains they seem to not be getting the signs. They seem to be going the opposite direction. Recently, you posted that Domino's. Well, you posted under absolutely no circumstances should anyone ever sign anything even remotely similar to this. And you showed an image of Domino's asking employees to voluntarily sign away their rights to meal at restaurants. Can you talk about why Domino's is doing this and talk about wage theft in general? Because people don't realize how massive wage theft is in this country.
Yeah, I mean, wage theft is a massive problem. It's something that we don't talk a lot about because it's like a dirty little secret in a way that if this is to increase their full contribution margin, their profit. But the reality is that I don't think these companies are inherently evil or trying to do evil things. I think this has a lot to do with legacy policy, legacy thinking, and legacy systems that just happen to be put under the magnifying glass. Like, if you were to take that to Domino's CEO, I guarantee he would agree that's not the right thing to do. That's probably an individual franchise location. And so as much as I like saber rattling or beating the brow of big company CEOs, I actually also believe that most of them inherently want to do good. They're just stuck in a different mentality. We need to do a harder reset or bringing them to the realities of this is what that Gen Z worker is thinking about you, about your business, about what it means to be an employee of Domino's, hearing it right from that person's mouth to your ears, and then having a brainstorming session on ways that we can change that person's perspective. That I think is the most important thing, because I do think these companies can get it right. I am optimistic and believe they will. And part of the constantly beating the drum on social media and talking to folks like you that have a platform where I can broadcast this is to continue to elevate that message to those that will listen so they understand a day of reckoning is coming. And that day of reckoning is coming if you do not hit the reset button, if you don't look 10, 15, 20 years out and say, these are the things I'm going to have to do to attract a workforce that's going to want to come, right, do the job that I ultimately need done to produce the revenue and profit that makes me a good CEO or makes me a good leader. And so that's why I'm wildly optimistic. I think people are just stuck because the change that was coming in the Great Labor Revolution that we all predicted, and those of us that knew, it was probably 5 to 10 years out. The pandemic just shrunk it down, right, and just put it literally smack dab right in the middle of the conversation, in the middle of the boardroom, punched every board member right between the eyes, and now they're faced to deal with something they weren't prepared to. And so it's voices like yours, voices like mine, that are going to remind them about this isn't going anywhere. We got to deal with it. And everything from non-solicitation, non-disclosures, things like signing away rights to breaks, like that's just old stuff. We can clean that stuff up so quickly. And part of my objective here is to really put together, a good job of paper to accomplish in the next 90 days and do everything that we can to educate, big company, big pizza, fast food CEOs, and the regional and subscale brands. Like, this is the way to go about it. I guarantee if you follow these principles, you will be successful in transformation. And that transformation is necessary because we don't need fewer restaurants. We need more restaurants. The largest single employer of people in America needs to be a good job provider, and we need more of those jobs, not fewer of those jobs. So I want everyone to win. I just want to be the one to remind them and give them some version of playbook of this is what we need like in 22 and beyond. It's not what we look like in 2019 and prior. And the rules have changed, the game has changed, the labor revolution is here. The workers have the power and the leverage they never had before. And that's a good thing because that's going to lift millions and millions of people out of poverty. And I always believe if you lift up the lowest wage workers in this country, we'll be a better country and we'll deal with some of the inequalities and inequities that we've seen just widening over the past couple of years.
I think you say that the CEOs of these companies are not inherently evil, but I imagine they don't like some of the things you're saying. Do you ever hear from any of these other company owners?
I do. I mean, look, think about talking to your uncle or talking to your dad, right? It's like, watching my dad use a smartphone is a little bit different than, watching someone who's 18 or even 12. My business partner has 2 11-year-old girls, and watching them use their smartphone, they're like 3 times faster than I am. So a lot of this has to do with, as we get older, right, we're a little bit more resistant to change. We like to control things. We like to believe that the past 30, 40 years of our career, we've learned a certain way of doing things that works, makes us feel good. And when that all of a sudden gets thrown out the window, and you're kind of in with this reality of, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I've lost this control. We've been dealing with this stuff all the way, all the way back in time. History repeats itself. There's been plenty of labor revolutions. So my take there is it just takes time. It takes an understanding and empathy and a belief that people want to do the right thing, and then a bunch of conversations that convinces them there's a better way to approach this. There is a version of a win-win. It doesn't need to be about win-lose. And you need to include the worker as part of that conversation. You can't just throw at them what this boardroom believes is the right thing